Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 241. Sukha said, the declarations of the Vedas are twofold. They once lay down the command, do all acts. They also indicate the reverse, saying, give up acts. I ask, whither do persons go by the aid of knowledge and whither by the aid of acts? I desire to hear this. Do tell me this. Indeed, these declarations about knowledge and acts are dissimilar and even contradictory. Bhishma continued, thus addressed, the son of Parasara said these words unto his son, I shall expound to thee the two paths, viz., the destructible and the indestructible, depending respectively upon acts and knowledge. Listen with concentrated attention, O child, to me, as I tell thee the place that is reached by one with the aid of knowledge, and that other place which is reached with the aid of acts. The difference between these two places is as great as the limitless sky. The question that thou hast asked me has given me such pain as an atheistic discourse gives to a man of faith. These are the two paths upon which the Vedas are established, the duties, acts, indicated by pravritti, and those based on nvritti that have been treated of so excellently. By acts, a living creature is destroyed. By knowledge, however, he becomes emancipated. For this reason, yogins who behold the other side of the ocean of life never betake themselves to acts. Through acts one is forced to take rebirth, after death, with a body composed of the 6 and 10 ingredients. Through knowledge, however, one becomes transformed into that which is eternal, unmanifest, and immutable. One class of persons that are, however, of little intelligence, applaud acts. In consequence of this, they have to assume bodies, one after another, ceaselessly. Those men whose perceptions are keen in respect of duties, and who have attained to that high understanding, which leads to knowledge, never applaud acts, even as persons that depend for their drinking water upon the supply of streams never applaud wells and tanks. The fruit that one obtains of acts consists of pleasure and pain, of existence and non-existence. By knowledge, one attains to that whither there is no occasion for grief, whither one becomes freed from both birth and death, whither one is not subject to decrepitude, whither one transcends the state of conscious existence. Whither is Brahma, which is supreme, unmanifest, immutable, ever-existent, imperceptible, above the reach of pain, immortal, and transcending destruction, whither all become freed from the influence of all pairs of opposites, like pleasure and pain, etc., as also of wish or purpose. Reaching that stage, they cast equal eyes on everything, become universal friends, and devoted to the good of all creatures. There is a wide gulf, O son, between one devoted to knowledge and one devoted to acts. Know that the man of knowledge, without undergoing destruction, remains existent forever like the moon on the last day of the dark fortnight, existing in a subtle, but undestroyed, form. The great Rishi, Yajnavalkya in Vrihadaranyaka, has said this more elaborately. As regards the man devoted to acts, his nature may be inferred from beholding the newborn moon, which appears like a bent thread in the firmament. Know, O son, that the person of acts takes rebirth with a body with 11 entities for its ingredients that are the results of modification, and with a subtle form that represents a total of 6 and 10. The deity who takes refuge in that material form, like a drop of water on a lotus leaf, should be known as Kshetrajna, soul, which is eternal, and which succeeds by yoga in transcending both the mind and the knowledge. Tamas, Rajas, and Sattva are the attributes of the knowledge. The knowledge is the attribute of the individual soul residing within the body. The individual soul, in its turn, comes from the Supreme Soul. The body with the soul is said to be the attribute of Jiva. It is Jiva that acts and causes all bodies to live. He who has created the 7 worlds is said by those that are acquainted with what is Kshetra and what is Kshetrajna to be above Jiva. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 242. Sukha said, I have now understood that there are 2 kinds of creation, viz. One commencing with Kshara, which is universal, and which is from the universal soul. The other, consisting of the senses with their objects, is traceable to the puissance of the knowledge. This last transcends the other and is regarded to be the foremost. I desire, however, to once more hear of that course of righteousness which runs in this world, regulated by the virtue of time and according to which all good men frame their conduct. In the Vedas there are both kinds of declarations, viz., do acts and avoid acts. How shall I succeed in ascertaining the propriety of this or that? It behoveth thee to expound this clearly. Having obtained, through thy instructions, a thorough knowledge of the course of conduct of human beings, having purified myself by the practice of only righteousness, and having cleansed my understanding, I shall, after casting off my body, behold the indestructible soul. Vyasa said, the course of conduct that was first established by Brahma himself was duly observed by the wise and pious persons of old, viz., the great rishis of ancient times. The great rishis conquer all the worlds by the practice of Brahmacharya, seeking all things that are good for himself by fixing the mind on the knowledge, practicing severe austerities by residing in the forest and subsisting on fruits and roots, by treading on sacred spots, by practicing universal benevolence, and by going on his rounds of mendicancy at the proper time to the huts of forest recluses when these become smokeless and the sound of the husking rod is hushed. A person succeeds in attaining to Brahma. Abstaining from flattery and from bowing thy heads to others, and avoiding both good and evil, live thou in the forest by thyself, appeasing hunger by any means that comes by the way. Sukha said, the declarations of the Vedas, already referred to in respect of acts, are, in the opinion of the vulgar, contradictory. Whether this is authoritative or that is so, when there is this conflict, how can they be said to be scriptural? I desire to hear this. How can both be regarded as authoritative? How, indeed, can emancipation be obtained without violating the ordinance about the obligatory character of acts? Bhishma continued, thus addressed, the son of Gandhavati, viz., the rishi, applauding these words of his son possessed of immeasurable energy, replied unto him, saying the following. Vyasa said, one that is a Brahmacharan, one that leads a life of domesticity, one that is a forest recluse, and one that leads a life of religious mendicancy, all reach the same high end by duly observing the duties of their respective modes of life. Or, if one and the same person, freed from desire and aversion, practices, one after another, all these 4 modes of life according to the ordinances that have been laid down, he is certainly fitted, by such conduct, to understand Brahma. The 4 modes of life constitute a ladder or flight of steps. That flight is attached to Brahma. By ascending that right one succeeds in reaching the region of Brahma. For the 4th part of his life, the Brahmacharan, conversant with the distinctions of duty and freed from malice, should live with his preceptor or his preceptor's son. While residing in the preceptor's house, he should go to bed after the preceptor has gone to his, and rise therefrom before the preceptor rises from his. All such acts again as should be done by the disciple, as also those which should be done by a menial servant, should be accomplished by him. Finishing these, he should humbly take his stand by the side of the preceptor. Skilled in every kind of work, he should conduct himself like a menial servant, doing every act for his preceptor. Having accomplished all acts, without leaving any portion undone, he should study, sitting at the feet of his preceptor, with eager desire to learn. He should always behave with simplicity, avoid evil speech, and take lessons only when his preceptor invites him for it. become pure in body and mind, and acquiring cleverness and other virtues, he should now and then speak what is agreeable. Subduing his senses, he should look at his preceptor without eyes of longing curiosity. He should never eat before his preceptor has eaten, never drink before his preceptor has drunk, never sit down before his preceptor has sat down, and never go to bed before his preceptor has gone to bed. He should gently touch his preceptor's feet with upturned palms, the right foot with the right and the left with the left. Reverentially saluting the preceptor, he should say unto him, O illustrious one, teach me. I shall accomplish this work, O illustrious one. This other work I have already accomplished. O regenerate one, I am ready to accomplish whatever else thy reverend self may be pleased to command. Having said all this, and having duly offered himself unto him, thus he should accomplish whatever acts of his preceptor wait for accomplishment, and having completed them inform the preceptor once more of their completion. Whatever sense or tastes the Brahmacharin may abstain from while actually leading a life of Brahmacharya may be used by him after his return from the preceptor's abode. This is consistent with the ordinance. Whatever observances have been elaborately laid down for Brahmacharins in the scriptures should all be regularly practiced by him. He should, again, be always near his preceptor, ready within call. Having contributed to his preceptor's gratification in this way to the best of his powers, the disciple should, from that mode of life, pass into the others, one after another, and practice the duties of each. Having, thus, passed a fourth part of his life in the study of the Vedas and observance of vows and fasts, and having given the preceptor the final fee, the disciple should, according to the ordinance, take his leave and return home, for entering into a life of domesticity. Then, having taken spouses, obtaining them in the ways indicated in the ordinances, and having carefully established the domestic fire, he should, observant all the while of vows and fasts, become a householder and pass the second period of life. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 243. Vyasa said, observant of meritorious vows, the householder, for the second period of life, should dwell in his house, having taken spouses according to the ways indicated in the ordinance and having established a fire of his own. As regards the domestic mode of life, four kinds of conduct have been laid down by the learned. The first consists of keeping a store of grain sufficient to last for 3 years. The second consists of keeping a store to last for 1 year. The third consists of providing for the day without thinking of the morrow. The fourth consists of collecting grain after the manner of the pigeon. Of these, each succeeding one is superior in point of merit to that which precedes it, according to what has been laid down in the scriptures. A householder observing the first kind of conduct may practice all the 6 well-known duties, viz., sacrifice on his own account, sacrifice on that of others, teaching, learning, making gifts, and accepting gifts. He who observes the second kind of conduct should practice 3 only of these duties, viz., learning, giving, and taking. He who observes the third kind of conduct should practice only 2 of the duties of domesticity, viz., learning and giving. The householder practicing the fourth kind of domesticity should observe only 1 duty, viz., learning the scriptures. The duties of the householder are all said to be exceedingly meritorious. The householder should never cook any food for only his own use, nor should he slaughter animals for food, except in sacrifices. If it be an animal which the householder desires to kill for food, or if it be a tree which he wishes to cut down for fuel, he should do either act according to the ritual laid down in the yajuzas, for that much is due to both animate and inanimate existences. The householder should never sleep during the day, or during the first part of the night, or during the last part thereof. He should never eat twice between morning and evening, and should never summon his wife to bed except in her season. In his house, no Brahmana should be suffered to remain unfed or unworshipped. He should always worship such guests as are presenters of sacrificial offerings, as are cleansed by Vedic lore and observance of excellent vows, as are high-born and conversant with the scriptures, as are observers of the duties of their own order, as are self-restrained, mindful of all religious acts, and devoted to penances. The scriptures ordain that what is offered to the deities and the pitris and sacrifices and religious rites is meant for the service of guests like these. In this mode of life the scriptures ordain that a share of the food that is cooked should be given unto every creature, irrespective of his birth or character, unto one, that is, who for the sake of show keeps his nails and beard, unto one who from pride displays what his own religious practices are, unto one who has improperly abandoned his sacred fire, and even unto one who has injured his preceptor. One leading a domestic mode of life should give food unto brahmacarans and sannyasins. The householder should every day become an eater of Vyasa, and should every day eat amrita. Mixed with clarified butter, the remains of the food that is offered in sacrifices constitute amrita. That householder who eats after having fed all relatives and servants is said to eat Vyasa. The food that remains after the servants have been fed is called Vyasa, and that which is left after the presentation of sacrificial offerings is called amrita. One leading a domestic mode of life should be content with his own wedded wife. He should be self-restrained. He should avoid malice and subdue his senses. He should never quarrel with his Ritwik, Purohita, and preceptor, with his maternal uncle, guests and dependents, with the aged and the young in years, with those that are afflicted with diseases, with those that practice as physicians, with kinsmen, relatives, and friends, with his parents, with women that belong to his own paternal family, with his brother and son and wife, with his daughter, and with his servants. By avoiding disputes with these, the householder becomes cleansed of all sins. By conquering such disputes, he succeeds in conquering all the regions of felicity in the world hereafter. There is no doubt in this. The preceptor, if duly reverenced, is able to lead one to the regions of Brahman. The father, if reverenced, can lead to the regions of Prajapati. The guest is puissant enough to lead to the region of Indra. The Ritwik has power in respect of the regions of the deities. Female relatives of the paternal line have lordship in respect of the regions of the Apsaras, and kinsmen, by blood, in respect of the region of the Viswadevas. Relatives by marriage and collateral kinsmen have power in respect of the several quarters of the horizon, viz. North, etc., and the mother and the maternal uncle have power over the earth. The old, the young, the afflicted, the wasted have power over the sky. The eldest brother is like unto the sire himself, to all his younger brothers. The wife and the son are one's own body. One's menial servants are one's own shadow. The daughter is an object of great affection. For these reasons, a householder endued with learning, observant of duties, and possessed of endurance, should bear, without warmth or anxiety of heart, every kind of annoyance and even censure from the last-named relatives. No righteous household should do any act, urged by considerations of wealth. There are 3 courses of duty in respect of a life of domesticity. Of these, that which comes next, in the order of enumeration, is more meritorious than the preceding one. As regards the 4 principal modes of life also, the same rule of merit applies, viz., the one that comes after is superior to the one preceding it. Accordingly, domesticity is superior to brahmacharya, forest life is superior to domesticity, and a life of mendicancy or complete renunciation is superior to a forest life. One desirous of prosperity should accomplish all those duties and rites that have been ordained in the scriptures in respect of those modes. That kingdom grows in prosperity where these highly deserving persons live, viz. Those that lead a life of domesticity according to the Kumbhadhanya method, they that lead it according to the Uncha method, and they that lead it according to the Kapoti method. That man who cheerfully leads a life of domesticity in the observance of those duties succeeds in sanctifying 10 generations of his ancestors above and 10 generations of descendants below. A householder, duly observing the duties of domesticity, obtains an end that yields felicity equal to what occurs in the regions attained by great kings and emperors. Even this is the end that has been ordained for those who have subdued their senses. For all high-souled householders, heaven has been ordained. That heaven is equipped with delightful cars for each, moving at the will of the rider. Even that is the delightful heaven indicated in the Vedas. For all householders of restrained souls, the regions of heaven constitute the high reward. The self-born Brahmin ordained that the domestic mode of life should be the productive cause of heaven. And since it has been so ordained, a person, by gradually attaining to the second mode of life, obtains happiness and respect in heaven. After this comes that high and superior mode of life, called the third, for those that are desirous of casting off their bodies. Superior to that of householders, that is the life of forest recluses, of those, that is, who waste their bodies, by diverse kinds of austerities, into skeletons overlaid with dried skins. Listen as I discourse to thee upon it. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 244. Bhishma said, Thou hast been told what the duties of domesticity are as ordained by the wise. Listen now, O Yudhishthira, to what those duties are that have been next spoken of. Gradually abandoning the domestic mode, one should enter the third mode, which is excellent. It is the mode in which wives afflict themselves by means of austerities. It is the mode practiced by those that live as forest recluses. Blessed be thou, O son, listen to the duties observed by those that lead this mode of life in which occur the practices of all men and all modes of life. Listen, indeed, to the duties of those that are denizens of sacred spots and that have resorted to this mode after proper deliberation. Vyasa said, When the householder beholds wrinkles on his body and white hair on his head, and children of his children, he should then retire into the forest. The third part of his life he should pass in the observance of the Vanaprastha mode. He should attend to those fires to which he had attended as a householder. Desirous of sacrificing, he should adore the deities, according to the rituals ordained. Observant of vows and abstemious in diet, he should eat only once, the time thereof being the 6th part of the day. He should be always heedful. Attending to his fires, he should keep some kine, waiting upon them dutifully. He should attend to all the rituals of a sacrifice. He should live upon rice growing indigenously, upon wheat growing under similar circumstances, upon grain of other kinds, growing wildly, and belonging to none. He should eat what remains after feeding guests. In this the third mode of life, he should present offerings of clarified butter in the 5 well-known sacrifices. 4 kinds of courses of conduct have been laid down for observance in the Vanaprastha mode of life. Some collect only what is needed for the day. Some collect stores to last for a month. Some store grain and other necessaries sufficient to last for 12 years. Forest recluses may act in these ways for worshipping guests and performing sacrifices. They should, during the season of the rains, expose themselves to rain and betake themselves to water during the autumn. During the summer they should sit in the midst of 4 fires with the sun burning overhead. Throughout the year, however, they should be abstemious in diet. They sit and sleep on the bare earth. They stand on only their toes. They content themselves with the bare earth and with small mats of grass, owning no other furniture for seat or bed. They perform their ablutions morning, noon, and evening, preparatory to sacrifices. Some amongst them use only teeth for cleaning grain. Others use only stones for that purpose. Some amongst them drink, only during the lighted fortnight, the gruel of wheat or other grain, boiled very lightly. There are many who drink similar gruel only during the dark fortnight. Some eat what only comes by the way, without seeking to obtain it. Some, adopting rigid vows, live upon only roots, some upon only fruits, some upon only flowers, duly observing the method followed by the Vaikanasas. These and other diverse observances are adopted by those men of wisdom and piety. The fourth is the mode called renunciation, based upon the Upanishads. The duties laid down for it may be observed in all the modes of life equally. This mode, differing from the others, comes after domesticity and forest life. In this very yuga, O son, many learned brahmanas conversant with the truths of all things have been known to observe this mode. Agastya, the 7 rishis, viz., Atri, Angiras, Pulasatya, Pulaha, Vasishtha, Narada, and Kratu, Madhakandas, Agamarshana, Sankri Sudavatandi, who lived whithersoever he pleased and was content to take what came, without ever seeking for anything. Ahovirya Kavya, Tandya, the learned Medhatithi, Karmanirvaka of mighty energy, and Sunyapala, who had exerted himself greatly for acquiring ascetic puissance, were the authors of this course of duties, and themselves observing them have all proceeded to heaven. Many great rishis, O son, who had the puissance to behold immediately the fruits of their ascetic merit, those numerous ascetics who are known by the name of Yayavaras, many rishis of very austere penances and possessed of accurate knowledge in respect of distinctions of duty, and many other brahmanas too numerous to mention, adopted the forest mode of life. The Vaikanasas, the Valakilyas, the Saikatas, all of whom were devoted to austere penances, who were steadfast in virtue, who had subdued their senses, and who used to behold the fruits of their penances immediately, adopted this mode of life and finally ascended to heaven. Freed from fear and not counted among the stars and planets, these have become visible in the firmament as luminous bodies. When the fourth or last part of life is reached, and when one is weakened by decrepitude and afflicted by disease, one should abandon the forest mode of life for the fourth mode called renunciation. Performing a sacrifice that is capable of being completed in a single day, and in which the dakshina should be everything of which he may be possessed, he should himself perform his own shraddha. Withdrawn from every other object, he should devote himself to his own self, taking pleasure in himself, and resting also on his own self. He should establish all his sacrificial fires, thenceforth, upon his own self, and give up all kinds of ties and attachments. In case he fails to attain to complete renunciation, he should always perform such sacrifices and rites as are completed in a single day. When, however, from performance of the ordinary sacrifices of sacrificers, the sacrifice in self proceeds, then may he discontinue all ordinary sacrifices, and unto the 3 fires duly sacrifice in his own self for the sake of his emancipation. Without finding fault with his food, he should eat 5 or 6 mouthfuls, offering them duly unto 5 vital airs, uttering, every time, the well-known mantras of the Yajurveda. Engaged in the observance of austerities while leading the life of a forest recluse, one should shave off one's hair and bristles and pare off one's nails, and having cleansed oneself by acts, pass into the fourth and last mode of life that is fraught with great holiness. That regenerate person who enters the fourth mode of life, giving pledges of assurance unto all creatures, succeeds in earning many regions of blazing effulgence hereafter, and ultimately attains to the infinite. Of excellent disposition and conduct, with sins all washed off, the person who is conversant with his own self never desires to do any act for either this or the other world. Freed from wrath and from error, without anxiety and without friendship, such a person lives in this world like one totally uninterested in its concerns. One, in the observance of sannyasa, should not feel reluctant in discharging the duties included in yama and those also that walk behind them and are included in niyama. Such a one should with energy live according to the ordinances in respect of his own mode, and throw away Vedic study and the sacred thread that is indicative of the order of his birth. Devoted to righteousness and with his senses under complete control, such a one, possessed of knowledge of self, attains undoubtedly to the end for which he strives. After the third is the fourth mode of life. It is very superior and fraught with numerous high virtues. It transcends in point of merit the three other modes of life. It is said to occupy the highest place. Listen to me as I discourse upon the duties that belong to that mode which is preeminent and which is the high refuge of all. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 245. Sukha said, while living in the due observance of the duties of the foremost of life, how should one, who seeks to attain to that which is the highest object of knowledge, set one's soul on yoga according to the best of one's power? Vyasa said, having acquired purity of conduct and body by the practice of the first two modes of life, viz., brahmacharya and domesticity, one should, after that, set one's soul on yoga in the third mode of life. Listen now with concentrated attention to what should be done for attaining to the highest object of acquisition. Having subdued all faults of the mind and of heart by easy means in the practice of the first three modes of life, viz., pupillage, domesticity, and seclusion, one should pass into the most excellent and the most eminent of all the modes, viz., sannyasa or renunciation. Do thou then pass thy days, having acquired that purity. Listen also to me. One should, alone and without anybody to assist him or bear him company, practice yoga for attaining to success in respect of one's highest object of acquisition. One who practices yoga without companionship, who beholds everything as a repetition of his own self, and who never discards anything, in consequence of all things being pervaded by the universal soul, never falls away from emancipation. Without keeping the sacrificial fires, and without a fixed habitation, such a person should enter a village for only begging his food. He should provide himself for the day without storing for the morrow. He should betake himself to penances, with heart fixed on the Supreme. Eating little, and that even under proper regulations, he should not eat more than once a day. The other indications of a religious mendicant are the human skull, shelter under trees, rags for wearing, solitude unbroken by the companionship of any one, and indifference to all creatures. That person into whom words enter like affrighted elephants into a well, and from whom they never come back to the speaker, is fit to lead this mode of life which has emancipation for its object. The mendicant, or renouncer, should never take note of the evil acts of any person. He should never hear what is said in dispraise of others. Especially should he avoid speaking evil of a brahmana. He should always say only what is agreeable to the brahmanas. When anything is said in dispraise of himself, he should, without answering, remain perfectly silent. Such silence, indeed, is the medical treatment prescribed for him. That person, in consequence of whose single self the place he occupies becomes like the eastern sky, and who can make a spot teeming with thousands of men and things appear to himself perfectly solitary or unoccupied, is regarded by the deities to be a true brahmana. Him the gods know for a brahmana who clothes himself with whatever comes by the way, who subsists upon whatever he gets, and who sleeps on whatever spot he finds. Him the gods know for a Brahmana who is afraid of company as of a snake, of the full measure of gratification, from sweet viands and drinks, as of hell, and of women as of a corpse. Him the gods know for a Brahmana who is never glad when honored and never angry when insulted, and who has given assurances of compassion unto all creatures. One in the observance of the last mode of life should not view death with joy, nor should he view life with joy. He should only wait for his hour like a servant waiting for the behest of his master. He should purify his heart of all faults. He should purify his speech of all faults. He should cleanse himself of all sins. As he has no foes, what fear can assail him? He who fears no creature, and whom no creature fears, can have no fear from any quarter, freed as he is from error of every kind. As the footprints of all other creatures that move upon legs are engulfed within those of elephants, after the same manner all ranks and conditions are absorbed within yoga. After the same manner, every other duty and observance is supposed to be engulfed within the one duty of abstention from injury to all creatures. He lives an everlasting life of felicity who avoids injuring other creatures. One who abstains from injury, who casts an equal eye upon all creatures, who is devoted to truth, who is endued with fortitude, who has his senses under control, and who grants protection to all beings, attains to an end that is beyond compare. The condition called death succeeds not in transcending such a person who is content with self-knowledge, who is free from fear, and who is divested of desire and expectancy. On the other hand, such a person succeeds in transcending death. Him the gods know for a Brahmana who is freed from attachments of every kind, who is observant of penances, who lives like space, which while holding everything is yet unattached to anything, who has nothing which he calls his own, who leads a life of solitude, and whose is tranquility of soul. The gods know him for a Brahmana whose life is for the practice of righteousness, whose righteousness is for the good of them that wait dutifully upon him, and whose days and nights exist only for the acquisition of merit. The gods know him for a Brahmana who is freed from desire, who never exerts himself for doing such acts as are done by worldly men, who never bends his head unto any one, who never flatters another, and who is free from attachments of every kind. All creatures are pleased with happiness and filled with fear at the prospect of grief. The man of faith, therefore, who should feel distressed at the prospect of filling other creatures with grief, must abstain entirely from acts of every kind. The gift of assurances of harmlessness unto all creatures transcends in point of merit all other gifts. He who, at the outset, forswears the religion of injury, succeeds in attaining to emancipation, in which or whence is the assurance of harmlessness unto all creatures. That man who does not pour into his open mouth even the 5 or 6 mouthfuls that are laid down for the forest recluse is said to be the navel of the world, and the refuge of the universe. The head and other limbs, as also the acts good and bad, become possessed by fire. Such a man, who sacrifices in his own self, makes a liberation of his senses and mind into the fire that dwells within the limited space of his own heart. In consequence again of his pouring such a libation into such a fire within his own self, the universe with all creatures, including the very gods, becomes gratified. They who apprehend the jiva soul that is endued with effulgence, that is enveloped in 3 cases, that has 3 attributes for its characteristics, to be a swara partaking of that which is foremost, viz., the nature of the Supreme Soul, becomes object of great regard in all the worlds. The very gods with all human beings speak highly of their merits. He who succeeds in beholding in the soul that resides in his own body all the Vedas, space, and the other objects of perception, the rituals that occur in scriptures, all those entities that are comprehensible and sound only in the superior nature of the Supreme Soul, is sought to be worshipped by the very deities as the foremost of all beings. He who sees in the soul that resides within his body, that foremost of beings which is not attached to the earth, which is immeasurable, and even the measureless firmament, which is made of gold, which is born of the egg and resides within the egg, which is equipped with many feathers, and which has 2 wings like a bird, and which is rendered effulgent by many rays of light, is sought to be worshipped by the very deities as the foremost of all beings. The very deities worship him in whose understanding is set the wheel of time, which is constantly resolving, which knows no decay, which swallows up the period of existence of every creature, which has the 6 seasons for its naves, which is equipped with 2 and 10 radii consisting of the 2 and 10 months, which has excellent joint, and towards whose gaping mouth proceeds this universe, ready to be devoured. The Supreme Soul is the capacious unconsciousness of dreamless slumber. That unconsciousness is the body of the universe. It pervadeth all created things. Jiva, occupying a portion of that capacious unconsciousness, gratifies the deities. These last, being gratified, gratify the open mouth of that unconsciousness. Endued with effulgence as also with the principle of eternity, Jiva is without a beginning. It acquires, by following particular paths, infinite regions of eternal happiness. He of whom no creature is afraid has never to fear any creature. He who never does anything censurable and who never censures another is said to be a truly regenerate person. Such a man succeeds in beholding the Supreme Soul. He whose ignorance has been dispelled and whose sins have been washed away never enjoys either here or hereafter the happiness that is enjoyed by others, but attains to complete emancipation. A person in the observance of the 4th mode of life wanders on the earth like one unconnected with everything. Such a one is freed from wrath and error. Such a one regards a clod of earth and lump of gold with an equal eye. Such a man never stores anything for his use. Such a one has no friends and foes. Such a one is utterly regardless of praise or blame, and of the agreeable and the disagreeable. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 246. Vyasa said, the Jiva soul is endued with all those entities that are modifications of Prakriti. These do not know the soul, but the soul knows them all. Like a good driver proceeding with the aid of strong, well-broken, and high-mettled steeds along the paths he selects, the soul acts with the aid of these, called the senses, having the mind for their 6th. The objects of the senses are superior to the senses themselves. The mind is superior to those objects. The understanding is superior to the mind. The soul, also called Mahat, is superior to the understanding. Superior to Mahat is the unmanifest, or Prakriti. Superior to the unmanifest is Brahma. There is nothing superior to Brahma. That is the highest limit of excellence and the highest goal. The Supreme Soul is concealed in every creature. It is not displayed for ordinary men to behold. Only yogins with subtle vision behold the Supreme Soul with the aid of their keen and subtle understanding. Merging the senses, having the mind for their 6th, and all the objects of the senses into the inner soul by the aid of the understanding, and reflecting upon the 3 states of consciousness, viz., the object thought, the act of thinking, and the thinker, and abstaining by contemplation from every kind of enjoyment, equipping his mind with the knowledge that he is Brahma's self, laying aside at the same time all consciousness of puissance, and thereby making his soul perfectly tranquil, the yogin obtains that to which immortality adheres. That person, however, who happens to be the slave of all his senses, and whose ideas of right and wrong have been confounded, already liable as he is to death, actually meets with death by such surrender of self to the passions. Destroying all desires, one should merge the gross understanding into one's subtle understanding. Having thus merged the gross into the subtle understanding, one is sure to become a second Kalanjara mountain. By purifying his heart, the yogin transcends both righteousness and its reverse. By purifying his heart and by living in his own true nature, he attains to the highest happiness. The indication of that purity of heart, of which I speak, is that one who has attained to experiences that state of unconsciousness with respect of all one's surroundings, which one experiences in dreamless slumber. The yogin who has attained to that state lives like the steady flame of a lamp that burns in a place where the atmosphere is perfectly still. Becoming abstemious in diet, and having cleansed his heart, that yogin who applies his soul to the soul succeeds in beholding the soul in the soul. This discourse, O son, intended for thy instruction, is the essence of all the Vedas. The truths herein disclosed are incapable of being understood by the aid of inference alone or by that of mere study of the scriptures. One must understand it oneself by the aid of faith. By churning the wealth that is contained in all religious works and in all discourses based on truth, as also the 10,000 riches, this nectar hath been raised. As butter from curds and fire from wood, even hath this been raised for the sake of my son, this that constituteth the knowledge of all truly wise men. This discourse, O son, fraught with solid instruction, is intended for delivery unto Snatakas. It should never be imparted to one that is not of tranquil soul, or one that is not self-restrained, or one that hath not undergone penances. It should not be communicated to one that is not conversant with the Vedas, or one that doth not humbly wait upon one's preceptor, or one that is not free from malice, or one that is not possessed of sincerity and candor, or one that is of reckless behavior. It should never be communicated to one whose intellect hath been consumed by the science of disputation, or one that is vile or low. Unto that person, however, who is possessed of fame, or who deserveth applause for his virtues, or who is of tranquil soul, or possessed of ascetic merit, unto a Brahmana who is such, unto one's son or dutiful disciple, this discourse containing the very essence of duties should be communicated, but on no account should it be communicated to others. If any person makes a gift of the whole earth with all her treasures unto one conversant with truth, the latter would still regard the gift of this knowledge to be very much superior to that gift. I shall now discourse to thee on a subject that is a greater mystery than this, a subject that is connected with the soul, that transcends the ordinary understandings of human beings, that has been beheld by the foremost of rishis, that has been treated in the Upanishads, and that forms the topic of thy inquiry. Tell me what, after this, is in thy mind. Tell me in what thou hast still any doubt. Listen, for here I am, O son, faces turned towards all directions. The sun and the moon are thy two seated before thee. Upon what indeed shall I once more speak to thee? Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 247. Sukha said, O illustrious one, O foremost of rishis, once again discourse to me on Adhyatma more elaborately. Tell me what, indeed, is Adhyatma and whence does it come? Vyasa said, that, O son, which is regarded as Adhyatma with reference to human beings, I shall now mention to thee, and listen to the explanation I give of Adhyatma. Earth, water, light, wind, and space are the great entities that form the component parts of all creatures, and, though really one, are yet regarded different like the waves of the ocean, which though identical with respect to their constituent substance are yet counted as different from one another. Like a tortoise stretching out its limbs and withdrawing them again, the great entities, already named, by dwelling in numberless small forms, undergo transformations, called creation and destruction. All this universe of mobile and immobile objects hath for its component parts these five entities. Everything, in respect of its creation and destruction, is referable to this fivefold entity. These five entities occur in all existent things. The Creator of all things, however, hath made an unequal distribution of those entities, by placing them in different things in different proportions, for serving different ends. Sukha said, how may one succeed in understanding that unequal distribution of the 5 great entities of which thou speakest, and the diverse things of the universe? Which amongst them are the senses, and which the attributes? How may this be understood? Vyasa said, I shall explain thee this duly one after another. Listen with concentrated attention to the subject as I expound how what I have said actually happens. Sound, the sense of hearing, and all the cavities within the body, these 3 have space for their origin. The vital breaths, the action of the limbs, and touch form the attributes of the wind. Form, eyes, and the digestive fire within the stomach are originated by light. Taste, tongue, and all the humors, these 3, are from water. Scent, nose, and the body, these 3, are the attributes of earth. These, then, as I have expounded to thee, are the transformations of the 5 great entities with senses. Touch is said to be the attribute of the wind, taste of water, form of light. Sound is said to have its origin in space, and scent is said to be the property of earth. Mind, understanding, and nature, these 3, spring from their own previous states, and attaining, at each rebirth, to a position higher than the attributes, which form their respective objects, do not transcend those attributes. As the tortoise stretches out its limbs and withdraws them once again within itself, even so the understanding creates the senses and once again withdraws them into itself. The consciousness of personal identity that arises in respect of that which is above the soles of the feet and below the crown of the head is principally due to the action of the understanding. It is the understanding that is transformed into the 5 attributes of form, scent, etc. It is understanding also that is transformed into the 5 senses with the mind for the 6th. When the understanding is absent, where are the attributes? In man there are 5 senses. The mind is called the 6th sense. The understanding is called the 7th. The soul is the 8th. The eyes and the other senses are for only receiving impressions of form and scent, etc. The mind exists for doubting the accuracy of those impressions. The understanding settles those doubts. The soul is said only to witness every operation without mingling with them. Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva, these 3, arise from their own counterparts. These exist equal in all creatures, viz., the deities and human beings, etc. These are called attributes and should be known by the actions they induce. As regards those actions, all such states in which one becomes conscious of oneself as united with cheerfulness or joy and which are tranquil and pure, should be known as due to the attribute of sattva. All such states in either the body or the mind, as are united with sorrow, should be regarded as due to the influence of the attribute called rajas. All such states again as exist with stupefaction of the senses, the mind or the understanding, whose cause is unascertainable, and which are incomprehensible by either reasons or inward light, should be known as ascribable to the action of tamas. Delight, cheerfulness, joy, equanimity, contentment of heart, due to any known cause or arising otherwise, are all effects of the attribute of sattva. Pride, untruthfulness of speech, cupidity, stupefaction, vindictiveness, whether arising from any known cause or otherwise, are indications of the quality of rajas. Stupefaction of judgment, heedlessness, sleep, lethargy, and indolence, from whatever cause these may arise, are to be known as indications of the quality of tamas. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 248. Vyasa said, the mind creates, within itself, numerous ideas of objects or existent things. The understanding settles which is which. The heart discriminates which is agreeable and which is disagreeable. These are the three forces that impel to acts. The objects of the senses are superior to the senses. The mind is superior to those objects. The understanding is superior to mind. The soul is regarded as superior to understanding. As regards the ordinary purposes of man, the understanding is his soul. When the understanding, of its own motion, forms ideas of objects within itself, it then comes to be called mind. In consequence of the senses being different from one another, both in respect of their objects and the manner of their operation, the understanding, which is one and the same, present different aspect in consequence of its different modifications. When it hears, it becomes the organ of hearing, and when it touches, it becomes the organ of touch. Similarly, when it sees, it becomes the organ of vision, and when it tastes, it becomes the organ of taste, and when it smells, it becomes the organ of scent. It is the understanding that appears under different guises, for different functions, by modification. It is the modifications of the understanding that are called the senses. Over them is placed as their presiding chief, or overseer, the invisible soul. Residing in the body, the understanding exists in the three states of sattva, rajas, and tamas. Sometimes it obtains cheerfulness, sometimes it gives way to grief, and sometimes its condition becomes such that it is united with neither cheerfulness nor grief. The understanding, however, whose chief function, as already said, is to create entities, transcends those three states even as the ocean, that lord of rivers, prevails against the mighty currents of the rivers that fall into it. When the understanding desires for anything, it comes to be called by the name of mind. The senses again, though apparently different, should all be taken as included within the understanding. The senses, which are engaged in bearing impressions of form, scent, etc., should all be subdued. When a particular sense becomes subservient to the understanding, the latter, though in reality not different from that sense, enters the mind in the form of existent things. Even this is what happens with the senses one after another, separately and not simultaneously, with reference to the ideas that are said to be apprehended by them. All the three states that exist, viz., sattva, rajas, and tamas, adhere to these three, viz., mind, understanding, and consciousness, and like the spokes of a car wheel acting in consequence of their attachment to the circumference of the wheel, they follow the different objects that exist in mind, understanding, and consciousness. The mind must make a lamp of the senses for dispelling the darkness that shuts out the knowledge of the Supreme Soul. This knowledge that is acquired by yogins with the aid of all especial agency of yoga is acquired without any especial efforts by men that abstain from worldly objects. The universe is of this nature, viz., it is only a creation of the understanding. The man of knowledge, therefore, is never stupefied by attachment to things of this world. Such a man never grieves, never rejoices, and is free from envy at seeing another possessing a larger share of earthly objects. The soul is incapable of being seen with the aid of the senses, whose nature is to wander among all earthly objects of desire. Even righteous men, whose senses are pure, fail to behold the soul with their aid. What then should be said of the vicious whose senses are impure? When, however, a person, with the aid of his mind, tightly holds their reins, it is then that his soul discovers itself like an object, unseen in darkness, appearing to the view in consequence of the light of a lamp. Indeed, as all things become visible when the darkness that envelopes them is dispelled, even the soul becomes visible when the darkness that covers it is removed. As an aquatic fowl, though moving on the water, is never drenched by that element, after the same manner the yogin of freed soul is never soiled by the imperfections of the three attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. After the same manner, the man of wisdom, by even enjoying all earthly objects without being attached to any of them, is never soiled by faults of any kind that arise in the case of others from such enjoyment. He who avoids acts after having done them duly, and takes delight in the one really existent entity, viz., the soul, who has constituted himself the soul of all created beings, and who succeeds in keeping himself aloof from the three attributes, obtains an understanding and senses that are created by the soul. The qualities are incapable of apprehending the soul. The soul, however, apprehends them always. The soul is the witness that beholds the qualities and duly calls them up into being. Behold, this is the difference between the understanding and the soul, both of which are exceedingly subtle. One of them creates the qualities. The other never creates them. Though they are different from each other by nature, yet they are always united. The fish living in the water is different from the element in which it lives. But as the fish and the water forming its home are always united, after the same manner sattva and kshatrajna exists in a state of union. The gnat born within a rotten fig is really not the fig, but different from it. Nevertheless, as the gnat and the fig are seen to be united with each other, even so are sattva and kshatrajna. As the blade in a clump of grass, though distinct from the clump, nevertheless exists in a state of union with it, even so these two, though different from each other, each existing in its own self, are to be seen in a state of constant union. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 249. Vyasa said, the objects by which one is surrounded are created by the understanding. The soul, without being connected with them, stands aloof, presiding over them. It is the understanding that creates all objects. The three primary qualities are continually being transformed for the production of objects. The kshatrajna or soul, endued with puissance, presides over them all, without, however, mingling with them. The objects which the understanding creates partake of its own nature. Indeed, as the spider creates threads, which partakes of its own material substance, the objects created by the understanding partake of the nature of the understanding. Some maintain that the qualities, when driven away by yoga or knowledge, do not cease to exist. They say this because when once gone, the indications only of their return are not perceptible. But that is no evidence of their actual destruction. Others say that when dispelled by knowledge, they are at once destroyed, never to return. Reflecting upon these two opinions properly, one should strive one's best according to the way one thinks proper. It is by this way that one should attain to eminence and take refuge in one's own soul alone. The soul is without beginning and without end. Comprehending his soul properly, man should move and act, without giving way to wrath, without indulging in joy, and always free from envy. Cutting by this means the knot that is in one's heart, the knot whose existence is due to the operation of the faculties of the understanding, which is hard to open or cut, but which nevertheless is capable of being destroyed by knowledge. One should live happily, without giving way to grief, for anything that happens, and with one's doubts dispelled. Know that they who mingle in the affairs of this world are as distressed in body and mind as persons ignorant of the art of swimming when they slip from the land and fall into a large and deep river. The man of learning, however, being conversant with the truth, is never distressed, for he feels like one walking over solid land. Indeed, he who apprehends his soul to be such, viz., as presenting only the character of chit which has knowledge alone for its indication, is never distressed. Indeed, a person, by thus comprehending the origin and end of all creatures, and by thus apprehending their inequalities or distinctions, succeeds in attaining to high felicity. This knowledge is the possession of a Brahmana in especial by virtue of his birth. Knowledge of the soul, and felicity like that which has been adverted to, are each fully sufficient to lead to emancipation. By acquiring such knowledge, one really becomes learned. What else is the indication of a person of knowledge? Having acquired such knowledge, they that are wise among men regard themselves crowned with success and become emancipated. Those things that become sources of fear unto men destitute of knowledge do not become sources of fear unto those that are endued with knowledge. There is no end higher than the eternal end which is obtained by a person possessed of knowledge. One beholds with aversion all earthly objects of enjoyment, which are, of course, fraught with faults of every kind. Another, beholding others betake themselves with pleasure to such objects, is filled with sorrow. As regards this matter, however, they that are conversant with both objects, behold, viz., that which is fictitious and that which is not so, never indulge in sorrow and are truly happy. That which a man does without expectation of fruits destroys his acts of a former life. The acts, however, of such a person both of this and his previous life cannot lead to emancipation. On the other hand, such destruction of former acts and such acts of this life cannot lead to what is disagreeable, viz., hell, even if the man of wisdom engages in acts. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 250. Sukha said, "Let thy reverence tell me of that which is the foremost of all duties, indeed, of that duty above which no higher one exists in this world." Vyasa said, "I shall now tell thee of duties having a very ancient origin and laid down by the rishis, duties that are distinguished above all others. Listen to me with undivided attention. The senses that are maddening should carefully be restrained by the understanding, like a sire restraining his own inexperienced children liable to fall into diverse evil habits. The withdrawal of the mind and the senses from all unworthy objects and their due concentration upon worthy objects is the highest penance. That is the foremost of all duties. Indeed, that is said to be the highest duty. Directing, by the aid of the understanding, the senses having the mind for their sixth, and without, indeed, thinking of worldly objects which have the virtue of inspiring innumerable kinds of thought, one should live contented with one's own self. When the senses and the mind, withdrawn from the pastures among which they usually run loose, come back for residing in their proper abode, it is then that thou wilt behold in thy own self the eternal and supreme soul. Those high-souled brahmanas that are possessed of wisdom succeed in beholding that supreme and universal soul which is like unto a blazing fire and effulgence. As a large tree endued with numerous branches and possessed of many flowers and fruits does not know in which part it has flowers and in which it has fruits, after the same manner the soul, as modified by birth and other attributes, does not know whence it has come and whither it is to go. There is, however, an inner soul, which beholds, knows, everything. One sees the soul oneself with the aid of the lighted lamp of knowledge. Beholding, therefore, thyself with thy own self, cease to regard thy body as thyself, and attain thou to omniscience. Cleansed of all sins, like unto a snake that has cast off its slough, one attains to high intelligence here, and becomes free from every anxiety and the obligation of acquiring a new body and a subsequent birth. Its current spreading in diverse directions, frightful is this river of life bearing the world onward in its course. The five senses are its crocodiles. The mind and its purposes are the shores. Cupidity and stupefaction of judgment are the grass and straw that float on it, covering its bosom. Lust and wrath are the fierce reptiles that live in it. Truth forms the Tirtha by its miry banks. Falsehood forms its surges, anger its mire. Taking its rise from the unmanifest, rapid is its current, and incapable of being crossed by persons of uncleansed souls. Do thou, with the aid of the understanding, cross that river, having desires for its alligators. The world and its concerns constitute the ocean towards which that river runs. Genus and species constitute its unfathomable depth that none can understand. One's birth, O child, is the source from which that stream takes its rise. Speech constitutes its eddies. Difficult to cross, only men of learning and wisdom and understanding succeed in crossing it. Crossing it, thou wilt succeed in freeing thyself from every attachment, acquiring a tranquil heart, knowing the soul, and becoming purer in every respect. Relying them on a purged and elevated understanding, thou wilt succeed in becoming Brahma's self. Having dissociated thyself from every worldly attachment, having acquired a purified soul and transcending every kind of sin, look thou upon the world like a person looking from the mountain top upon creatures creeping below on the earth's surface. Without giving way to wrath or joy, and without forming any cruel wish, thou wilt succeed in beholding the origin and the destruction of all created objects. They that are endued with wisdom regard such an act to be the foremost of all things. Indeed, this act of crossing the river of life is regarded by the foremost of righteous persons, by ascetics conversant with the truth, to be the highest of all acts that one can accomplish. This knowledge of the all-pervading soul is intended to be imparted to one's son. It should be inculcated unto one that is of restrained senses, that is honest in behavior, and that is docile or submissive. This knowledge of the soul, of which I have just now spoken to thee, O child, and the evidence of whose truth is furnished by the soul itself, is a mystery, indeed, the greatest of all mysteries, and the very highest knowledge that one can attain. Brahma hath no sex, male, female, or neuter. It is neither sorrow nor happiness. It hath for its essence the past, the future, and the present. Whatever one's sex, male or female, the person that attains to the knowledge of Brahma hath never to undergo rebirth. This duty of yoga hath been inculcated for attaining to exemption from rebirth. These words that I have used for answering thy question lead to emancipation in the same way as the diverse other opinions advanced by diverse other sages that have treated of this subject. I have expounded the topic to thee after the manner in which it should be expounded. Those opinions sometimes become productive of fruit and sometimes not. The words, however, that I have used are of a different kind, for these are sure to lead to success. For this reason, O good child, a preceptor, when asked by a contented, meritorious, and self-restrained son or disciple, should, with a delighted heart, inculcate, according to their true import, these instructions that I have inculcated for the benefit of thee, my son. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 251. Vyasa said, one should not show any affection for scents and tastes and other kinds of enjoyment. Nor should one accept ornaments and other articles contributing to the enjoyment of the senses of scent and taste. One should not covet honor and achievements and fame. Even this is the behavior of a Brahmana possessed of vision. He that hath studied all the Vedas, having waited dutifully on his preceptor and observed the vow of Brahmacharya, he that knows all the riches, yajusas, and samans, is not a regenerate person. One that behaves towards all creatures as if one is their kinsman, and one that is acquainted with Brahma, is said to be conversant with all the Vedas. One that is divested of desire, being contented with knowledge of the soul, never dies. It is by such a behavior and such a frame of mind that one becomes a truly regenerate person. Having performed only various kinds of religious rites and diverse sacrifices completed with gift of dakshina, one does not acquire the status of a Brahmana if he is devoid of compassion and hath not given up desire. When one ceases to fear all creatures, and when all creatures cease to fear one, when one never desires for anything nor cherishes aversion for anything, then he is said to attain to the status of Brahma. When one abstains from injuring all creatures in thought, speech, and act, then he is said to acquire the status of Brahma. There is only one kind of bondage in this world, viz., the bondage of desire, and no other. One that is freed from the bondage of desire attains to the status of Brahma. Freed from desire like the moon emerged from murky clouds, the man of wisdom, purged of all stains, lives in patient expectation of his time. That person into whose mind all sorts of desire enter like diverse streams falling into the ocean without being able to enhance its limits by their discharge, succeeds in obtaining tranquility, but not he who cherishes desire for all earthly objects. Such a person becomes happy in consequence of the fruition of all his wishes, and not he who cherishes desire for earthly objects. The latter, even if he attains to heaven, has to fall away from it. The Vedas have truth for their recondite object. Truth hath the subjugation of the senses for its recondite object. The subjugation of the senses hath charity for its recondite object. Charity hath penance for its recondite object. Penance hath renunciation for its recondite object. Renunciation hath happiness for its recondite object. Happiness hath heaven for its recondite object. Heaven hath tranquility for its recondite object. For the sake of contentment, thou shouldst wish to obtain a serene understanding which is a precious possession, being indicative of emancipation, and which, scorching grief and all purposes or doubts together with thirst, destroys them completely in the end. One possessed of those 6 attributes, viz., contentment, grieflessness, freedom from attachment, peacefulness, cheerfulness, and freedom from envy, is sure to become full or complete. They that, transcending all consciousness of body, know the soul which resides within the body and which is understood by only persons of wisdom with the aid of the 6 entities, already mentioned, viz., the Vedas and truth, etc., when endowed with only the attribute of sattva, and with the aid also of the other 3, viz., instruction, meditation, and yoga, succeed in attaining to emancipation. The man of wisdom, by understanding the soul which presides within the body, which is divested of the attributes of birth and death, which exists in its own nature, which being uninvested with attributes requires no act of purification, and which is identical with Brahma, enjoys beatitude that knows no termination. The gratification that the man of wisdom obtains by restraining his mind from wandering in all directions and fixing it wholly on the soul is such that its like cannot be attained by one through any other means. He is said to be truly conversant with the Vedas who is conversant with that which gratifies one whose stomach is empty, which pleases one who is indigent, and which invigorates one whose limbs are dry. Suspending his senses that have been duly restrained from unworthy indulgence, he who lives engaged in yoga meditation is said to be a Brahmana. Such a person is said to be distinguished above others. Such a person is said to derive his joys from the soul. With reference to one who lives after having weakened desire and devoting himself to the highest topic of existence, it should be said that his happiness is continuously enhanced like the lunar disk in the lighted fortnight. Like the sun dispelling darkness, felicity dispels the sorrows of that yogin who transcends both the gross and the subtle elements, as also Mahat and the unmanifest. Decrepitude and death cannot assail that Brahmana who has got beyond the sphere of acts, who has transcended the destruction of the gunas themselves, and who is no longer attached to worldly objects. Indeed, when the yogin, freed from everything, lives in a state transcending both attachment and aversion, he is said to transcend even in this life his senses and all their objects. That yogin, who having transcended Prakriti attains to the highest cause, becomes freed from the obligation of a return to the world in consequence of his having attained to that which is the highest. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 252. Vyasa said, unto a disciple that wishes to inquire after emancipation after having transcended all pairs of opposites and accomplished the concerns of both profit and religion, an accomplished preceptor should first recount all that has been said in the foregoing section, which is elaborate on the topic of adhyatma. Space, wind, light, water, and earth counted as the fifth, and bhava and abhava and time exist in all living creatures, having the five for their constituent ingredients. Space is unoccupied interval. The organs of hearing consist of space. One conversant with the science of entities endued with form should know that space has sound for its attribute. The feet, that assist at locomotion, have wind for their essence. The vital breaths are made of wind. The sense of touch, skin, has wind for its essence, and touch is the attribute of wind. Heat, the digestive fire in the stomach, light that discovers all things, the warmth that is in the body, and I count it as the fifth, are all of light which has form of diverse colors for its attribute. Liquefied discharges, solubility, and all kinds of liquid matter are of water. Blood, marrow, and all else, in the body, that is cool, should be known to have water for their essence. The tongue is the sense of taste, and taste is regarded as the attribute of water. All solid substances are of earth, as also bones, teeth, nails, beard, the bristles on the body, hair, nerves, sinews, and skin. The nose is called the sense of scent. The object of that sense, viz., scent, should be known as the attribute of earth. Each subsequent element possesses the attribute or attributes of the preceding one besides its own. In all living creatures again are the three supplementary entities, viz., avidya, kama, and karma. The rishis thus declared the five elements and the effects and attributes flowing from or belonging to them. The mind forms the ninth in the calculation, and the understanding is regarded as the 10th. The soul, which is infinite, is called the 11th. It is regarded as this all and as the highest. The mind has doubt for its essence. The understanding discriminates and causes certainty. The soul, which, as already said, is infinite, becomes known as jiva invested with body, or jivatman, through consequences derived from acts. That man who looketh upon the entire assemblage of living creatures to be unstained, though endued with all these entities having time for their essence, has never to recur to acts affected by error. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 253. Vyasa said, those that are conversant with the scriptures behold, with the aid of acts laid down in the scriptures, the soul which is clothed in a subtle body and is exceedingly subtle and which is dissociated from the gross body in which it resides. As the rays of the sun that course in dense masses through every part of the firmament are incapable of being seen by the naked eye, though their existence is capable of being inferred by reason, after the same manner, existent beings freed from gross bodies and wandering in the universe are beyond the ken of human vision. As the effulgent disk of the sun is beheld in the water in a counterimage, after the same manner the yogin beholds within gross bodies the existent self in its counterimage. All those souls again that are encased in subtle forms, after being freed from the gross bodies in which they resided, are perceptible to yogins who have subjugated their senses and who are endued with knowledge of the soul. Indeed, aided by their own souls, yogins behold those invisible beings. Whether asleep or awake, during the day as in the night, and during the night as in daytime, they who apply themselves to yoga after casting off all the creations of the understanding and the rajas born of acts, as also the very puissance that yoga begets, succeed in keeping their linga form under complete control. The jiva that dwells in such yogins, always endued with the seven subtle entities, viz., Mahat, consciousness, and the 5 tanmatras of the 5 elemental entities, roves in all regions of bliss, freed from decrepitude and death. I say always, and freed from death only in accordance with the common form of speech, for in reality that linga form is terminable. That man, however, who, without having been able to transcend them, is under the influence of his mind and understanding, discriminates, even in his dreams, his own body from that of another and experiences, even then, both pleasure and pain. Yes, and even his dreams he enjoys happiness and suffers misery, and yielding to wrath and cupidity, meets with calamities of various kinds. In his dreams he acquires great wealth and feels highly gratified, accomplishes meritorious acts, and sees and hears, etc., as he does in his wakeful hours. Wonderful it is to note that jiva, which has to lie within the uterus and amid much internal heat, and which has to pass a period of full 10 months in that place, is not digested and reduced to destruction like food within the stomach. Men overwhelmed by the qualities of rajas and tamas never succeed in beholding within the gross body the jiva soul, which is a portion of the supreme soul of transcendent effulgence and which lies within the heart of every creature. They who betake themselves to the science of yoga for the purpose of obtaining a knowledge of that soul transcending the inanimate and gross body, the imperceptible linga body, and the karana body that is not destroyed on the occasion of even the universal destruction. Amongst the duties that have been laid down for the different modes of life, including the fourth mode, or sannyasa, these to which I have adverted, which have yoga for their foremost, and which imply a cessation of every operation of the mind and the understanding, have been laid down by Sandilya in the Chandogya Upanishad. Having comprehended the 7 subtle entities, viz., the senses, the objects of the mind, understanding, mahat, unmanifest or prakriti, and purusha, having comprehended also the supreme cause of the universe with the 6 attributes, viz., omniscience, contentment, unlimited comprehension, independence, eternal wakefulness, and omnipotence, and lastly having understood that the universe is only a modification of avidya endued with the 3 qualities, one succeeds in beholding, guided by the scriptures, High Brahma. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 254. Vyasa said, "There is a wonderful tree, called desire, in the heart of a man. It is born of the seed called error. Wrath and pride constitute its large trunk. The wish for action is the basin around its foot, for holding the water that is to nourish it. Ignorance is the root of that tree, and heedlessness is the water that gives it sustenance. Envy constitutes its leaves. The evil acts of past lives supply it with vigor. Loss of judgment and anxiety are its twigs, grief forms its large branches, and fear is its sprout. Thirst, after diverse objects, that is, apparently, agreeable forms the creepers that twine round it on every side. Excessively greedy men, bound in chains of iron, sitting around that fruit-yielding tree, pay their adorations to it, in expectation of obtaining its fruit. He who, subduing those chains, cutteth down that tree and seeks to cast off both sorrow and joy, succeeds in attaining to the end of both. That foolish man who nourishes this tree by indulgence in the objects of the senses is destroyed by those very objects in which he indulges after the manner of a poisonous pill destroying the patient to whom it is administered. A dexterous person, however, by the aid of yoga, forcibly teareth up and cutteth with the sword of samadhi the far-reaching root of this tree. One who knows that the end of all acts undertaken from only the desire of fruit is rebirth or chains that bind, succeeds in transcending all sorrow. The body is said to be a city. The understanding is said to be its mistress. The mind dwelling within the body is the minister of that mistress whose chief function is to decide. The senses are the citizen that are employed by the mind upon the service of the mistress. For cherishing those citizens, the mind displays a strong inclination for acts of diverse kinds. In the matter of those acts, two great faults are observable, viz., tamas and rajas. Upon the fruits of those acts rest those citizens along with the chiefs of the city, viz., mind, understanding, and consciousness. The two faults, already spoken of, live upon the fruits of those acts that are accomplished by forbidden means. This being the case, the understanding, which of itself is unconquerable, by either rajas or tamas, descends to a state of equality with the mind, by becoming as much tainted as the mind that serves it. Then again the senses, agitated by the stained mind, lose their own stability. Those objects again for whose acquisition the understanding strives, regarding them to be beneficial, become productive of grief and ultimately meet with destruction. Those objects, after destruction, are recollected by the mind, and accordingly they afflict the mind even after they are lost. The understanding is afflicted at the same time, for the mind is said to be different from the understanding only when the mind is considered in respect of its chief function of receiving impressions about whose certainty it is no judge. In reality, however, the mind is identical with the understanding. The rajas, productive of only sorrow and evil of every kind, that is in the understanding, then overwhelms the soul itself that lies over the rajas-stained understanding like an image upon a mirror. It is the mind that first unites in friendship with rajas. Having united itself, it seizes the soul, the understanding, and the senses, like a false minister seizing the king and the citizens after having conspired with a foe, and makes them over to rajas, with which it has united itself. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 255. Bhishma said, "Do thou, O son, O sinless one, listen once more, with feelings of great pride, to the words that fell from the lips of the island-born rishi on the subject of the enumeration of the entities. Like unto a blazing fire, for having transcended all ignorance, the great rishi said these words unto his son, who resembled a fire wrapped in smoke. Instructed by what he said, I also, O son, shall again expound to thee that certain knowledge, which dispels ignorance. The properties possessed by earth are immobility, weight, hardness, productiveness, scent, density, capacity to absorb scents of all kinds, cohesion, habitableness, in respect of vegetables and animals, and that attribute of the mind which is called patience of the capacity to bear. The properties of water are coolness, taste, moisture, liquidity, softness, agreeableness, tongue, fluidity, capacity to be congealed, and power to melt many earthly products. The properties of fire are irresistible energy, inflammability, heat, capacity to soften, light, sorrow, disease, speed, fury, and invariably upward motion. The properties of the wind are touch that is neither hot nor cool, capacity to assist the organ of speech, independence, in respect of motion, strength, celerity, power to assist all kinds of emission or discharge, power to raise other objects, breaths inhaled and exhaled, life as the attribute of chit, and birth, including death. The properties of space are sound, extension, capacity of being enclosed, absence of refuge for resting upon absence of all necessity for such refuge, status of being unmanifest, capacity for modification, incapacity for producing resistance, material cause for producing the sense of hearing, and the unoccupied portions of the human body. These are the 50 properties, as declared, that constitute the essence of the 5 elementary entities. Patience, reasoning or disputation, remembrance, forgetfulness or error, imagination, endurance, propensity towards good, propensity towards evil, and restlessness, these are the properties of the mind. Destruction of both good and evil thoughts, i.e., dreamless slumber, perseverance, concentration, decision, and ascertainment of all things resting upon direct evidence, constitute the 5 properties of the understanding. Yudhishthira said, "How can the understanding be said to have 5 properties? How again can the five senses be spoken of as properties of the five elementary entities? Expound to me, O grandsire, all this that seems to be very abstruse. Bhishma said, the understanding is said to possess altogether 60 properties, for the understanding includes the five elements. All those properties exist in a state of union with the soul. The Vedas declare, O son, that the elements, their 50 properties, together with the mind and the understanding in their 9 and 5 properties, are all created by him who is above all deterioration. These 170 entities, therefore, are not eternal, like the soul. The theories contradicting the revelation that have in the previous Vedas, O son, been placed before thee, about the origin of the universe and its other incidents, are all defective in the eye of reason. Carefully attending, however, in this world to all that I have said unto thee about the supreme Brahma, do thou, after attaining to the puissance that the knowledge of Brahma offers, seek to win tranquility of heart. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 256. Yudhishthira said, these lords of earth that lie on the earth's surface amid their respective hosts, these princes endued with great might, are now reft of animation. Every one of these mighty monarchs was possessed of strength equal to that of 10,000 elephants. Alas! These have all been slain by men possessed of equal prowess and might. I do not behold anyone else in the world that could slay any of these men in battle. All of them were endued with great prowess, great energy, and great strength. Possessed also of great wisdom, they are now lying on the bare ground, deprived of life. With respect to all these men that are deprived of life, the word that is used is that they are dead. Of terrible prowess, all these kings are said to be dead. On this subject a doubt has arisen in my mind. Whence is animation and whence is death? Who is it that dies? Is it the gross body, the subtle body, or the soul that dies? Whence is death? For what reason also doth death take away living creatures? O grandsire, tell me this, O thou that resemblest a celestial. Bhishma said, in days of old, in the Krita age, O son, there was a king of the name of Anakampika. His cars and elephants and horses and men having been reduced in number, he was brought under the sway of his foes in battle. His son named Hari, who resembled Narayana himself in strength, was in that battle slain by his foes along with all his followers and troops. Afflicted with grief on account of the death of his son, and himself brought under the sway of foes, the king devoted himself thence to a life of tranquility. One day, while wandering without a purpose, he met the sage Narada on the earth. The monarch told Narada all that had happened, viz., the death of his son in battle and his own capture by his enemies. Having heard his words, Narada, possessed of wealth of penances, then recited to him the following narrative for dispelling his grief on account of the death of his son. Narada said, listen now, O monarch, to the following narrative of rather lengthy details as these had occurred. I myself heard it formerly, O king. Endued with great energy, the grandsire, at the time of the creation of the universe, created a large number of living beings. These multiplied greatly, and none of them met with death. There was no part of the universe that was not overcrowded with living creatures, O thou of unfading glory. Indeed, O king, the three worlds seemed to swell with living beings, and became as it were breathless. Then, O monarch, the thought arose in the grandsire's mind as to how he should destroy that overgrown population. Reflecting on the subject, the self-born, however, could not decide what the means should be by which the destruction of life was to be brought about. Thereupon, O king, Brahman gave way to wrath, and in consequence of his wrath a fire issued out of his body. With that fire born of his wrath, the grandsire burnt all the quarters of the universe, O monarch. Indeed, that conflagration born of the divine Lord's anger, O king, burnt heaven and earth and the firmament and the whole universe with all its mobile and immobile beings. Truly, when the grandsire thus gave way to wrath, all mobile and immobile beings began to be consumed by the irresistible energy of that passion. Then the divine and auspicious Stanu, that slayer of hostile heroes, that lord of the Vedas and the scriptures, filled with compassion, sought to gratify Brahman. When Stanu came to Brahman from motives of benevolence, the great god, burning with energy, addressed him, saying, "Thou deservest boons at my hands. What desire of thine shall I accomplish? I shall do thee good by accomplishing whatever is in thy breast." Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 257. Stanu said, "Know, O Lord, that my solicitations to thee are on behalf of the created beings of the universe. These beings have been created by thee. Do not be angry with them, O grandsire. By the fire born of thy energy, O illustrious one, all the created beings are being consumed. Beholding them placed in such a plight, I am penetrated with compassion. Do not be angry with them, O Lord of the universe." The Lord of all created beings said, "I am not angry, nor it is my wish that all the created beings should cease to exist. It is only for lightening the burthen of the earth that destruction is desirable." The goddess Earth, afflicted with the weight of creatures, solicited me, O Mahadeva, for destroying them, especially as she seemed to sink under their burthen into the water. When after exercising my intelligence for even a long while I could not hit upon the means by which to accomplish the destruction of this overgrown population, it was then that wrath took possession of my breast. Stanu said, "Do not give way to wrath, O Lord of the deities, with respect to this matter about the destruction of living creatures. Be gratified. Let not these mobile and immobile beings be destroyed. All tanks, all kinds of grass and herbs, all immobile beings, and all mobile creatures also of the four varieties, are being consumed. The whole universe is about to be denuded of beings. Be gratified, O divine Lord. O thou of righteous heart, even this is the boon that I solicit at thy hands. If destroyed, these creatures would not come back. Therefore, let this energy of thine be neutralized by thy own energy. Actuated by compassion for all created beings, find some means so that, O grandsire, these living creatures may not burn. Oh, let not these living creatures perish with even their descendants thus destroyed. Thou hast appointed me as the presider over the consciousness of all living creatures, O Lord of all the lords of the universe. All this mobile and immobile universe of life, O Lord of the universe, hath sprung from thee. Pacifying thee, O God of gods, I beg of thee that living creatures may repeatedly come back into the world, undergoing repeated deaths." Narada continued, hearing these words of Stanu, the divine Brahmin of restrained speech and mind himself suppressed that energy of his within his own heart. Suppressing that fire that had been devastating the universe, the illustrious Brahmin, adored of all, and possessed of illimitable puissance, then arranged for both birth and death in respect of all living creatures. After the self-born had withdrawn and suppressed that fire, there came out, from all the outlets of his body, a lady attired in robes of black and red, with black eyes, black palms, wearing a pair of excellent earrings, and adorned with celestial ornaments. Having sprung from Brahman's body, the lady took her station on his right. The two foremost of deities thereupon looked at her. Then, O king, the puissant self-born, the original cause of all the worlds, saluted her and said, "O death, slay these creatures of the universe." Filled with anger and resolved to bring about the destruction of created beings, I have called thee. Do thou, therefore, commence to destroy all creatures foolish or learned. O lady, slay all created beings without making exception in anybody's favor. At my command thou wilt win great prosperity. Thus addressed, the goddess, Death, adorned with a garland of lotuses, began to reflect sorrowfully and shed copious tears. Without allowing her tears, however, to fall down, she held them, O king, in her joined palms. She then besought the self-born, impelled by the desire of doing good to mankind. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 258. Narada said, the large-eyed lady, controlling her grief by an effort of her own, addressed the grandsire, with joined hands and bending in an attribute of humility like a creeper. And she said, how, O foremost of speakers, shall a lady like me that has sprung from thee proceed to accomplish such a terrible feat, a feat, that is, which is sure to inspire all living creatures with dread? I fear to do aught that is iniquitous. Do thou appoint such work for me as is righteous. Thou sayest that I am frightened. Oh, cast a compassionate glance upon me. I shall not be able to cut off living creatures, infants, youths, and aged ones who have done me no injury. O Lord of all creatures, I bow to thee, be gratified with me. I shall not be able to cut off dear sons and loved friends and brothers and mothers and fathers. If these die, through my act, their surviving relatives will surely curse me. I am filled with fear at the prospect of this. The tears of the sorrow-stricken survivors will burn me for eternity. I am very much afraid of them, whose relatives I shall have to cut off. I seek thy protection. All sinful creatures, slain by me, will have to sink into the infernal regions. I seek to gratify thee, O boon-giving God. Extend to me thy grace, O puissant Lord. I seek the gratification of this wish, O grandsire, of all the worlds. O foremost of all the gods, I seek, through thy grace, even this object, viz., permission to undergo severe austerities. The grandsire said, O Death, thou hast been intended by me for the destruction of all creatures. Go, and set thyself to the task of slaying all. Do not reflect upon the propriety or otherwise of this act. This must certainly be. It cannot be otherwise. O sinless one, O lady of faultless limbs, do thou accomplish the behest I have uttered. Thus addressed, O thou of mighty arms, the lady called Death, O conqueror of hostile cities, spoke not a word, but humbly stood there with her eyes upturned towards the puissant Lord of all creatures. Brahman addressed her repeatedly, but the lady seemed to be herself deprived of life. Beholding her thus, the God of gods, that Lord of lords, became silent. Indeed, the self-born, by an effort of his will, became gratified. Smiling, the Lord of all the worlds then cast his eyes on the universe. It has been heard by us that when that unconquered and illustrious Lord subdued his wrath, the lady, called Death, went away from his side. Leaving Brahman's side without having promised to accomplish the destruction of living creatures, Death quickly proceeded, O king, to the sacred spot known by the name of Dhenuka. There the goddess practiced the severest austerities for 5 and 10 billions of years, all the while standing upon one foot. After she practiced such exceedingly severe austerities in that place, Brahman of great energy once more said unto her, Do thou accomplish my behest, O Death. Disregarding this command, the lady once more practiced penances standing upon one foot for 20 billions of years, O giver of honors. And once more, O son, she led a life in the woods with the deer for another long period consisting of 10,000 billions of years. And once, O foremost of men, she passed twice 10,000 years, living upon air only as her sustenance. Once again, O monarch, she observed the excellent vow of silence for 8,000 years, passing the whole time in water. Then that maiden, O best of kings, went to the river Kausiki. There she began to pass her days in the observance of another vow, living the while upon only water and air. After this, O monarch, the blessed maiden proceeded to the Ganges and thence to the mountains of Meru. Moved by the desire of doing good to all living creatures, she stood perfectly motionless there like a piece of wood. Proceeding thence to the summit of Himavat, where the deities had performed their great sacrifice, she stood there for another 100 billions of years, supporting her weight upon only the toes of her feet with the object of gratifying the grandsire with such an act of austerity. Wending thither, the Creator and Destroyer of the universe again addressed her, saying, "Upon what art thou engaged, O daughter? Accomplish those words of mine." Addressing the divine grandsire, the maiden once more said, "I am unable to cut off living creatures, O God. I seek to gratify thee, so that I may be excused of this behest." Frightened at the prospect of demerit, she prayed the grandsire for being excused of obedience to his command. The grandsire silenced her, and once more addressed her, saying, "No demerit will accrue, O death. Do thou, O auspicious maiden, set thyself to the task of destroying living creatures. That which I have uttered, O amiable girl, cannot certainly be falsified. Eternal righteousness shall now take refuge in thee. Myself and all the deities shall always be employed in seeking thy good. This other wish that is in thy heart I grant thee. Living creatures shall be afflicted by disease, and, dying, shall cast the blame on thee. Thou shalt become a male in all male beings, a female in all female beings, and a eunuch in all those that are of the third sex." Thus addressed by Brahman, "O king," the maiden at last said, with joined hands unto that high-souled and undeteriorating Lord of all the deities, these words, "I am unable to obey thy command." The great God, without relenting, again said unto her, "O death, do thou kill men? I shall so ordain that thou shalt not incur any demerit by doing this, O auspicious lady. Those teardrops that I see fallen from thy eyes, and that thou still boldest in thy joined hands, shall take the form of terrible diseases, and even they shall destroy men when their hours come. When the end comes of living creatures, thou shalt dispatch desire and wrath together against them. Immeasurable merit shall be thine. Thou shalt not incur iniquity, being thyself perfectly equal in thy behavior. By doing this thou wilt only observe righteousness instead of sinking thyself into iniquity. Do thou, therefore, set thy heart upon the task at hand, and addressing desire and wrath begin to slay all living creatures." Thus addressed, that lady, called by the name of Death, became afraid of Brahman's curse and answered him, saying, "Yes." From that time she began to dispatch desire and wrath as the last hours of living creatures, and through their agency to put a stop to their life breaths. Those tears that death had shed are the diseases by which the bodies of men become afflicted. At the destruction, therefore, of living creatures, one should not, understanding, with the aid of the intelligence, to what cause such destruction is due, give way to grief. As the senses of all creatures disappear when the latter become plunged into dreamless sleep and return once more when they awake, after the same manner all human beings, upon the dissolution of their bodies, have to go into the other world and return thence to this, O lion among kings. The element called wind, that is endued with terrible energy and mighty prowess and deafening roars, operates as the life in all living creatures. That wind, when the bodies of living creatures are destroyed, escaping from the old becomes engaged in diverse functions in diverse new bodies. For this reason, the wind is called the Lord of the senses and is distinguished above the other elements constituting the gross body. The gods, without exception, when their merits cease, have to take birth as mortal creatures on earth. Similarly, all mortal creatures also, when they acquire sufficient merit, succeed in attaining to the status of gods. Therefore, O lion among kings, do not grieve for thy son. Thy son is attained to heaven and is enjoying great happiness there. It was thus, O monarch, that death was created by the self-born, and it is in this way that she cuts off duly all living creatures when their hours come. The tears she had shed become diseases, which, when their last hours come, snatch away all beings endued with life. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 259. Yudhishthira said, all men that inhabit this earth are filled with doubts in respect of the nature of righteousness. Who is this that is called righteousness? Whence also does righteousness come? Tell me this, O grandsire. Is righteousness for service in this world, or is it for service in the next world? Or is it for service both here and hereafter? Tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, the practices of the good, the Smritis, and the Vedas are the three indications, sources, of righteousness. Besides these, the learned have declared that the purpose, for which an act is accomplished, is the fourth indication of righteousness. The rishis of old have declared what acts are righteous and also classified them as superior or inferior in point of merit. The rules of righteousness have been laid down for the conduct of the affairs of the world. In both the worlds, that is, here and hereafter, righteousness produces happiness as its fruits. A sinful person unable to acquire merit by subtle ways becomes stained with sin only. Some are of opinion that sinful persons can never be cleansed of their sins. In seasons of distress, a person by even speaking an untruth acquires the merit of speaking the truth, even as a person who accomplishes an unrighteous act acquires by that very means the merit of having done a righteous act. Conduct is the refuge of righteousness. Thou shouldst know what righteousness is, aided by conduct. It is the nature of man that he neither sees nor proclaims his own faults, but notices and proclaims those of others. The very thief, stealing what belongs to others, spends the produce of his theft in acts of apparent virtue. During a time of anarchy, the thief takes great pleasure in appropriating what belongs to others. When others, however, rob him of what he has acquired by robbery, he then wishes forthwith for icing, for invoking punishment on the head of the offenders. At even such a time, when his indignation for offended rights of property is at its highest, he secretly covets the wealth of those that are contented with their own. Fearlessly and without a doubt in his mind, when he is himself the victim of a robbery, he repairs to the king's palace with a mind cleansed of every sin. Within even his own heart he does not see the stain of any evil act. To speak the truth is meritorious. There is nothing higher than truth. Everything is upheld by truth, and everything rests upon truth. Even the sinful and ferocious, swearing to keep the truth amongst themselves, dismiss all grounds of quarrel and uniting with one another set themselves to their sinful tasks, depending upon truth. If they behaved falsely towards one another, they would then be destroyed without doubt. One should not take what belongs to others. That is an eternal obligation. Powerful men regard it as one that has been introduced by the weak. When, however, the destiny of these men becomes adverse, this injunction then meets with their approval. Then again they that surpass others in strength or prowess do not necessarily become happy. Therefore, do not ever set thy heart on any act that is wrong. One behaving in this way hath no fear of dishonest men or thieves or the king. Not having done any injury to any one, such a man lives fearlessly and with a pure heart. A thief fears everybody, like a deer driven from the woods into the midst of an inhabited village. He thinks other people to be as sinful as himself. One that is of pure heart is always filled with cheerfulness and hath no fear from any direction. Such a person never sees his own misconduct in others. Persons engaged in doing good to all creatures have said that the practice of charity is another high duty. They that are possessed of wealth think that this duty has been laid down by those that are indigent. When, however, those wealthy men meet with poverty in consequence of some turn of fortune, the practice of charity then recommends itself to them. Men that are exceedingly wealthy do not necessarily meet with happiness. Knowing how painful it is to himself, a person should never do that to others which he dislikes when done to him by others. What can one who becomes the lover of another man's wife say to another man, guilty of the same transgression? It is seen, however, that even such a one, when he sees his lady with another lover, becomes unable to forgive the act. How can one who, to draw breath himself, think of preventing another by a murderous act from doing the same? Whatever wishes one entertains with respect to one's own self, one should certainly cherish with respect to another. With the surplus wealth one may happen to own, one should relieve the wants of the indigent. It is for this reason that the Creator ordained the practice of increasing one's wealth by trade or laying it out at interest. One should walk along that path by proceeding along which one may hope to meet with the deities, or, at such times when wealth is gained, adherence to the duties of sacrifice and gift is laudable. The sages have said that the accomplishment of the objects by means of agreeable, pacific means is righteousness. See, O Yudhishthira, that even this is the criterion that has been kept in view in declaring the indications of righteousness and iniquity. In days of old, the Creator ordained righteousness, endowing it with the power of holding the world together. The conduct of the good, that is fraught with excellence, is subjected to numerous restraints for acquiring righteousness, which depends upon many delicate considerations. The indications of righteousness have now been recounted to thee, O foremost one of Kuru's race. Do not, therefore, at any time set thy understanding upon any act that is wrong. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 260. Yudhishthira said, Thou sayest that righteousness or duty depends upon delicate considerations, that is indicated by the conduct of those that are called good, that it is fraught with restraints from numerous acts, and that its indications are also contained in the Vedas. It seems to me, however, that I have a certain inward light in consequence of which I can discriminate between right and wrong by inferences. Numerous questions that I had intended to ask thee have all been answered by thee. There is one question, however, that I shall presently ask. It is not prompted, O king, by desire of empty disputation. All these embodied creatures, it seems, take birth, exist, and leave their bodies of their own nature. Duty and its reverse, therefore, cannot be ascertained, O Bharata, by study of the scriptures alone. The duties of a person who is well off are of one kind. Those of a person who has fallen into distress are of another kind. How can duty respecting seasons of distress be ascertained by reading the scriptures alone? The acts of the good, thou hast said, constitute righteousness or duty. The good, however, are to be ascertained by their acts. The definition, therefore, has for its foundation a begging of the question, with the result that what is meant by conduct of the good remains unsettled. It is seen that some ordinary person commits unrighteousness while apparently achieving righteousness. Some extraordinary persons again may be seen who achieve righteousness by committing acts that are apparently unrighteous. Then, again, the proof of what I say has been furnished by even those that are well conversant with the scriptures themselves, for it has been heard by us that the ordinances of the Vedas disappear gradually in every successive age. The duties in the Krita age are of one kind. Those in the Treta are of another kind, and those in the Dwapara are again different. The duties in the Kali age, again, are entirely of another kind. It seems, therefore, that duties have been laid down for the respective ages according to the powers of human beings in the respective ages. When, therefore, all the declarations in the Vedas do not apply equally to all the ages, the saying that the declarations of the Vedas are true is only a popular form of speech indulged in for popular satisfaction. From the Shrutis have originated the Smritis, whose scope again is very wide. If the Vedas be authority for everything, then authority would attach to the Smritis also, for the latter are based on the former. When, however, the Shrutis and the Smritis contradict each other, how can either be authoritative? Then again, it is seen that when some wicked persons of great might cause certain portions of certain courses of righteous acts to be stopped, these are destroyed forever. Whether we know it or know it not, whether we are able to ascertain it or not to ascertain it, the course of duty is finer than the edge of a razor and grosser than even a mountain. Righteousness, in the form of sacrifices and other religious acts, at first appears in the form of the romantic edifices of vapor seen in the distant sky. When, however, it is examined by the learned, it disappears and becomes invisible. Like the small ponds at which the cattle drink, or the shallow aqueducts along cultivated fields that dry up very soon, the eternal practices inculcated in the Smritis, falling into discontinuance, at last disappear totally in the Kali age. Amongst men that are not good, some are seen to become hypocrites in respect of the acquisition of righteousness, by suffering themselves to be urged by desire. Some become so, urged by the wishes of others. Others, numbering many, tread in the same path, influenced by diverse other motives of a similar character. It cannot be denied that such acts, though accomplished by persons under the influence of evil passions, are righteous. Fools, again, say that righteousness is an empty sound among those called good. They ridicule such persons and regard them as men destitute of reason. Many great men, again, turning back from the duties of their own order, betake themselves to the duties of the kingly order. No such conduct, therefore, is to be seen, as observed by any man, which is fraught with universal benevolence. By a certain course of conduct one becomes really meritorious. That very course of conduct obstructs another in the acquisition of merit. Another, by practicing at his pleasure that conduct, it is seen, remains unchanged. Thus that conduct by which one becomes meritorious impedes another in the acquisition of merit. One may thus see that all courses of conduct are seen to lose singleness of purpose and character. It seems, therefore, that only that which the learned of ancient times called righteousness is righteousness to this day, and through that course of conduct, which the learned so settled, the distinctions and limitations that govern the world have become eternal. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 261. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of the conversation of Tuladhara with Jajali on the topic of righteousness. There was once a Brahmana of the name of Jajali who lived in a certain forest, practicing the ways of a forest recluse. Of austere penances, he proceeded on a certain occasion towards the seashore, and having arrived there began to practice the most severe penances. Observing many vows and restraints, his food regulated by many rules of fast, his body clad in rags and skins, bearing matted locks on his head, his entire person smeared with filth and clay, that Brahmana possessed of intelligence passed many years there, suspending speech, and engaged in yoga meditation. Possessed of great energy, that regenerate ascetic, O monarch, while living within the waters of the sea, roamed through all the worlds with the speed of the mind, desirous of seeing all things. Having beheld the whole earth bounded by the ocean and adorned with rivers and lakes and woods, the ascetic one day, while sitting under the water, began to think in this strain, in this world of mobile and immobile creatures there is none equal to me. Who can roam with me among the stars and planets in the firmament and dwell again within the waters? Unseen by the Rakshasas, while he repeated this to himself, the Pisachas said unto him, It behoves thee not to say so. There is a man named Tuladhara, possessed of great fame and engaged in the business of buying and selling. Even he, O best of regenerate persons, is not worthy of saying such words as thou sayest. Thus addressed by those beings, Jajali of austere penances replied unto them, saying, I shall see that famous Tuladhara who is possessed of such wisdom. When the Rishi said those words, those superhuman beings raised him from the sea, and said unto him, O best of regenerate persons, go thou along this road. Thus addressed by those beings, Jajali proceeded onwards with a cheerless heart. Arrived at Varanasi, he met Tuladhara, whom he addressed, saying the following words. Yudhishthira said, What, O sire, are those difficult feats that Jajali had performed before, in consequence of which he had acquired such high success? It behoveth thee to describe them to me. Bhishma said, Jajali had become engaged in penances of the severest austerities. He used to perform ablutions morning and evening. Carefully tending his fires, he was devoted to the study of the Vedas. Well conversant with the duties laid down for forest recluses, Jajali, in consequence of his practices, seemed to blaze with effulgence. He continued to live in the woods, engaged all the while in penances. But he never regarded himself as one that had acquired any merit by his acts. In the season of the rains he slept under the open sky. In autumn he sat in water. In summer he exposed himself to the sun and the wind. Still he never regarded himself as one that had acquired any merit through such acts. He used to sleep on diverse kinds of painful beds, and also on the bare earth. Once on a time, that ascetic, while standing under the sky in the rainy season, received on his head repeated downpours from the clouds. He had to pass through the woods repeatedly. What with exposure to the rains, and what with the filth they caught, the locks of that sinless rishi became entangled and intertwined with one another. On one occasion, that great ascetic, abstaining entirely from food and living upon air only, stood in the forest like a post of wood. Unmoved at heart, he stood there, without once stirring an inch. While he stood there like a wooden post, perfectly immovable, O Bharata, a pair of Kalinga birds, O king, built their nest on his head. Filled with compassion, the great rishis suffered that feathery couple in building their nest among his matted locks with shreds of grass. And as the ascetic stood there like a post of wood, the two birds lived with confidence on his head happily. The rains passed away and autumn came. The couple, urged by desire, approached each other according to the law of the Creator, and in complete confidence laid their eggs, O king, on the head of that rishi. Of rigid vows and possessed of energy, the ascetic knew it. Knowing what the birds had done, Jajali moved not. Firmly resolved to acquire merit, no act that involved the slightest injury to others could recommend itself to him. The feathery couple going away and moving every day from and to his head, happily and confidently lived there, O puissant king. When in the progress of time the eggs became mature and young ones came out, they began to grow up in that nest, for Jajali moved not in the least. Firm in the observance of his vows, the righteous-souled rishi continued to hold and protect those eggs by standing on that very spot, perfectly motionless and wrapped in yoga meditation. In course of time the young ones grew and became equipped with wings. The Muni knew that the young Kalingas had attained to that stage of development. That foremost of intelligent men, steady in the observance of vows, one day beheld those young ones and became filled with pleasure. The parent birds, seeing their young ones equipped with wings, became very happy and continued to dwell in the rishi's head with them in perfect safety. The learned Jajali saw that when the young birds became equipped with wings, they took to the air every evening and returned to his head without having proceeded far. He still stood motionless on that spot. Sometimes, after he saw that, left by their parents, they went out by themselves and returned again by themselves. Jajali still moved not. A little while after, the young birds going away in the morning passed the whole day out of his sight, but came back in the evening for dwelling in the nest. Sometimes, after that, leaving their nest for 5 days at a stretch, they returned on the 6th day. Jajali still moved not. Subsequently, when their strength became fully developed, they left him and returned not at all even after many days. At last, on one occasion, leaving him, they came not even after a month. Then, O king, Jajali left that spot. When they had thus gone away for good, Jajali wondered much, and thought that he had achieved ascetic success. Then pride entered his heart. Firm in the observance of vows, the great ascetic, seeing the birds thus leave him after having been reared on his head, thought highly of himself, and became filled with delight. He, then, bathed in a stream and poured libations on the sacred fire, and paid his adorations to the rising sun. Indeed, having thus caused those Chataka birds to grow on his head, Jajali, that foremost of ascetics, began to slap his armpits and proclaim loudly through the sky, "I have one great merit." Then an invisible voice arose in the sky, and Jajali heard these words, "Thou art not equal, O Jajali, to Tuladhara in point of righteousness." Possessed of great wisdom, that Tuladhara lives at Varanasi. Even he is not fit to say what thou sayest, O regenerate one. Hearing these words, Jajali became filled with wrath, and desirous of meeting Tuladhara, O monarch, began to roam over the whole earth, observing the vow of silence and passing the night at that spot where evening overtook him. After a considerable time he reached the city of Varanasi, and saw Tuladhara engaged in selling miscellaneous articles. As soon as the shopkeeper Tuladhara beheld the Brahmana arrived at his place, he cheerfully stood up and worshipped the guest with proper salutations. Tuladhara said, "Without doubt, O Brahmana, it is known to me that thou hast come to me. Listen, however, O foremost of regenerate persons, to what I say. Living on a low land near the seashore, thou underwentest very austere penances. But thou hadst no consciousness of having achieved righteousness or merit. When thou didst at last attain to ascetic success, certain birds were born on thy head. Thou tookest great care of the little creatures. When at last those birds became equipped with wings, and when they began to leave thy head for going hither and thither in search of food, it was then that, in consequence of having thus assisted at the birth of those Chatakas, thou beganest to feel the impulse of pride, O Brahmana, thinking thou hadst achieved great merit. Then, O foremost of regenerate persons, thou heardest in the sky a voice that referred to me. The words thou didst hear filled thee with wrath, and as the consequence thereof thou art here. Tell me, what wish of thine I shall accomplish, O best of Brahmanas." Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 262. Bhishma said, thus addressed by the intelligent Tuladhara on that occasion, Jajali of great intelligence, that foremost of ascetics, said these words unto him. Jajali said, "Thou sellest all kinds of juices and scents, O son of a trader, as also barks and leaves of large trees and herbs and their fruits and roots. How hast thou succeeded in acquiring a certitude or stability of understanding? Whence hath this knowledge come to thee? O thou of great intelligence, tell me all this in detail." Bhishma continued, thus addressed by that Brahmana possessed of thy great fame, Tuladhara of the Vaishya order, well acquainted with the truths touching the interpretations of morality and contented with knowledge, discoursed to Jajali, who had undergone severe penances, upon the ways of morality. Tuladhara said, "O Jajali, I know morality, which is eternal, with all its mysteries. It is nothing else than that ancient morality which is known to all, and which consists of universal friendliness, and is fraught with beneficence to all creatures. That mode of living which is founded upon a total harmlessness towards all creatures, or, in case of actual necessity, upon a minimum of such harm, is the highest morality. I live according to that mode, O Jajali. This my house hath been built with wood and grass cut by other people's hands. Lagdai, the roots of Nymphea lotus, filaments of the lotus, diverse kinds of good scents and many kinds of liquids, O regenerate Rishi, with the exception of wines, I purchase from other people's hand and sell without cheating. He, O Jajali, is said to know what morality or righteousness is, who is always the friend of all creatures, and who is always engaged in the good of all creatures, in thought, word, and deed. I never solicit anyone. I never quarrel with anyone. I never cherish aversion for anyone. I never cherish desire for anything. I cast equal eyes upon all things and all creatures. Behold, O Jajali, this is my vow. My scales are perfectly even, O Jajali, with respect to all creatures. I neither praise nor blame the acts of others, viewing this variety in the world, O foremost of Brahmanas, to be like the variety observable in the sky. Know, O Jajali, that I cast equal eye upon all creatures. O foremost of intelligent men, I see no difference between a clod of earth, a piece of stone, and a lump of gold. As the blind, the deaf, and they that are destitute of reason are perfectly consoled for the loss of their senses, after the same manner am I consoled, by their example, for the enjoyments I abstained from. As they that are overtaken by decrepitude, they that are afflicted by disease, and they that are weakened and emaciated, have no relish for enjoyments of any kind, after the same manner have I ceased to feel any relish for wealth or pleasure or enjoyments. When a person fears nothing and himself is not feared, when he cherishes no desire and hath no aversion for anything, he is then said to attain to Brahma. When a person does not conduct himself sinfully towards any creature in thought, word, or deed, then is he said to attain to Brahma. There is no past, no future. There is no morality or righteousness. He who is not an object of fear with any creature succeeds in attaining to a state in which there is no fear. On the other hand, that person who for harshness of speech and severity of temper is a source of trouble unto all creatures, even as death itself, certainly attains to a state which abounds with fear. I follow the practices of high-souled and benevolent men of advanced years, who with their children and children's children live in the due observance of the ordinance laid down in the Scriptures. The eternal practices, laid down in the Vedas, are entirely given up by one who suffers himself to be stupefied by some errors that he may have noticed in the conduct of those that are admittedly good and wise. One, however, that is endued with learning, or one that has subdued one's senses, or one that is possessed of strength of mind, succeeds in attaining to emancipation, guided by that very conduct. That wise man who, having restrained his senses, practiseth, with a heart cleansed from all desire of injuring others, the conduct that is followed by those called good, is sure, O Jajali, to acquire the merit of righteousness and emancipation which is its fruits. In this world, as in a river, a piece of wood that is being borne away by the current as it pleases, is seen to come into contact, for some time, with another piece that is being similarly borne away. There, on the current, other pieces of wood that had been joined together are seen again to separate from one another. Grass, sticks, and cow-dung cakes are seen to be united together. This union is due to accident and not to purpose or design. He of whom no creature is frightened in the least is himself, O ascetic, never frightened by any creature. He, on the other hand, O learned man, of whom every creature is frightened as of a wolf, becomes himself filled with fear as aquatic animals when forced to leap on the shore from fear of the roaring Vadava fire. This practice of universal harmlessness hath arisen even thus. One may follow it by every means in one's power. He who has followers and he who has wealth may seek to adopt it. It is sure to lead also to prosperity and heaven. In consequence of their ability to dispel the fears of others, men possessed of wealth and followers are regarded as foremost by the learned. They that are for ordinary happiness practice this duty of universal harmlessness for the sake of fame, while they that are truly skilled practice the same for the sake of attaining to Brahma. Whatever fruits one enjoys by penances, by sacrifices, by practicing liberality, by speaking the truth, and by paying court to wisdom, may all be had by practicing the duty of harmlessness. That person who gives unto all creatures the assurance of harmlessness obtains the merit of all sacrifices and at last wins fearlessness for himself as his reward. There is no duty superior to the duty of abstention from injuring other creatures. He of whom, O great ascetic, no creature is frightened in the least, obtains for himself fearlessness of all creatures. He of whom everybody is frightened as one is of a snake ensconced within one's sleeping chamber never acquires any merit in this world or in the next. The very gods, in their search after it, become stupefied in the track of that person who transcends all states, the person, viz., who constitutes himself the soul of all creatures, and who looketh upon all creatures as identical with his own self. Of all gifts, the assurance of harmlessness to all creatures is the highest, in point of merit. I tell thee truly, believe me, O Jajali. One who betakes himself to acts at first wins prosperity, but then, upon the exhaustion of his merit, he once more encounters adversity. Beholding the destruction of the merits of acts, the wise do not applaud acts. There is no duty, O Jajali, that is not prompted by some motive of happiness. Duty, however, is very subtle. Duties have been laid down in the Vedas for the sake of both Brahma and heaven. The subject of duties hath many secrets and mysteries. It is so subtle that it is not easy to understand it fully. Amongst diverse conflicting ordinances, some succeed in comprehending duty by observing the acts of the good. Why dost thou not consume them that emasculate bulls and bore their noses, and cause them to bear heavy burthens, and bind them and put them under diverse kinds of restraint, and that eat the flesh of living creatures after slaying them? Men are seen to own men as slaves, and by beating, by binding, and by otherwise subjecting them to restraints, cause them to labor day and night. These people are not ignorant of the pain that results from beating and fastening in chains. In every creature that is endued with the five senses live all the deities. Surya, Chandramadhavs, the god of wind, Brahman, Prana, Kratu, and Yama, these dwell in living creatures. There are men that live by trafficking in living creatures. When they earn a living by such a sinful course, what scruples need they feel in selling dead carcasses? The goat is Agni. The sheep is Varuna. The horse is Surya. Earth is the deity Virat. The cow and the calf are Soma. The man who sells these can never obtain success. But what fault can attach to the sale of oil, or of grita, or honey, or drugs, O regenerate one? There are many animals that grow up in ease and comfort in places free from gnats and biting insects. Knowing that they are loved dearly by their mothers, men persecute them in diverse ways, and lead them into miry spots abounding with biting insects. Many draft animals are oppressed with heavy burthens. Others, again, are made to languish in consequence of treatment not sanctioned by the scriptures. I think that such acts of injury done to animals are in no way distinguished from foeticide. People regard the profession of agriculture to be sinless. That profession, however, is certainly fraught with cruelty. The iron-faced plow wounds the soil and many creatures that live in the soil. Cast thy eyes, O Jajali, on those bullocks yoked to the plow. Kine are called in the Shrutis the unslayable. That man perpetrates a great sin who slays a bull or a cow. In days of yore, many rishis with restrained senses addressed Nahusha, saying, Thou hast, O king, slain a cow which is declared in the scriptures to be like unto one's mother. Thou hast also slain a bull, which is declared to be like unto the Creator himself. Thou hast perpetrated an evil act, O Nahusha, and we have been exceedingly pained at it. For cleansing Nahusha, however, they divided that sin into 101 parts, and converting the fragments into diseases, cast them among all creatures. Thus, O Jajali, did those highly blessed rishis cast that sin on all living creatures, and addressing Nahusha, who had been guilty of foeticide, said, We shall not be able to pour libations in thy sacrifice. Thus said those high-souled rishis and yadis conversant with the truths of all things, having ascertained by their ascetic power that King Nahusha had not been intentionally guilty of that sin. These, O Jajali, are some of the wicked and dreadful practices that are current in this world. Thou practicest them because they are practiced by all men from ancient times, and not because they agree with the dictates of thy cleansed understanding. One should practice what one considers to be one's duty, guided by reasons, instead of blindly following the practices of the world. Listen now, O Jajali, as to what my behavior is towards him that injures and him that praises me. I regard both of them in the same light. I have none whom I like and none whom I dislike. The wise applauded such a course of conduct as consistent with duty or religion. Even this course of conduct, which is consistent with reasons, is followed by yadis. The righteous always observe it with eyes possessed of improved vision. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 263. Jajali said, This course of duty that thou, O holder of scales, preachest, closes the door of heaven against all creatures and puts a stop to the very means of their subsistence. From agriculture comes food. That food offers subsistence even to thee. With the aid of animals and of crops and herbs, human beings, O trader, are enabled to support their existence. From animals and food sacrifices flow. Thy doctrines smack of atheism. This world will come to an end if the means by which life is supported have to be abandoned. Tuladhara said, I shall now speak on the object of the means of sustenance. I am not, O Brahmana, an atheist. I do not blame sacrifices. The man, however, is very rare that is truly conversant with sacrifice. I bow to that sacrifice which is ordained for Brahmanas. I bow also to them that are conversant with that sacrifice. Alas, the Brahmanas, having given up the sacrifice that is ordained for them, have betaken themselves to the performance of sacrifices that are for Kshatriyas. Many persons of faith, O regenerate one, that are covetous and fond of wealth, without having understood the true meaning of the declarations of the Shrutis, and proclaiming things that are really false, but that have the show of truth, have introduced many kinds of sacrifices, saying, This should be given away in this sacrifice. This other thing should be given away in this other sacrifice. The first of this is very laudable. The consequence, however, of all this, O Jajali, is that theft and many evil acts spring up. It should be known that only that sacrificial offering which was acquired by righteous means can gratify the gods. There are abundant indications in the scriptures that the worship of the deities may be accomplished with vows, with libations poured on the fire, with recitations or chanting of the Vedas, and with plants and herbs. From their religious acts unrighteous persons get wicked offspring. From covetous men are born children that are covetous, and from those that are contented spring children that are contented. If the sacrificer and the priest suffer themselves to be moved by desire of fruit, in respect of the sacrifices they perform or assist in, their children take the stain. If, on the other hand, they do not yield to desire of fruit, the children born to them become of the same kind. From sacrifices spring progeny like clear water from the firmament. The libations poured on the sacrificial fire rise up to the sun. From the sun springs rain. From rain springs food. From food are born living creatures. In former days, men righteously devoted to sacrifices used to obtain therefrom the fruition of all their wishes. The earth yielded crops without tillage. The blessing uttered by the rishis produced herbs and plants. The men of former times never performed sacrifices from desire of fruits and never regarded themselves as called upon to enjoy those fruits. Those who somehow perform sacrifices, doubting the while their efficacy, take birth in their next lives as dishonest, wily, and greedy men exceedingly covetous of wealth. That man who by the aid of false reasoning holds up all the authoritative scriptures as fraught with evil is certain to go, for such sinful act of his, into the regions of the sinful. Such a man is certainly possessed of a sinful soul, O foremost of Brahmanas, and always remains here, bereft of wisdom. That man who regards those acts obligatory which have been laid down in the Vedas and directed to be accomplished every day, who is penetrated with fear if he fails to accomplish them any day, who takes all the essentials of sacrifice as identical with Brahma, and who never regards himself as the actor, is truly a Brahmana. If the acts of such a person become incomplete, or if their completion be obstructed by all unclean animals, even then those acts are, as heard by us, of superior efficacy. If, however, those acts are done from desire of fruit, and their completion be obstructed by such impediments, then expiation would become necessary. They who covet the acquisition of the highest object of life, viz., emancipation, who are bereft of cupidity in respect of all kinds of worldly wealth, who discard all provision for the future, and who are freed from envy, betake themselves to practice of truth and self-restraint as their sacrifice, they that are conversant with the distinction between body and soul, that are devoted to yoga, and that meditate on the pranav, always succeed in gratifying others. The universal Brahma, viz., pranav, which is the soul of the deities, dwells in him who is conversant with Brahma. When, therefore, such a man eats and is gratified, all the deities, O Jajali, become gratified and are contented. As one who is gratified with all kinds of taste feels no desire for any particular taste, after the same manner one who is gratified with knowledge hath everlasting gratification, which to him is a source of perfect bliss. Those wise men who are the refuge of righteousness and whose delight is in righteousness are persons that have certain knowledge of what is to be done and what should not be done. One possessed of such wisdom always regards all things in the universe to have sprung from his own self. Some that are endued with knowledge, that strive to reach the other shore of this ocean of life, and that are possessed of faith, succeed in attaining to the region of Brahman, which is productive of great blessings, highly sacred, and inhabited by righteous persons, a region which is freed from sorrow, whence there is no return, and where there is no kind of agitation or pain. Such men do not covet heaven. They do not adore Brahma in costly sacrifices. They walk along the path of the righteous. The sacrifices they perform are performed without injury to any creature. These men know trees and herbs and fruits and roots as the only sacrificial offerings. Covetous priests, for they are desirous of wealth, never officiate at the sacrifices of these poor men. These regenerate men, although all their acts have been completed, still perform sacrifices from desire of doing good to all creatures and constituting their own selves as sacrificial offerings. For this reason, grasping priests officiate at the sacrifices of only those misguided persons who, without endeavoring to attain to emancipation, seek for heaven. As regards those, however, that are really good, they always seek, by accomplishing their own duties, to cause others to ascend to heaven. Looking at both these kinds of behavior, O Jajali, I have abstained from injuring any creature in the world and have come to regard all creatures with an equal heart. Endued with wisdom, many foremost of Brahmanas perform sacrifices, which with respect to their fruits are of two kinds, for some of them lead to emancipation whence there is no return, and others lead to regions of bliss whence there is return. By performing those sacrifices, they proceed, O great ascetic, along paths trodden by the gods. Of one class of sacrificers, viz., they who sacrifice from desire of fruit, there is return, from the region which they reach. Of those, however, that are truly wise, viz., those who sacrifice without being urged thereto by desire of fruit, there is no return. Although both classes of sacrificers, O Jajali, proceed along the path trodden by the deities, in consequence of the sacrifices they perform, yet such is the difference between their ultimate ends. In consequence of the success that attends the purposes formed in the mind of such men, bulls, without being forced thereto, willingly set their shoulders to the plow for assisting at tillage and to the yoke for dragging their cars, and kine pour forth milk from udders untouched by human hands. Creating sacrificial stakes, and other necessaries of sacrifice, by simple flats of the will, they perform many kinds of sacrifice well completed with abundant presents. One who is of such a cleansed soul may slaughter a cow, as an offering in sacrifice. They, therefore, that are not of that kind should perform sacrifices with herbs and plants, and not animals. Since renunciation hath such merit, it is for that reason that I have kept it before my eyes in speaking to thee. The gods know him for a Brahmana who has given up all desire of fruit, who hath no exertion in respect of worldly acts, who never bows down his head unto any one, who never utters the praises of others, and who is endued with strength though his acts have all been weakened. What, O Jajali, will be the end of him who doth not recite the Vedas unto others, who doth not perform sacrifices properly, who doth not make gifts unto deserving Brahmanas, and who followeth an avocation in which every kind of desire is indulged? By properly reverencing, however, the duties that appertain to renunciation, one is sure of attaining to Brahma. Jajali said, We had never before, O son of a traitor, heard of these recondite doctrines of ascetics that perform only mental sacrifices. These doctrines are exceedingly difficult of comprehension. It is for this reason that I asked thee about them. The sages of olden days were not followers of those doctrines of yoga. Hence, the sages that have succeeded them have not propounded them for general acceptance. If thou sayest that only men of brutish minds fail to achieve sacrifices in the soil of the soul, then, O son of a traitor, by what acts would they succeed in accomplishing their happiness? Tell me this, O thou of great wisdom. Great is my faith in thy words. Tuladhara said, Sometimes sacrifices performed by some persons do not become sacrifices, in consequence of the absence of faith of those that perform them. These men, it should be said, are not worthy of performing any sacrifice, internal or external. As regards the faithful, however, only one thing, viz., the cow, is fit for upholding all sacrifices by means of full libations of clarified butter, milk, and curds, the hair at end of her tail, her horns, and her hoofs. The Vedas declare that sacrifices cannot be performed by an unmarried man. In performing sacrifices, however, according to the mode I have pointed out, viz., by abstaining from slaughter of animals and dedicating only clarified butter, etc., one may make faith one's wedded wife for dedicating such innocent offerings to the deities. By duly reverencing such sacrifices, one is sure to attain to Brahma. To the exclusion of all animals, which are certainly unclean as offering in sacrifices, the rice ball is a worthy offering in sacrifices. All rivers are as sacred as the Sarasvati, and all mountains are sacred. O Jajali, the soul is itself a tirtha. Do not wander about on the earth for visiting sacred places. A person, by observing these duties that I have spoken of and that do not involve injury to other creatures, and by seeking the acquisition of merit agreeably to his own ability, certainly succeeds in obtaining blessed regions hereafter. Bhishma continued, "These are the duties, O Yudhishthira, which Tuladhara applauded, duties that are consistent with reason, and that are always observed by those that are good and wise." Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 264. Tuladhara said, "See with thy own eyes, O Jajali, who, viz., those that are good or those that are otherwise, have adopted this path of duty that I have spoken of. Thou shalt then understand properly how the truth stands. Behold, many birds are hovering in the sky. Amongst them are those that were reared on thy head, as also many hawks and many others of other species. Behold, O Brahmana, those birds have contracted their wings and legs for entering their respective nests. Summon them, O regenerate one. There those birds, treated with affection by thee, are displaying their love for thee that art their father. Without doubt, thou art their father, O Jajali. Do thou summon thy children?" Bhishma continued, "Then those birds, summoned by Jajali, made answer agreeably to the dictates of that religion which is not fraught with injury to any creature. All acts that are done without injuring any creature become serviceable to the doer, both here and hereafter. Those acts, however, that involve injury to others, destroy faith, and faith being destroyed, involves the destroyer in ruin. The sacrifices of those that regard acquisition and non-acquisition in the same light, that are endued with faith, that are self-restrained, that have tranquil minds, and that perform sacrifices from a sense of duty, and not from desire of fruit, become productive of fruit. Faith with respect to Brahma is the daughter of Surya, O regenerate one. She is the protectress and she is the giver of good birth. Faith is superior to the merit born of Vedic recitations and meditation. An act vitiated by defect of speech is saved by faith. An act vitiated by defect of mind is saved by faith. But neither speech nor mind can save an act that is vitiated by want of faith. Men conversant with the occurrences of the past recite in this connection the following verse sung by Brahman. The offerings and sacrifices of a person that is pure in body and acts, but wanting in faith, and of another that is impure, in respect of their worthiness of acceptance. The food, again, of a person conversant with the Vedas, but miserly in behavior, and that of a usurer that is liberal in conduct, the deities, after careful consideration, had held to be equal, in respect of their worthiness of acceptance. The Supreme Lord of all creatures, viz., Brahman, then told them that they had committed an error. The food of a liberal person is sanctified by faith. The food, however, of the person that is void of faith is lost in consequence of such want of faith. The food of a liberal usurer is acceptable, but not the food of a miser. Only one person in the world, viz., he that is bereft of faith, is unfit to make offerings to the deities. The food of only such a man is unfit to be eaten. This is the opinion of men conversant with duties. Want of faith is a high sin. Faith is a cleanser of sins. Like a snake casting off its slough, the man of faith succeeds in casting off all his sin. The religion of abstention with faith is superior to all things considered sacred. Abstaining from all faults of behavior, he who betakes himself to faith becomes sanctified. What need hath such a person of penances, or of conduct, or of endurance? Every man has faith. Faith, however, is of three kinds, viz., as affected by sattva, by rajas, and by tamas, and according to the kind of faith that one has, one is named. Persons endued with goodness and possessed of insight into the true import of morality have thus laid down the subject of duties. We have, as the result of our inquiries, got all this from the sage Dharmadarsana. O thou of great wisdom, betake thyself to faith, for thou shalt then obtain that which is superior. He who has faith in the declarations of the Shrutis, and who acts according to their import, in the belief that they are good for him, is certainly of righteous soul. O Jajali, he who adheres to his own path, under the influence of faith, is certainly a superior person. Bhishma continued, after a short while, Tuladhara and Jajali, both of whom had been endued with great wisdom, ascended to heaven and sported there in great happiness, having reached their respective places earned by their respective acts. Many truths of this kind were spoken of by Tuladhara. That eminent person understood this religion of abstention from injury completely. These eternal duties were accordingly proclaimed by him. The regenerate Jajali, O son of Kunti, having heard these words of celebrated energy, betook himself to tranquility. In this way, many truths of grave import were uttered by Tuladhara, illustrated by examples for instruction. What other truths dost thou wish to hear? Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 265. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited an old narrative of what was recited by King Vichiki through compassion for all creatures. Beholding the mangled body of a bull, and hearing the exceedingly painful groans of the kine in a cow-slaying sacrifice, and observing the cruel brahmanas that gathered there for assisting at the ceremonies, that king uttered these words, prosperity to all the kine in the world. When the slaughter had commenced, these words expressive of a blessing to those helpless animals were pronounced. And the monarch further said, only those that are transgressors of defined limits, that are destitute of intelligence, that are atheists and skeptics, and that desire the acquisition of celebrity through sacrifices and religious rites speak highly of the slaughter of animals and sacrifices. The righteous-souled Manu has applauded the observance of harmlessness in all religious acts. Indeed, men slaughter animals and sacrifices, urged by only the desire of fruit. Hence, guided by authority, in respect of slaughter and abstention from slaughter or harmlessness, one conversant with the scriptures should practice the true course of duty, which is exceedingly subtle. Harmlessness to all creatures is the highest of all duties. Living in the vicinity of an inhabited place and injuring oneself to the observance of rigid vows, and disregarding the fruits indicated of Vedic acts, one should give up domesticity, adopting a life of renunciation. Only they that are mean are urged by the desire of fruit. Reverentially mentioning sacrifices and trees and sacrificial stakes, men do not eat tainted meat. This practice, however, is not worthy of applause. Wine, fish, honey, meat, alcohol, and preparations of rice and sesame seeds have been introduced by knaves. The use of these, in sacrifices, is not laid down in the Vedas. The hankering after these arises from pride, error of judgment, and cupidity. They that are true Brahmanas realize the presence of Vishnu in every sacrifice. His worship, it has been laid down, should be made with agreeable payasa. The leaves and flowers of such trees as have been indicated in the Vedas, whatever act is regarded as worthy and whatever else is held as pure by persons of pure hearts and cleansed natures, and those eminent for knowledge and holiness, are all worthy of being offered to the Supreme Deity and not unworthy of his acceptance. Yudhishthira said, "The body and all sorts of dangers and calamities are continually at war with each other. How, therefore, will a person who is totally free from the desire of harming and who on this account will not be able to act, succeed in keeping up his body?" Bhishma said, "One should, when able, acquire merit and act in such a way that one's body may not languish and suffer pain, and that death may not come." Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 266. Yudhishthira said, "Thou, O grandsire, art our highest preceptor in the matter of all acts that are difficult of accomplishment, in consequence of the commands of superiors on the one hand and the cruelty that is involved in them on the other. I ask, how should one judge of an act in respect of either one's obligation to do it or of abstaining from it? Is it to be judged speedily or with delay?" Bhishma said, "In this connection is cited the old story of what occurred with respect to Kairakiran born in the race of Angirasa. Twice blessed be the man that reflects long before he acts. One that reflects long before he acts is certainly possessed of great intelligence. Such a man never offends in respect of any act. There was once a man of great wisdom, of the name of Kairakiran, who was the son of Gautama. Reflecting for a long time upon every consideration connected with proposed acts, he used to do all he had to do. He came to be called by the name of Kairakiran because he used to reflect long upon all matters, to remain awake for a long time, to sleep for a long time, and to take a long time in setting himself to the accomplishment of such acts as he accomplished. The clamor of being an idle man stuck to him. He was also regarded as a foolish person by every person of a light understanding and destitute of foresight. On a certain occasion, witnessing an act of great fault in his wife, the sire Gautama, passing over his other children, commanded in wrath this Kairakiran, saying, "Slay thou this woman." Having said these words without much reflection, the learned Gautama, that foremost of persons engaged in the practice of yoga, that highly blessed ascetic, departed for the woods. Having after a long while assented to it, saying, "So be it," Kairakiran, in consequence of his very nature, and owing to his habit of never accomplishing any act without long reflection, began to think for a long while upon the propriety or otherwise of what he was commanded by his sire to do. "How shall I obey the command of my sire, and yet how avoid slaying my mother? How shall I avoid sinking, like a wicked person, into sin in this situation in which contradictory obligations are dragging me into opposite directions?" Obedience to the commands of the sire constitutes the highest merit. The protection of the mother again is a clear duty. The status of a son is fraught with dependence. How shall I avoid being afflicted by sin? Who is there that can be happy after having slain a woman, especially his mother? Who again can obtain prosperity and fame by disregarding his own sire? Regard for the sire's behest is obligatory. The protection of my mother is equally a duty. How shall I so frame my conduct that both obligations may be discharged? The father places his own self within the mother's womb and takes birth as the son, for continuing his practices, conduct, name, and race. I have been begotten as a son by both my mother and my father. Knowing as I do my own origin, why should I not have this knowledge of my relationship with both of them? The words uttered by the sire while performing the initial rite after birth, and those that were uttered by him on the occasion of the subsidiary rite after the return from the preceptor's abode, are sufficient evidence for settling the reverence due to him, and indeed confirm the reverence actually paid to him. In consequence of his bringing up the son and instructing him, the sire is the son's foremost of superiors and the highest religion. The very Vedas lay it down as certain that the son should regard what the sire says as his highest duty. Unto the sire the son is only a source of joy. Unto the son, however, the sire is all in all. The body and all else that the son owns have the sire alone for their giver. Hence, the behests of the sire should be obeyed without ever questioning them in the least. The very sins of one that obeys one's sire are cleansed by such obedience. The sire is the giver of all articles of food, of instructions in the Vedas, and of all other knowledge regarding the world. Prior to the son's birth, the sire is the performer of such rites as Garbhadana and Simantanayana. The sire is religion. The sire is heaven. The sire is the highest penance. The sire being gratified, all the deities are gratified. Whatever words are pronounced by the sire become blessings that attach to the son. The words expressive of joy that the sire utters cleanse the son of all his sins. The flower is seen to fall away from the stalk. The fruit is seen to fall away from the tree. But the sire, whatever his distress, moved by parental affection, never abandons the son. These then are my reflections upon the reverence due from the son to the sire. Unto the son the sire is not an ordinary object. I shall now think upon what is due to the mother. Of this union of the five primal elements in me due to my birth as a human being, the mother is the chief, cause as the firestick of fire. The mother is as the firestick with respect to the bodies of all men. She is the panacea for all kinds of calamities. The existence of the mother invests one with protection, the reverse deprives one of all protection. The man who, though divested of prosperity, enters his house, uttering the words, O mother, hath not to indulge in grief, nor doth decrepitude ever assail him. A person whose mother exists, even if he happens to be possessed of sons and grandsons, and even if he counts 100 years, looks like a child of but 2 years of age. Able or disabled, lean or robust, the son is always protected by the mother. None else, according to the ordinance, is the son's protector. Then doth the son become old, then doth he become stricken with grief, then doth the world look empty in his eyes, when he becomes deprived of his mother. There is no shelter, protection against the son, like the mother. There is no refuge like the mother. There is no defense like the mother. There is no one so dear as the mother. For having borne him in her womb, the mother is the son's Dhatri. For having been the chief cause of his birth, she is his Janani. For having nursed his young limbs into growth, she is called Amva. For bringing forth a child possessed of courage, she is called Viresu. For nursing and looking after the son, she is called Sura. The mother is one's own body. What rational man is there that would slay his mother, to whose care alone it is due that his own head did not lie on the street side like a dry gourd? When husband and wife unite themselves for procreation, the desire cherished with respect to the unborn son are cherished by both, but in respect of their fruition more depends upon the mother than on the sire. The mother knows the family in which the son is born and the father who has begotten him. From the moment of conception, the mother begins to show affection to her child and takes delight in her. For this reason, the son should behave equally towards her. On the other hand, the scriptures declare that the offspring belongs to the father alone. If men, after accepting the hands of wives in marriage and pledging themselves to earn religious merit without being dissociated from them, seek congress with other people's wives, they then cease to be worthy of respect. The husband, because he supports the wife, is called Bhartri, and, because he protects her, he is on that account called Pati. When these two functions disappear from him, he ceases to be both Bhartri and Pati. Then again, woman can commit no fault. It is man only that commits faults. By perpetrating an act of adultery, the man only becomes stained with guilt. It has been said that the husband is the highest object with the wife and the highest deity to her. My mother gave up her sacred person to one that came to her in the form and guise of her husband. Women can commit no fault. It is man who becomes stained with fault. Indeed, in consequence of the natural weakness of the sex as displayed in every act, and their liability to solicitation, women cannot be regarded as offenders. Then again, the sinfulness, in this case, is evident of Indra himself, who, by acting in the way he did, caused the recollection of the request that had been made to him in days of yore by a woman, when a third part of the sin of Brahmanicide of which Indra himself was guilty was cast upon her sex. There is no doubt that my mother is innocent. She whom I have been commanded to slay is a woman. That woman is again my mother. She occupies, therefore, a place of greater reverence. The very beasts that are irrational know that the mother is unslayable. The sire must be known to be a combination of all the deities together. To the mother, however, attaches a combination of all moral creatures and all the deities. In consequence of his habit of reflecting long before acting, Gautama's son Karakaran, by indulging in those reflections, passed a long while without accomplishing the act he had been commanded by his sire to accomplish. When many days had expired, his sire Gautama's returned. Endued with great wisdom, Medhatithi of Gautama's race, engaged in the practice of penances, came back to his retreat, convinced, after having reflected for that long time, of the impropriety of the chastisement he had commanded to be inflicted upon his wife. Burning with grief and shedding copious tears, for repentance had come to him in consequence of the beneficial effects of that calmness of temper which is brought about by a knowledge of the Scriptures, he uttered these words: "The Lord of the three worlds, viz., Purandara, came to my retreat, in the guise of a Brahmana asking for hospitality. He was received by me with proper words and honored with a proper welcome, and presented in due form with water to wash his feet and the usual offerings of the aragya. I also granted him the rest he had asked for. I further told him that I had obtained a protector in him. I thought that such conduct on my part would induce him to behave towards me as a friend. When, however, notwithstanding all this, he misbehaved himself, my wife Aholya could not be regarded to have committed any fault. It seems that neither my wife, nor myself, nor Indra himself, who while passing through the sky had beheld my wife, and become deprived of his senses by her extraordinary beauty, could be held to have offended. The blame really attaches to the carelessness of my yoga puissance. The sages have said that all calamities spring from envy, which, in its turn, arises from error of judgment. By that envy, also, I have been dragged from where I was and plunged into an ocean of sin, in the form of wife slaughter. Alas, I have slain a woman that is again my wife, one, that is, who, in consequence of her sharing her lord's calamities, came to be called by the name of Vasita, one that was called Bharya, owing to the obligation I was under of supporting her. Who is there that can rescue me from this sin? Acting heedlessly, I commanded the high-souled Karakaran to slay that wife of mine. If on the present occasion he proves true to his name, then may he rescue me from this guilt. Twice blessed be thou, O Karakaraka. If on this occasion thou hast delayed accomplishing the work, then art thou truly worthy of thy name. Rescue me, and thy mother, and the penances I have achieved, as also thy own self, from grave sins. Be thou really a Karakaraka today. Ordinarily, in consequence of thy great wisdom, thou takest a long time for reflection before achieving any act. Let not thy conduct be otherwise today. Be thou a true Kirakaraka today. Thy mother had expected thy advent for a long time. For a long time did she bear thee in her womb. O Kirakaraka, let thy habit of reflecting long before acting be productive of beneficial results today. Perhaps my son Kirakaraka is delaying today to achieve my bidding, in view of the sorrow it would cause me to see him execute that bidding. Perhaps he is sleeping over that bidding, bearing it in his heart, without any intention of executing it promptly. Perhaps he is delaying, in view of the grief it would cause both him and me, reflecting upon the circumstances of the case. Indulging in such repentance, O king, the great Rishi Gautama then beheld his son Kairakaran sitting near him. Beholding his sire come back to their abode, the son Kairakaran, overwhelmed with grief, cast away the weapon he had taken up, and bowing his head began to pacify Gautama. Observing his son prostrated before him with bent head, and beholding also his wife almost petrified with shame, the rishi became filled with great joy. From that time the Hysalid rishi, dwelling in that lone hermitage, did not live separately from his spouse or his heedful son. Having uttered the command that his wife should be slain, he had gone away from his retreat for accomplishing some purpose of his own. Since that time his son had stood in an humble attitude, weapon in hand, for executing that command on his mother. Beholding that his son prostrated at his feet, the sire thought that, struck with fear, he was asking for pardon for the offense he had committed in taking up a weapon for killing his own mother. The sire praised his son for a long time, and smelt his head for a long time, and for a long time held him in a close embrace, and blessed him, uttering the words, "Do thou live long." Then, filled with joy and contented with what had occurred, Gautama, O thou of great wisdom, addressed his son and said these words, "Blessed be thou, O Kirakaraka. Do thou always reflect long before acting. By thy delay in accomplishing my bidding thou hast today made me happy forever." That learned and best of rishis then uttered these verses upon the subject of the merits of such cool men as reflect for a long time before setting their hands to any action. If the matter is the death of a friend, one should accomplish it after a long while. If it is the abandonment of a project already begun, one should abandon it after a long while. A friendship that is formed after a long examination lasts for a long time. In giving way to wrath, to haughtiness, to pride, to disputes, to sinful acts, and in accomplishing all disagreeable tasks, he that delays long deserves applause. When the offense is not clearly proved against a relative, a friend, a servant, or a wife, he that reflects long before inflicting the punishment is applauded. Thus, O Bharata, was Gautama pleased with his son, O thou of Kuru's race, for that act of delay on the latter's part in doing the former's bidding. In all acts a man should, in this way, reflect for a long time and then settle what he should do. By conducting himself in this way one is sure to avoid grief for a long time. That man who never nurses his wrath for a long while, who reflects for a long time before setting himself to the performance of any act, never does any act which brings repentance. One should wait for a long while upon those that are aged, and sitting near them show them reverence. One should attend to one's duties for a long time and be engaged for a long while in ascertaining them. Waiting for a long time upon those that are learned, are reverentially serving for a long time those that are good in behavior, and keeping one's soul for a long while under proper restraint, one succeeds in enjoying the respect of the world for a long time. One engaged in instructing others on the subject of religion and duty should, when asked by another for information on those subjects, take a long time to reflect before giving an answer. He may then avoid indulging in repentance for returning an incorrect answer whose practical consequences may lead to sin, as regards Gautama of austere penances, that Rishi, having adored the deities for a long while in that retreat of his, at last ascended to heaven with his son. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 267. Yudhishthira said, "How, indeed, should the king protect his subjects without injuring anybody? I ask thee this, O grandsire, tell me, O foremost of good men." Bhishma said, "In this connection is cited the old narrative of the conversation between Dayumatsana and King Satyavat. We have heard that upon a certain number of individuals having been brought out for execution at the command of his sire, Dayumatsana, Prince Satyavat said certain words that had never before been said by anybody else. Sometimes righteousness assumes the form of iniquity, and iniquity assumes the form of righteousness. It can never be possible that the killing of individuals can ever be a righteous act." Dayumatsana said, "If the sparing of those that deserve to be slain be righteousness, if robbers be spared, O Satyavat, then all distinctions between virtue and vice would disappear. This is mine, this, other, is not his ideas like these, with respect to property, will not, if the wicked be not punished, prevail in the Kali age. If the wicked be not punished, the affairs of the world will come to a deadlock. If thou knowest how the world may go on, without punishing the wicked, then discourse to me upon it." Satyavat said, "The three other orders, viz., the Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras, should be placed under the control of the Brahmanas. If those three orders be kept within the bonds of righteousness, then the subsidiary classes that have sprung from intermixture will imitate them in their practices. Those amongst them that will transgress the commands of the Brahmanas shall be reported to the king. This one heeds not my commands. Upon such a complaint being preferred by a Brahmana, the king shall inflict punishment upon the offender. Without destroying the body of the offender, the king should do that unto him which is directed by the scriptures. The king should not act otherwise, neglecting to reflect properly upon the character of the offense and upon the science of morality. By slaying the wicked, the king, practically, slays a large number of individuals that are innocent. Behold, by slaying a single robber, his wife, mother, father, and children are all slain, because they become deprived of the means of life. When injured by a wicked person, the king should, therefore, reflect deeply on the question of chastisement. Sometimes a wicked man is seen to imbibe good behavior from a righteous person. Then again from persons that are wicked, good children may be seen to spring. The wicked, therefore, should not be torn up by the roots. The extermination of the wicked is not consistent with eternal practice. By smiting them gently, they may be made to expiate their offenses. By depriving them of all their wealth, by chains and immurement in dungeons, by disfiguring them, they may be made to expiate their guilt. Their relatives should not be persecuted by the infliction of capital sentences on them. If in the presence of the Purohita and others, they give themselves up to him from desire of protection, and swear, saying, O Brahmana, we shall never again commit any sinful act, they would then deserve to be let off without any punishment. This is the command of the Creator himself. Even the Brahmana that wears a deerskin and the wand of mendicancy, and has his head shaved, should be punished when he transgresses. If great men transgress, their chastisement should be proportionate to their greatness. As regards them that offend repeatedly, they do not deserve to be dismissed without punishment as on the occasion of their first offense. Dayumatsana said, as long as those barriers within which men should be kept are not transgressed, so long are they designated by the name of righteousness. If they who transgressed those barriers were not punished with death, those barriers would soon be destroyed. Men of remote and remoter times were capable of being governed with ease. They were very truthful in speech and conduct. They were little disposed to disputes and quarrels. They seldom gave way to anger, or, if they did, their wrath never became ungovernable. In those days, the mere crying of fine on offenders was sufficient punishment. After this came the punishment represented by harsh speeches or censures. Then followed the punishment of fines and forfeitures. In this age, however, the punishment of death has become current. The measure of wickedness has increased to such an extent that by slaying one others cannot be restrained. The robber has no connection with men, with the deities, with the Gandharvas, and with the Pitris. What is he to whom? He is not anybody to anyone. This is the declaration of the Shrutis. The robber takes away the ornaments of corpses from cemeteries and swearing apparel from men afflicted by spirits, and, therefore, deprived of senses. That man is a fool who would make any covenant with those miserable wretches or exact any oath from them for relying upon it. Satyavat said, "If thou dost not succeed in making honest men of those rogues and in saving them by means unconnected with slaughter, do thou then exterminate them by performing some sacrifice." Kings practice severe austerities for the sake of enabling their subjects go on prosperously in their avocations. When thieves and robbers multiply in their kingdoms, they become ashamed. They, therefore, betake themselves to penances for suppressing thefts and robberies and making their subjects live happily. Subjects can be made honest by being only frightened by the king. Good kings never slay the wicked from motives of retribution. On the other hand, if they slay in sacrifices, when the motive is to do good to the slain. Good kings abundantly succeed in ruling their subjects properly with the aid of good conduct, instead of cruel or punitive inflictions. If the king acts properly, the superior subjects imitate him. The inferior people, again in their turn, imitate their immediate superiors. Men are so constituted that they imitate those whom they regard as their superiors. That king who, without restraining himself, seeks to restrain others from evil ways, becomes an object of laughter with all men in consequence of his being engaged in the enjoyment of all worldly pleasures as a slave of his senses. That man who, through arrogance or error of judgment, offends against the king in any way, should be restrained by every means. It is by this way that he is prevented from committing offenses anew. The king should first restrain his own self if he desires to restrain others that offend. He should punish heavily, if necessary, even friends and near relatives. In that kingdom where a vile offender does not meet with heavy afflictions, offenses increase and righteousness decreases without doubt. Formerly, a Brahmana, endued with clemency and possessed of learning, taught me this. Verily, to this effect, O sire, I have been instructed by also our grandsire of olden days, who gave such assurances of harmlessness to people, moved by pity. Their words were, in the Krita age, kings should rule their subjects by adopting ways that are entirely harmless. In the Treta age, kings conduct themselves according to ways that conform with righteousness fallen away by a fourth from its full complement. In the Dwapara age, they proceed according to ways conforming with righteousness fallen away by a moiety, and in the age that follows, according to ways conforming with righteousness fallen away by 3/4. When the Kati age sets in, through the wickedness of kings and in consequence of the nature of the epoch itself, 15 parts of even that fourth portion of righteousness disappear, a 16th portion thereof being all that then remains of it. If, O Satyavat, by adopting the method first mentioned, viz., the practice of harmlessness, confusion sets in, the king, considering the period of human life, the strength of human beings, and the nature of the time that has come, should award punishments. Indeed, Manu, the son of the self-born, has, through compassion for human beings, indicated the way by means of which men may adhere to knowledge, instead of harmfulness, for the sake of emancipation. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 268. Yudhishthira said, "Thou hast already explained to me, O grandsire, how the religion of yoga, which leads to the 6 well-known attributes, may be adopted and practiced without injuring any creature. Tell me, O grandsire, of that religion which leads to both results, viz., enjoyment and emancipation. Amongst these two, viz., the duties of domesticity and those of yoga, both of which lead to the same end, which is superior?" Bhishma said, "Both courses of duty are highly blessed. Both are extremely difficult of accomplishment. Both are productive of high fruits. Both are practiced by those that are admittedly good. I shall presently discourse to thee on the authoritativeness of both those courses of duty, for dispelling thy doubts about their true import. Listen to me with concentrated attention. In this connection is instanced the old narrative of the discourse between Kapila and the cow. Listen to it, O Yudhishthira. It has been heard by us that in days of old, when the deity Tvashtri came to the place of King Nahusha, the latter, for discharging the duties of hospitality, was on the point of killing a cow agreeably to the true, ancient, and eternal injunction of the Vedas. Beholding that cow tied for slaughter, Kapila of liberal soul, ever observant of the duties of sattva, always engaged in restraining his senses, possessed of true knowledge, and abstemious in diet, having acquired an excellent understanding that was characterized by faith, perfectly fearless, beneficial, firm, and ever directed towards truth, uttered this word once, viz. Alas, ye Vedas! At that time a rishi, of the name of Sumarasmi, entering, by yoga power, the form of that cow, addressed the Yadi Kapila, saying, "Hist, O Kapila! If the Vedas be deserving, in consequence of those declarations in them that sanction the slaughter of living creatures, whence have those other duties, fraught with entire harmlessness to all creatures, come to be regarded as authoritative? Men devoted to penances and endued with intelligence, and who have the Shrutis and knowledge for their eyes, regard the injunctions of the Vedas, which have been declared through and compiled by the Rishis, to be the words of God Himself. What can anybody say, by way of censure or praise, with respect to the contents of the Vedas when these happen to be the words of the Supreme Being Himself, who is freed from desire of fruit, who is without the fever of envy and aversion, who is addicted to nothing, and who is destitute of all exertion, in consequence of the immediate fruition of all his wishes?" Kapila said, "I do not censure the Vedas. I do not wish to say anything in derogation of them. It hath been heard by us that the different courses of duty laid down for the different modes of life all lead to the same end. The sannyasin attains to a high end. The forest recluse also attains to a high end. Both the other two also, viz., the householder and the brahmacharin, reach the same end. All the 4 modes of life have always been regarded as Devayana ways. The relative strength or weakness of these, as represented by their relative superiority or inferiority, hath been declared in the character of their respective ends. Knowing these, accomplish acts which lead to heaven and other blessings. This is a Vedic declaration. Do not accomplish acts. This also is another binding declaration of the Vedas. If abstention from acts be meritorious, then their accomplishment must be exceedingly reprehensible. When the scriptures stand thus, the strength or weakness of particular declarations must be very difficult to ascertain. If thou knowest of any course of duty which is superior to the religion of harmlessness, and which depends upon direct evidence instead of that of the scriptures, do thou then discourse to me upon it." Sumarasmi said, "One should perform sacrifice from desire of heaven. This Shruti is constantly heard by us. Thinking first of the fruit that is to be attained, one makes preparations for sacrifice. Goat, horse, cow, all species of birds, domestic or wild, and herbs and plants, are food of other living creatures. This is heard by us. Food again has been directed to be taken day after day, morning and evening. Then again the Shruti declares that animals and grain are the limbs of sacrifice. The Lord of the universe created them along with sacrifice. The puissant Lord of all creatures caused the deities to perform sacrifices with their aid. Altogether 7 domestic and 7 wild animals are indicated as fit for sacrifice. Instead of all being equally fit, each succeeding one is inferior to each preceding one. The Vedas again declare that the whole universe is appointed for sacrifice. Him also that is called Purusha the Vedas have appointed for the same purpose. This again hath been sanctioned by men of remote and remoter times. What man of learning is there that does not select, according to his own ability, individuals from among living creatures for sacrifice? The inferior animals, human beings, trees, and herbs, all wish for the attainment of heaven. There is no means, however, except sacrifice, by which they can obtain the fruition of that desire. The deciduous herbs, animals, trees, creepers, clarified butter, milk, curds, meat, and other approved things that are poured on the sacrificial fire, land, the points of the compass, faith, and time, which brings up the tale of 12, the riches, the yajuzas, the samans, and the sacrificer himself bringing up the tale to 16, and fire, which should be known as the householder. These 17 are said to be the limbs of sacrifice. Sacrifice, the Shruti declares, is the root of the world and its course. With clarified butter, milk, curds, dung, curds mixed with milk, skin, the hair in her tail, horns, and hoofs, the cow alone is able to furnish all the necessaries of sacrifice. Particular ones amongst these that are laid down for particular sacrifices, coupled with ritwijas and presents, to the priests themselves and other brahmanas, together sustain sacrifices. By collecting these things together, people accomplish sacrifices. This Shruti, consistent with the truth, is heard that all things have been created for the performance of sacrifice. It was thus that all men of ancient times set themselves to the performance of sacrifices. As regards that person, however, who performs sacrifices because of the conviction that sacrifices should be performed and not for the sake of fruit or reward, it is seen that he does not injure any creature or bear himself with hostility to anything, or set himself to the accomplishment of any worldly task. Those things that have been named as the limbs of sacrifice, and those other things that have been mentioned as required in sacrifices and that are indicated in the ordinances, all uphold one another for the completion of sacrifices, when used according to the approved ritual. I behold also the Smritis compiled by Rishis, into which the Vedas have been introduced. Men of learning regard them as authoritative in consequence of their following the Brahmanas. Sacrifices have the Brahmanas for that progenitor, and truly they rest upon the Brahmanas. The whole universe rests upon sacrifice, and sacrifice rests upon the universe. The syllable Om is the root from which the Vedas have sprung. Every rite, therefore, should commence with the utterance of that syllable of vast import. Of him who has uttered for him the syllables Om, Namas, Svaha, Svata, and Vashit, and who has, according to the extent of his ability, performed sacrifices and other rites, there is no fear in respect of next life in all the three worlds. Thus say the Vedas, and sages crowned with ascetic success, and the foremost of rishis. He in whom are the riches, the yajuzas, the samans, and the expletives necessary for completing the rhythm of the samans according to the rules laid down in Vedic grammars, is, indeed, a Brahmana. Thou knowest, O adorable Brahmana, what the fruits are of Agnihotra, of the Soma sacrifice, and of the other great sacrifices. I say, for this reason, one should sacrifice and assist at other people's sacrifices, without scruples of any kind. One who performs such sacrifices as lead to heaven, such as Jyotishtoma, etc., obtains high rewards hereafter in the form of heavenly beatitude. This is certain, viz., that they who do not perform sacrifices have neither this world nor the next. They who are really conversant with the declarations of the Vedas regard both kinds of declarations, viz., those that incite to acts and those that preach abstention, as equally authoritative. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 269. Kapila said, beholding that all the fruits that are attainable by acts are terminable instead of being eternal, yadis, by adopting self-restraint and tranquility, attain to Brahma through the path of knowledge. There is nothing in any of the worlds that can impede them, for by mere fiats of their will they crown all their wishes with success. They are freed from the influence of all pairs of opposites. They never bow down their heads to anything or any creature. They are above all the bonds of want. Wisdom is theirs. Cleansed they are from every sin. Pure and spotless they live and rove about, in great happiness. They have, in their own understandings, arrived at settled conclusions in respect of all destructible objects and of a life of renunciation, by comparing the two together. Devoted to Brahma, already become like unto Brahma, they have taken refuge in Brahma. Transcending grief, and freed from the equality of rajas, theirs are acquisitions that are eternal. When the high end that is these men's is within reach of attainment, what need has one for practicing the duties of the domestic mode of life? Sumarasmi said, if, indeed, that be the highest object of acquisition, if that be truly the highest end, which is attained by practicing renunciation, then the importance of the domestic mode of life becomes manifest, because without the domestic mode no other mode of life ever becomes possible. Indeed, as all living creatures are able to live in consequence of their dependence on their respective mothers, after the same manner the three other modes of life exist in consequence of their dependence upon the domestic mode. The householder who leads the life of domesticity performs sacrifices and practices penances. Whatever is done by anybody from desire of happiness has for its root the domestic mode of life. All living creatures regard the procreation of offspring as a source of great happiness. The procreation of offspring, however, becomes impossible in any other mode of life than domesticity. Every kind of grass and straw, all plants and herbs that yield corn or grain, and others of the same class that grow on hills and mountains, have the domestic mode of life for their root. Upon those depend the life of living creatures. And since nothing else is seen in the universe than life, domesticity may be looked upon as the refuge of the entire universe. Who then speaks the truth that says that domesticity cannot lead to the acquisition of emancipation? Only those that are destitute of faith and wisdom and penetration, only those that are destitute of reputation, that are idle and toil-worn, that have misery for their share in consequence of their past acts, only those that are destitute of learning, behold the plenitude of tranquility in a life of mendicancy. The eternal and certain distinctions, laid down in the Vedas, are the causes that sustain the three worlds. That illustrious person of the highest order who is conversant with the Vedas is worshipped from the very date of his birth. Besides the performance of Garbhodana, Vedic mantras become necessary for enabling persons of the regenerate classes to accomplish all their acts in respect of both this and the other world. In cremating his body, after death, in the matter of his attainment of a second body, in that of his drink and food after such attainment, in that of giving away kine and other animals for helping him to cross the river that divides the region of life from that of Yama, in that of sinking funeral cakes in water, Vedic mantras are necessary. Then again the three classes of Pitris, viz., the Archishmiths, the Varhishads, and the Kravyads, approve of the necessity of mantras in the case of the dead, and mantras are allowed to be efficient causes for attainment of the objects for which these ceremonies and rites have been directed to be performed. When the Vedas say this so loudly, and when again human beings are said to owe debts to the Pitris, the Rishis, and the gods, how can anyone attain to emancipation? This false doctrine of incorporeal existence, called emancipation, apparently dressed in colors of truth, but subversive of the real purport of the declarations of the Vedas, has been introduced by learned men reft of prosperity and eaten up by idleness. That Brahmana who performs sacrifices according to the declarations of the Vedas is never seduced by sin. Through sacrifices, such a person attains to high regions of felicity along with the animals he has slain in those sacrifices, and himself, gratified by the acquisition of all his wishes, succeeds in gratifying those animals by fulfilling their wishes. By disregarding the Vedas, by guile, or by deception, one never succeeds in attaining to the Supreme. On the other hand, it is by practicing the rites laid down in the Vedas that one succeeds in attaining to Brahma. Kapila said, if acts are obligatory, then there are the Darsa, the Purnamasa, the Agnihotra, the Chaturmasya, and other acts for the man of intelligence. In their performance is eternal merit. Why then perform acts involving cruelty? Those that have betaken themselves to the sannyasa mode of life, that abstain from all acts, that are endued with patience, that are cleansed of wrath and every fault, and that are conversant with Brahma, succeed by such knowledge of Brahma in paying off the debts thou speakest of, to the gods, the rishis, and the pitris, represented to be so very fond of libations poured in sacrifices. The very gods become stupefied in tracing the track of that trackless person who constitutes himself the soul of all creatures and who looks upon all creatures with an equal eye. Through instructions received from the preceptor, one knows that which dwells within this frame to be of a fourfold nature, having besides 4 doors and 4 mouths. In consequence of their possession of 2 arms, the organ of speech, the stomach, and the organ of pleasure, the very gods are said to have 4 doors. One should, therefore, strive one's best to keep those doors under control. One should not gamble with dice. One should not appropriate what belongs to another. One should not assist at the sacrifice of a person of ignoble birth. One should not, giving way to wrath, smite another with hands or feet. That intelligent man who conducts himself in this way is said to have his hands and feet well controlled. One should not indulge in vociferous abuse or censure. One should not speak words that are vain. One should forbear from knavery and from calumniating others. One should observe the vow of truthfulness, be sparing of speech, and always heedful. By conducting oneself in this way, one will have one's organ of speech well restrained. One should not abstain entirely from food. One should not eat too much. One should give up covetousness, and always seek the companionship of the good. One should eat only so much as is needed for sustaining life. By conducting oneself in this way, one succeeds in properly controlling the door represented by one's stomach. One should not, O hero, lustfully take another wife when one has a wedded spouse with whom to perform all religious acts. One should never summon a woman to bed except in her season. One should confine oneself to one's own wedded spouse without seeking congress with other women. By conducting oneself in this way, one is said to have one's organ of pleasure properly controlled. That man of wisdom is truly a regenerate person who has all his 4 doors, viz., the organ of pleasure, the stomach, the 2 arms and 2 feet, and the organ of speech, properly controlled. Everything becomes useless of that person whose doors are not well controlled. What can the penance of such a man do? What can his sacrifices bring about? What cart be achieved by his body? The gods know him for a Brahmana who has cast off his upper garment, who sleeps on the bare ground, who makes his arm a pillow, and whose heart is possessed of tranquility. That person who, devoted to contemplation, singly enjoys all the happiness that wedded couples enjoy, and who turns not his attention to the joys and griefs of others, should be known for a Brahmana. That man who rightly understands all this as it exists in reality and its multiform transformations, and who knows what the end is of all created objects, is known by the gods for a Brahmana. One who hath no fear from any creature, and from whom no creature hath any fear, and who constitutes himself the soul of all creatures, should be known for a Brahmana. Without having acquired purity of heart, which is the true result of all pious acts such as gifts and sacrifices, men of foolish understandings do not succeed in obtaining a knowledge of what is needed in making one a Brahmana, even when explained by preceptors. Destitute of a knowledge of all this, these men desire fruits of a different kind, viz., heaven and its joys. Unable to practice even a small part of that good conduct which has come down from remote times, which is eternal, which is characterized by certitude, which enters as a thread in all our duties, and by adopting which men of knowledge belonging to all the modes of life convert their respective duties and penances into terrible weapons for destroying the ignorance and evils of worldliness. Men of foolish understandings regard acts that are productive of visible fruits, that are fraught with the highest puissance, and that are deathless, as fruitless after all and as deviations from the proper course, not sanctioned by the Scriptures. In truth, however, that conduct, embracing as it does practices the very opposite of those that are seen in seasons of distress, is the very essence of heedfulness, and is never affected by lust and wrath and other passions of a similar kind. As regards sacrifices again, it is very difficult to ascertain all their particulars. If ascertained, it is very difficult to observe them in practice. If practiced, the fruits to which they lead are terminable. Mark this well. And marking this, do thou betake thyself to the path of knowledge. Sumarasmi said, the Vedas countenance acts and discountenance them. Whence then is their authority when their declarations thus contradict each other? Renunciation of acts, again, is productive of great benefit. Both these have been indicated in the Vedas. Do thou discourse to me on this subject, O Brahmana. Kapila said, betaking yourselves to the path of the good, viz., yoga, do you even in this life realize its fruits by the direct evidence of your senses? What, however, are the visible results of those other objects which you, men of acts, pursue? Sumarasmi said, O Brahmana, I am Sumarasmi by name. I have come here for acquiring knowledge. Desirous of doing good to myself, I have started this conversation in artless candor and not from desire of disputation. The dark doubt has taken possession of my mind. O illustrious one, solve it to me. Thou hast said that they who take the path of the good, viz., yoga, by which Brahma is attained, realize its fruits by the direct evidence of their senses. What, indeed, is that which is so realizable by the direct evidence of the senses, and which is pursued by yourselves? Avoiding all sciences that have disputation only for their foremost object, I have so studied the Agama as to have Jalain mastered their true meaning. By Agama, I understand the declarations of the Vedas. I also include law, that word, those sciences based on logic which have for their object the bringing out of the real meaning of the Vedas. Without avoiding the duties laid down for the particular mode of life which one may lead, one should pursue the practices laid down in Agama. Such observance of the practices laid down in Agama crowns one with success. In consequence of the certainty of the conclusions of Agama, the success to which the latter leads may be said to be almost realizable by direct evidence. As a boat that is tied to another bound for a different port cannot take its passengers to the port they desire to reach, even so ourselves, dragged by our acts due to past desires, can never cross the interminable river of birth and death, and reach the heaven of rest and peace we may have in view. Discourse to me on this topic, O illustrious one. Teach me as a preceptor teaches a disciple. No one can be found amongst men that has completely renounced all worldly objects, nor one that is perfectly contented with oneself, nor one that has transcended grief, nor one that is perfectly free from disease, nor one that is absolutely free from the desire to act for one's own benefit, nor one that has an absolute distaste for companionship, nor one that has entirely abstained from acts of every kind. Even men like yourself are seen to give way to joy and indulge in grief as persons like ourselves. Like other creatures, the senses of persons like yourselves have their functions and objects. Tell me, in what then, if we are to investigate the question of happiness, does pure felicity consist for all the four orders of men and all the four modes of life who and which have, as regards their inclinations, the same resting ground? Kapila said, whatever the sastras according to which one performs the acts one feels inclined to do, the ordinances laid down in it for regulating those acts never become fruitless. Whatever again the school of opinion according to which one may conduct oneself, one is sure to attain to the highest end by only observing the duties of self-restraint of yoga. Knowledge assists that man in crossing this interminable river of life and death who pursues knowledge. That conduct, however, which men pursue after deviating from the path of knowledge, afflicts them by subjecting them to the evils of life and death. It is evident that ye are possessed of knowledge and dissociated from every worldly object that may produce distress. But have any of you at any time succeeded in acquiring that knowledge in consequence of which everything is capable of being viewed as identical with one universal soul? Without a correct apprehension of the Scriptures, some there are, fond only of disputation, who, in consequence of being overwhelmed by desire and aversion, become the slaves of pride and arrogance. Without having correctly understood the meaning of scriptural declarations, these robbers of the Scriptures, these depredators of Brahma, influenced by arrogance and error, refuse to pursue tranquility and practice self-restraint. These men behold fruitlessness on every side, and if, by chance, they succeed in obtaining the puissance of knowledge, they never impart it to others for rescuing them. Made up entirely of the quality of tamas, they have tamas only for their refuge. One becomes subject to all the incidents of that nature which one imbibes. Accordingly, of him who hath tamas for his refuge, the passions of envy, lust, wrath, pride, falsehood, and vanity continually grow, for one's qualities have one's nature for their spring. Thinking in this strain and beholding these faults, through the aid of instructions secured from preceptors, yadis, who covet the highest end, betake themselves to yoga, leaving both good and ill. Sumarasmi said, O Brahmana, all that I have said about the laudable character of acts and the opposite character of renunciation is strictly conformable to the Scriptures. It is, however, very true that without a correct apprehension of the meaning of the Scriptures, one does not feel inclined to obey what the Scriptures really declare. Whatever conduct is consistent with equity is consistent with the Scriptures. Even that is what the Shruti declares. Similarly, whatever conduct is inconsistent with equity is inconsistent with the Scriptures. This also is declared by the Shruti. It is certain that no one can do an act that is scriptural by transgressing the Scriptures. That again is unscriptural, which is against the Vedas. The Shruti declares this. Many men, who believe only what directly appeals to their senses, behold only this world, and not what is addressed in the Scriptures to faith. They do not behold what the Scriptures declare to be false. They have, accordingly, like ourselves, to give way to grief. Those objects of the senses with which men like you are concerned are the same with which other living creatures are concerned. Yet in consequence of your knowledge of the soul and their ignorance of it, how vast is the difference that exists between you and them. All the four orders of men and all the four modes of life, however different their duties, seek the same single end, viz., the highest happiness. Thou art possessed of unquestioned talents and abilities for ascertaining that particular course of conduct amongst those various duties, which is well calculated to accomplish the desired end. Thou hast, by discoursing to me on the infinite, Brahma, filled my soul with tranquility. As regards ourselves, in consequence of our inability to understand the soul, we are destitute of a correct apprehension of the reality. Our wisdom is concerned with things that are low, and we are enveloped in thick darkness. The course of conduct, however, that thou hast indicated for enabling one to attain to emancipation is exceedingly difficult of practice. Only he who is devoted to yoga, who has discharged all his duties, who is capable of roving everywhere depending only on his own body, who has brought his soul under perfect control, who has transcended the requirements of the science of morality, and who disregards the whole world and everything belonging to it, can transgress the declarations of the Vedas with respect to acts, and say that there is emancipation. For one, however, who lives in the midst of relatives, this course of conduct is exceedingly difficult to follow. Gift, study of the Vedas, sacrifices, begetting offspring, simplicity of dealing, when by practicing even these no one succeeds in attaining to emancipation, fie on him who seeks to attain to it, and on emancipation itself that is sought. It seems that the labor spent upon attaining to it is all fruitless. One becomes chargeable with atheism if one disregards the Vedas by not doing the acts they direct. O illustrious one, I desire to hear without delay about that emancipation which comes in the Vedas after the declarations in favor of acts. Do tell me the truth, O Brahmana. I sit at thy feet as a disciple. Teach me kindly. I wish to know as much about emancipation as is known to thee, O learned one. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 270. Kapila said, the Vedas are regarded as authoritative by all. People never disregard them. Brahma is of two kinds, viz., Brahma as represented by sound, and Brahma as supreme and intangible. One conversant with Brahma represented by sound succeeds in attaining to supreme Brahma. Commencing with the rites of Garbhadana, that body which the sire creates with the aid of Vedic mantras is cleansed, after birth, by Vedic mantras. When the body has been cleansed with purificatory rites, performed with the aid of Vedic mantras, the owner thereof comes to be called a Brahmana and becomes a vessel fit for receiving knowledge of Brahma. Know that the reward of acts is purity of heart, which only leads to emancipation. I shall presently speak to thee of that. Whether purity of heart has been attained or not, by performance of acts, is what can be known to the person himself who has attained it. It can never be known with the aid of either the Vedas or inference. They that cherish no expectation, that discard every kind of wealth by not storing anything for future use, that are not covetous, and that are free from every kind of affection and aversion, perform sacrifices because of the conviction that their performance is a duty. To make gifts unto deserving persons is the end, right use, of all wealth. Never addicted at any time to sinful acts, observant of those rites that have been laid down in the Vedas, capable of crowning all their wishes with fruition, endued with certain conclusions through pure knowledge, never giving way to wrath, never indulging in envy, free from pride and malice, firm in yoga, of unstained birth, unstained conduct, and unstained learning, devoted to the good of all creatures. There were in days of your many men, leading lives of domesticity and thoroughly devoted. To their own duties, there were many kings also of the same qualifications, devoted to yoga, like Janaka, etc., and many brahmanas also of the same character, like Yajnavalkya and others. They behaved equally towards all creatures and were endued with perfect sincerity. Contentment was theirs, and certainty of knowledge. Visible were the rewards of their righteousness, and pure were they in behavior and heart. They were possessed of faith and Brahma of both forms. At first making their hearts pure, they duly observed all excellent vows. They were observant of the duties of righteousness on even occasions of distress and difficulty, without failing off in any particular. Uniting together, they used to perform meritorious acts. In this they found great happiness. And inasmuch as they never tripped, they had never to perform any expiation. Relying as they did upon the true course of righteousness, they became endued with irresistible energy. They never followed their own understandings in the matter of earning merit, but followed the dictates of the scriptures alone for that end. Accordingly, they were never guilty of guile in the matter of performing acts of righteousness. In consequence of their observing unitedly the absolute ordinances of the Scriptures, without betaking themselves ever to the rites laid down in the alternative, they were never under the necessity of performing expiation. There is no expiation for men living in the observance of the ordinances laid down in the Scriptures. The Shruti declares that expiation exists for only men that are weak and unable to follow the absolute and substantive provisions of the sacred law. Many brahmanas there were of this kind in days of old, devoted to the performance of sacrifices, of profound knowledge of the Vedas, possessed of purity and good conduct, and endued with fame. They always worshipped Brahma in the sacrifices, and were free from desire. Possessed of learning, they transcended all the bonds of life. The sacrifices of these men, their knowledge of the Vedas, their acts performed in obedience to the ordinances, their study of the scripture at the fixed hours, and the wishes they entertained, freed as they were from lust and wrath, observant as they were of pious conduct and acts notwithstanding all difficulties, renowned as they were for performing the duties of their own order and mode of life, purified as their souls were in consequence of their very nature, characterized as they were by thorough sincerity, devoted as they were to tranquility, and mindful as they were of their own practices, were identical with infinite Brahma. Even this is the eternal Shruti heard by us. The penances of men that were so high-souled, of men whose conduct and acts were so difficult of observance and accomplishment, of men whose wishes were crowned with fruition in consequence of the strict discharge of their duties, became efficacious weapons for the destruction of all earthly desires. The Brahmanas say that good conduct, which is wonderful, whose origin may be traced to very ancient times, which is eternal and whose characteristics are unchangeable, which differs from the practices to which even the good resort in seasons of distress and represents their acts in other situations, which is identical with heedfulness, over which lust and wrath and other evil passions can never prevail, and in consequence of which there was, at one time, no transgression in all mankind. Subsequently came to be distributed into 4 subdivisions, corresponding with the 4 modes of life by persons unable to practice its duties in minute detail and entirety. They that are good, by duly observing that course of good conduct after adoption of the sannyasa mode of life, attain to the highest end. They also that betake themselves to the forest mode reach the same high end, by duly observing that conduct. They too that observe the domestic mode of life attain to the highest end, by duly practicing the same conduct, and, lastly, those that lead the Brahmacharya mode obtain the same end by a due observance of the same conduct. Those Brahmanas are seen to shine in the firmament as luminaries shedding beneficent rays of light all around. Those myriads of Brahmanas have become stars and constellations set in their fixed tracks. In consequence of contentment, or renunciation, they have all attained to infinity, as the Vedas declare. If such men have to come back to the world through the wombs of living creatures, they are never stained by sins which have the unexhausted residue of previous acts for their originating cause. Indeed, one who has led the life of a Brahmacharin and waited dutifully upon his preceptor, who has arrived at settled conclusions in respect of the soul, and who has devoted himself to yoga thus, is truly a Brahmana. Who else would deserve to be called a Brahmana? When acts alone determine who is a Brahmana and who is not, acts, good or bad, must be held to indicate the happiness or misery of a person. As regards those that have by conquering all evil passions acquired purity of heart, we have heard the eternal Shruti that in consequence of the infinity to which they attain, through beholding the universal soul, and of the knowledge of Brahma, they acquire through the declarations of Shrutis, they behold everything to be Brahma. The duties of tranquility, self-restraint, abstention from acts, renunciation, devotion, and the abstraction of samadhi, followed by those men of pure hearts that are freed from desire and that have emancipation only for their object, for acquisition of the knowledge of Brahma, are equally laid down for all the four orders of men and all the four modes of life. Verily, that knowledge is always acquired by Brahmanas of pure hearts and restrained soul. One whose soul is for renunciation based upon contentment is regarded as the refuge of true knowledge. Renunciation, in which is that knowledge which leads to emancipation, and which is highly necessary for a Brahmana, is eternal, and comes down from preceptor to pupil forever and ever. Renunciation sometimes exists mixed with the duties of other modes. But whether existing in that state or by itself, one practices it according to the measure of one's strength, that depends upon the degree of one's absence of worldly desires. Renunciation is the cause of supreme benefit unto every kind of person. Only he that is weak fails to practice it. That pure-hearted man who seeks to attain to Brahma becomes rescued from the world, with its misery. Sumarasmi said, amongst those that are given up to enjoyment of property, they that make gifts, they that perform sacrifices, they that devote themselves to the study of the Vedas, and they that betake themselves to a life of renunciation after having acquired and enjoyed wealth and all its pleasures, when they depart from this world, who is it that attains to the foremost place in heaven? I ask thee this, O Brahmana. Do thou tell me truly. Kapila said, those who lead a life of domesticity are certainly auspicious and acquire excellence of every kind. They are unable, however, to enjoy the felicity that attaches to renunciation. Even thou mayst see this. Sumarasmi said, ye depend upon knowledge as the means for the attainment of emancipation. Those who lead lives of domesticity have planted their faith in acts. It has, however, been said that the end of all modes of life is emancipation. No difference, therefore, is observable between them in respect of either their superiority or inferiority of puissance. O illustrious one, do thou tell me then how stands the matter truly? Kapila said, acts only cleanse the body. Knowledge, however, is the highest end for which one strives. When all faults of the heart are cured by acts, and when the felicity of Brahma becomes established in knowledge, benevolence, forgiveness, tranquility, compassion, truthfulness, and candor, abstention from injury, absence of pride, modesty, renunciation, and abstention from work are attained. These constitute the path that lead to Brahma. By those one attains to what is the highest. That the cure of all faults of the heart is the result of acts becomes intelligible to the wise man when these are attained. That, indeed, is regarded as the highest end which is obtained by Brahmanas endued with wisdom, withdrawn from all acts, possessed of purity and the certitude of knowledge. One who succeeds in acquiring a knowledge of the Vedas, of that which is taught by the Vedas, viz., Brahma as represented in acts, and the minutiae of acts, is said to be conversant with the Vedas. Any other man is only a bag of wind. One who is conversant with the Vedas knows everything, for everything is established on the Vedas. Verity, the present, past, and future all exist in the Vedas. This one conclusion is deducible from all the scriptures, viz., that this universe exists and does not exist. To the man of knowledge this, all that is perceived, is both sat and asat. To him, this all is both the end and the middle. This truth rests upon all the Vedas, viz., that when complete renunciation takes place one obtains what is sufficient. Then again the highest contentment follows and rests upon emancipation, which is absolute, which exists as the soul of all mortal and immortal things, which is well known as such universal soul, which is the highest object of knowledge as being identical with all mobile and immobile things, which is full, which is perfect felicity, which is without duality, which is the foremost of all things, which is Brahma, which is unmanifest and the cause also, whence the unmanifest has sprung, and which is without deterioration of any kind. Ability to subdue the senses, forgiveness, and abstention from work in consequence of the absence of desire, these three are the cause of perfect felicity. With the aid of these three qualities, men having understanding for their eyes succeed in reaching that Brahma which is uncreate, which is the prime cause of the universe, which is unchangeable and which is beyond destruction. I bow to that Brahma, which is identical with him that knows it. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 271. Yudhishthira said, The Vedas, O Bharata, discourse of religion, profit, and pleasure. Tell me, however, O grandsire, the attainment of which, amongst these three, is regarded as superior. Bhishma said, I shall, in this connection, recite to thee the ancient narrative of the benefit that Kundadhara in days of old had conferred upon one who was devoted to him. Once on a time a Brahmana destitute of wealth sought to acquire virtue, induced by the desire of fruit. He continually set his heart upon wealth for employing it in the celebration of sacrifices. For achieving his purpose he set himself to the practice of the austerest penances. Resolved to accomplish his purpose, he began to worship the deities with great devotion. But he failed to obtain wealth by such worship of the deities. He thereupon began to reflect, saying unto himself, What is that deity, hitherto unadored by men, who may be favorably disposed towards me without delay? While reflecting in this strain with a cool mind, he beheld stationed before him that retainer of the deities, viz., the cloud called Kundadhara. As soon as he beheld that mighty armed being, the Brahmana's feelings of devotion were excited, and he said unto himself, This one will surely bestow prosperity upon me. Indeed, his form indicates as much. He lives in close proximity to the deities. He has not as yet been adored by other men. He will verily give me abundant wealth without any delay. The Brahmana, then, having concluded thus, worshipped that cloud with dupas and perfumes and garlands of flowers of the most superior kind, and with diverse kinds of offerings. Thus worshipped, the cloud became very soon pleased with his worshipper and uttered these words fraught with benefit to that Brahmana. The wise have ordained expiation for one guilty of Brahmanicide, or of drinking alcohol, or of stealing, or of neglecting all meritorious vows. There is no expiation, however, for one that is ungrateful. Expectation hath a child named iniquity. Ire, again, is regarded to be a child of envy. Cupidity is the child of deceit. Ingratitude, however, is barren, and hath no offspring. After this, that Brahmana stretched on a bed of kusa grass and penetrated with the energy of Kundadhara, beheld all living beings in a dream. Indeed, in consequence of his absence of passion, penances, and devotion, that Brahmana of cleansed soul, standing aloof from all carnal enjoyments, beheld in the night that effect of his devotion to Kundadhara. Indeed, O Yudhishthira, he beheld the high-souled Manabhadra of great effulgence stationed in the midst of the deities, employed in giving his orders. The gods seemed to be engaged in bestowing kingdoms and riches upon men, induced by their good deeds, and in taking them away when men fell off from goodness. Then, O bull of Bharata's race, Kundadhara of great effulgence, bending himself low, prostrated himself on the ground before the gods in the presence of all the Ikshas. At the command of the gods, the high-souled Manabhadra addressed the prostrate Kundadhara and said, "What does Kundadhara want?" Thereupon Kundadhara replied, "If, indeed, the gods are pleased with me, that Brahmana reverences me greatly. I pray for some favor being shown to him, something, that is, that may bring him happiness." Hearing this, Manabhadra, commanded by the gods, once more said unto Kundadhara of great intelligence these words, "Rise, rise up, O Kundadhara. Thy suit is successful. Be thou happy. If this Brahmana be desirous of wealth, let wealth be given to him, that is, as much wealth as this thy friend desires. At the command of the gods I shall give him untold wealth." Kundadhara, then, reflecting upon the fleeting and unreal character of the status of humanity, set his heart, O Yudhishthira, upon inclining the Brahmana to penances. Indeed, Kundadhara said, "I do not, O giver of wealth, beg for wealth on behalf of this Brahmana. I desire the bestowal of another favor upon him. I do not solicit for this devotee of mine mountains of pearls and gems, or even the whole earth with all her riches. I desire, however, that he should be virtuous. Let his heart find pleasure in virtue. Let him have virtue for his stay. Let virtue be the foremost of all objects with him. Even this is the favor that meets with my approval." Manabhadra said, "The fruits of virtue are always sovereignty and happiness of diverse kinds. Let this one enjoy those fruits, always freed from physical pain of every kind." Bhishma continued, thus addressed, Kundadhara, however, of great celebrity, repeatedly solicited virtue alone for that Brahmana. The gods were highly pleased at it. Then Manabhadra said, "The gods are all pleased with thee as also with this Brahmana. This one shall become a virtuous-souled person. He shall devote his mind to virtue." The cloud, Kundadhara, became delighted, O Yudhishthira, at thus having been successful in obtaining his wish. The boon that he had got was one that was unattainable by anybody else. The Brahmana then beheld scattered around him many delicate fabrics of cloth. Without minding them at all, although so costly, the Brahmana came to disrelish the world. The Brahmana said, "When this one doth not set any value upon good deeds, who else will? I had better go to the woods for leading a life of righteousness." Bhishma continued, cherishing a distaste for the world, and through the grace also of the gods, that foremost of Brahmanas entered the woods and commenced to undergo the austerest of penances. Subsisting upon such fruits and roots as remained after serving the deities and guests, the mind of that regenerate person, O monarch, was firmly set upon virtue. Gradually, the Brahmana, renouncing fruits and roots, betook himself to leaves of trees as his food. Then, renouncing leaves, he took to water only as his subsistence. After that he passed many years by subsisting upon air alone. All the while, his strength did not diminish. This seemed exceedingly marvelous. Devoted to virtue and engaged in the practice of the severest austerities, after a long time he acquired spiritual vision. He then reflected, saying unto himself, if, being gratified with anybody, I give him wealth, my speech would never be untrue. With a face lighted up by smiles, he once more began to undergo severer austerities. And once more, having won higher success, he thought that he could, by a fiat of the will, then create the very highest objects. If, gratified with any person whatsoever I give him even sovereignty, he will immediately become a king, for my words will never be untrue. While he was thinking in this way, Kundadhara, induced by his friendship for the Brahmana and no less by the ascetic success which the Brahmana had achieved, showed himself, O Bharata, unto his friend and devotee. Meeting with him, the Brahmana offered him worship according to the observances ordained. The Brahmana, however, felt some surprise, O king. Then Kundadhara addressed the Brahmana, saying, Thou hast now got an excellent and spiritual eye. Behold with this vision of thine the end that is attained by kings, and survey all the worlds besides. The Brahmana then, with his spiritual vision, beheld from a distance thousands of kings sunk in hell. Kundadhara said, After having worshipped me with devotion thou didst get sorrow for thy share, what then would have been the good done to thee by me, and what the value of my favor? Look for what end men desire the gratification of carnal enjoyments. The door of heaven is closed unto men. Bhishma continued, The Brahmana then beheld many men living in this world, embracing lust, and wrath, and cupidity, and fear, and pride, and sleep, and procrastination, and inactivity. Kundadhara said, With these vices, all human beings are enchained. The gods are afraid of men. These vices, at the command of the gods, mar and disconcert on every side. No man can become virtuous unless permitted by the gods. In consequence of their permission, thou hast become competent to give away kingdoms and wealth through thy penances. Bhishma continued, thus addressed, the righteous-souled Brahmana, bending his head unto that cloud, prostrated himself on the ground, and said, Thou hast, indeed, done me a great favor. Unconscious of the great affection shown by thee towards me, I had through the influence of desire and cupidity failed to display goodwill towards thee. Then Kundadhara said unto that foremost of regenerate persons, I have forgiven thee, and having embraced him with his arms disappeared there and then. The Brahmana then roamed through all the worlds, having attained to ascetic success through the grace of Kundadhara. Through the puissance gained from virtue and penances, one acquires competence to sail through the skies and to fructify all one's wishes and purposes, and finally attain to the highest end. The gods and Brahmanas and Yakshas and all good men and Charanas always adore those that are virtuous, but never those that are rich or given up to the indulgence of their desires. The gods are truly propitious to thee since thy mind is devoted to virtue. In wealth there may be a very little happiness, but in virtue the measure of happiness is very great. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 272. Yudhishthira said, amongst the diverse kinds of sacrifices, all of which, of course, are regarded to have but one object, viz., the cleansing of the heart or the glory of God, tell me, O grandsire, what that sacrifice is which has been ordained for the sake only of virtue and not for the acquisition of either heaven or wealth. Bhishma said, in this connection I shall relate to thee the history, formerly recited by Narada, of a Brahmana who for performing sacrifices lived according to the Ancha mode. Narada said, in one of the foremost of kingdoms that was distinguished again for virtue, there lived a Brahmana. Devoted to penances and living according to the Ancha mode, that Brahmana was earnestly engaged in adoring Vishnu in sacrifices. He had Sayamaka for his food, as also Suryaparni and Suvarchala and other kinds of potherbs that were bitter and disagreeable to the taste. In consequence, however, of his penances, all these tasted sweet. Abstaining from injuring any creature and leading the life of a forest recluse, he attained to ascetic success. With roots and fruits, O scorcher of foes, he used to adore Vishnu in sacrifices that were intended to confer heaven upon him. The Brahmana, whose name was Satya, had a wife named Pushkaradharini. She was pure-minded and had emaciated herself by the observance of many austere vows. Herself having been of a benevolent disposition, and her husband being thus addicted to sacrifices that were cruel, she did not approve of the conduct of her lord. Summoned, however, to take her seat by his side as his spouse, for the performance of a sacrifice, she feared to incur his curse and, therefore, comforted herself with his conduct. The garments that invested her body consisted of the cast-off plumes of peacocks. Although unwilling, she still performed that sacrifice at the command of her lord who had become its Hatri. In that forest, near to the Brahmana's asylum, lived a neighbor of his, viz., the virtuous Parnata of Sukra's race, having assumed the form of a deer. He addressed that Brahmana, whose name was Satya, in articulate speech, and said unto him these words: Thou wouldst be acting very improperly, if this sacrifice of thine were accomplished in such a manner as to be defective in mantras and other particulars of ritual. I, therefore, ask thee to slay and cut me in pieces for making libations therewith on thy sacrificial fire. Do this, and becoming blameless ascend to heaven. Then the presiding goddess of the solar disk, viz., Savitri, came to that sacrifice in her own embodied form and insisted upon that Brahmana in doing what he desired by that deer to do. Unto that goddess, however, who thus insisted, the Brahmana replied, saying, I shall not slay this deer who lives with me in this same neighborhood. Thus addressed by the Brahmana, the goddess Savitri desisted and entered the sacrificial fire from desire of surveying the netherworld, and wishing to avoid the sight of other defects in that sacrifice. The deer, then, with joined hands, once more begged of Satya to be cut in pieces and poured into the sacrificial fire. Satya, however, embraced him in friendship and dismissed him, saying, Go. At this, the deer seemed to leave that place. But after he had gone 8 steps he returned, and said, Verily, do thou slay me. Truly do I say, slain by thee I am sure to attain to a righteous end. I give thee, spiritual, vision. Behold the celestial apsaras and the beautiful vehicles of the high-souled Gandharvas. Beholding that sight, for a protracted space of time, with longing eyes, and seeing the deer, solicitous of sacrifice, and thinking that residence in heaven is attainable by only slaughter, he approved of the counsels the deer had given. It was Dharma himself who had become a deer that lived in those woods for many years. Seeing the Brahmana tempted by the prospect he beheld, Dharma provided for his salvation and counseled him, saying, This, viz., slaughter of living creatures, is not conformable to the ordinances about sacrifices. The penances, which had been a very large measure, of that Brahmana whose mind had entertained the desire of slaying the deer, diminished greatly in consequence of that thought itself. The injuring of living creatures, therefore, forms no part of sacrifice. Then the illustrious Dharma, having assumed his real form, himself assisted that Brahmana, by discharging the priestly office, to perform a sacrifice. The Brahmana, after this, in consequence of his renewed penances, attained to that state of mind which was his spouse's. Abstention from injury is that religion which is complete in respect of its rewards. The religion, however, of cruelty is only thus far beneficial that it leads to heaven, which has a termination. I have spoken to thee of that religion of truth which, indeed, is the religion of those that are utterers of Brahma. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 273. Yudhishthira said, By what means doth a man become sinful? By what doth he achieve virtue? By what doth he attain to renunciation? And by what doth he win emancipation? Bhishma said, Thou knowest all duties. This question that thou askest is only for confirmation of thy conclusions. Listen now to emancipation, and renunciation, and sin, and virtue to their very roots. Perceiving any one of the five objects, viz., form, taste, scent, sound, and touch, desire runs after it at first. Indeed, obtaining them within the purview of the senses, O chief of Bharata's race, desire or aversion springs up. 1. Then, for the sake of that object, i.e., for acquisition of what is liked and avoidance of what is disliked, strives and begins acts that involve much labor. One endeavors one's best for repeatedly enjoying those forms and scents, and the three other objects of the remaining three senses that appear very agreeable. Gradually, attachment and aversion and greed and errors of judgment arise. The mind of one overwhelmed by greed and error and affected by attachment and aversion is never directed to virtue. One then begins with hypocrisy to do acts that are good. Indeed, with hypocrisy one then seeks to acquire virtue, and with hypocrisy one likes to acquire wealth. When one succeeds, O son of Kuru's race, in winning wealth with hypocrisy, one sets one's heart to such acquisition wholly. It is then that one begins to do acts that are sinful, notwithstanding the admonitions of well-wishers and the wise, unto all which he makes answers plausibly consistent with reason and conformable to the injunctions of the Scriptures. Born of attachment and error, his sins, of three kinds, rapidly increase, for he thinks sinfully, speaks sinfully, and acts sinfully. When he fairly starts on the way of sin, they that are good mark his wickedness. They, however, that are of a disposition similar to that of the sinful man, enter into friendship with him. He succeeds not in winning happiness even here. Whence then would he succeed in winning happiness hereafter? It is thus that one becomes sinful. Listen now to me as I speak to thee of one that is righteous. Such a man, inasmuch as he seeks the good of others, succeeds in winning good for himself. By practicing duties that are fraught with other people's good, he attains at last to a highly agreeable end. He who, aided by his wisdom, succeeds beforehand in beholding the faults above adverted to, who is skilled in judging of what is happiness and what is sorrow, and how each is brought about, and who waits with reverence upon those that are good, makes progress in achieving virtue, both in consequence of his habit and such companionship of the good. The mind of such a person takes delight in virtue, and he lives on, making virtue his support. If he sets his heart on the acquisition of wealth, he desires only such wealth as may be acquired in righteous ways. Indeed, he waters the roots of only those things in which he sees merit. In this way, doth one become righteous and acquires friends that are good. In consequence of his acquisition of friends, of wealth, and of children, he sports in happiness both here and hereafter. The mastery, in respect of enjoyment, that a living creature attains over sound, touch, taste, form, and scent, O Bharata, represents the fruit of virtue. Remember this. Having obtained the fruit of virtue, O Yudhishthira, such a man does not give himself up to joy. Without being contented with such visible fruits of virtue, he betakes himself to renunciation, led on by the eye of knowledge. When, having acquired the eye of knowledge, he ceases to take pleasure in the gratification of desire, in taste and in scent, when he does not allow his mind to run toward sound, touch, and form, it is then that he succeeds in freeing himself from desire. He does not, however, even then cast off virtue or righteous acts. Beholding then all the worlds to be liable to destruction, he strives to cast off virtue, with its rewards in the form of heaven and its happiness, and endeavors to attain to emancipation by the well-known means. Gradually abandoning all sinful acts, he betakes himself to renunciation, and becoming righteous soul succeeds at last in attaining to emancipation. I have now told thee, O son, of that about which thou hadst asked me, viz., the topics of sin, righteousness, renunciation, and emancipation, O Bharata. Thou shouldst, therefore, O Yudhishthira, adhere to virtue in all situations. Eternal is the success, O son of Kunti, of thee that adherest to righteousness. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 274. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast said, O grandsire, the emancipation is to be won by means and not otherwise. I desire to hear duly what those means are. Bhishma said, O thou of great wisdom, this inquiry that thou hast addressed to me, and that is connected with a subtle topic, is really worthy of thee, since thou, O sinless one, always seekest to accomplish all thy objects by the application of means. That state of mind which is present when one sets oneself to make an earthen jar for one's use disappears after the jar has been completed. After the same manner, that cause which urges persons who regard virtue as the root of advancement and prosperity ceases to operate with them that seek to achieve emancipation. That path which leads to the Eastern Ocean is not the path by which one can go to the Western Ocean. There is only one path that leads to emancipation. It is not identical with any of those that lead to any other object of acquisition. Listen to me as I discourse on it to thee in detail. One should, by practicing forgiveness, exterminate wrath, and by abandoning all purposes, root out desire. By practicing the quality of sattva, one should conquer sleep. By heedfulness one should keep off fear, and by contemplation of the soul one should conquer breath. Desire, aversion, and lust one should dispel by patience, error, ignorance, and doubt, by study of truth. By pursuit after knowledge one should avoid insouciance and inquiry after things of no interest. By frugal and easily digestible fare one should drive off all disorders and diseases. By contentment one should dispel greed and stupefaction of judgment, and all worldly concerns should be avoided by a knowledge of the truth. By practicing benevolence one should conquer iniquity, and by regard for all creatures one should acquire virtue. One should avoid expectation by the reflection that it is concerned with the future, and one should cast off wealth by abandoning desire itself. The man of intelligence should abandon affection by recollecting that everything, here, is transitory. He should subdue hunger by practicing yoga. By practicing benevolence one should keep off all ideas of self-importance and drive off all sorts of craving by adopting contentment. By exertion one should subdue procrastination, and by certainty all kinds of doubt, by taciturnity, loquaciousness, and by courage, every kind of fear. Speech and mind are to be subdued by the understanding, and the understanding, in its turn, is to be kept under control by the eye of knowledge. Knowledge, again, is to be controlled by acquaintance with the soul, and finally the soul is to be controlled by the soul. This last is attainable by those that are of pure acts and endued with tranquility of soul, the means being the subjugation of those 5 impediments of yoga of which the learned speak. By casting off desire and wrath and covetousness and fear and sleep, one should, restraining speech, practice what is favorable to yoga, viz., contemplation, study, gift, truth, modesty, candor, forgiveness, purity of heart, purity in respect of food, and the subjugation of the senses. By these one's energy is increased, sins are dispelled, wishes crowned with fruition, and knowledge, of diverse kinds, gained. When one becomes cleansed of one's sins and possessed of energy and frugal of fare and the master of one's senses, one then, having conquered both desire and wrath, seeks to attain to Brahma. The avoidance of ignorance, by listening to and studying the scriptures, the absence of attachment, and consequence of renunciation, freedom from desire and wrath, by adoption of contentment and forgiveness, the puissance that is won by yoga, the absence of pride and haughtiness, freedom from anxiety, by subjugation of every kind of fear, absence of attachment of anything like home and family, these constitute the path of emancipation. That path is delightful, stainless, and pure. Similarly, the restraining of speech, of body, and of mind, when practiced from the absence of desire, constitutes also the path of emancipation. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 275. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse that took place between Narada and Asita. Once on a time Narada, beholding that foremost of intelligent men, viz., Devala of venerable years, seated at his ease, questioned him about the origin and the destruction of all creatures. Narada said, whence, O Brahmana, hath this universe, consisting of mobile and immobile objects, been created? When again doth the all-embracing destruction come, into whom doth it merge? Let thy learned self discourse to me on this. Asita said, those from which the Supreme Soul, when the time comes, moved by the desire of existence in manifold forms, creates all creatures, are said by persons conversant with objects to be the five great essences. After this, time, impelled by the understanding, creates other objects from those five primal essences. He that says that there is anything else besides these, i.e., the five primal essences, Kala, and the understanding, says what is not true. Know, O Narada, that these five are eternal, indestructible, and without beginning and without end. With Kala as their sixth, these five primal essences are naturally possessed of mighty energy. Water, space, earth, wind, and heat, these are those five essences. Without doubt, there is nothing higher or superior to these, in point of puissance or energy. The existence of nothing else than five can be affirmed by any one agreeably to the conclusions derivable from the Shrutis or arguments drawn from reason. If any one does assert the existence of anything else, then his assertion would verily be idle or vain. Know that these six enter into the production of all effects. That of which are all these, which thou perceivest, is called a set. These five, and Kala, or Jiva, the potencies of past acts, and ignorance, these eight eternal essences, are the causes of the birth and destruction of all creatures. When creatures are destroyed, it is into these that they enter, and when they take birth, it is again from them they do so. Indeed, after destruction, a creature resolves itself into those five primal essences. His body is made of earth, his ear has its origin in space, his eye hath light for its cause, his life, motion, is of wind, and his blood is of water, without doubt. The two eyes, the nose, the two ears, the skin, and the tongue, constituting the fifth, are the senses. These, the learned know, exist for perception of their respective objects. Vision, hearing, smelling, touching, and tasting are the functions of the senses. The five senses are concerned with five objects in five ways. Know, by the inference of reason, their similitude of attributes. Form, scent, taste, touch, and sound are the five properties that are, respectively, apprehended by the five senses in five different ways. These five properties, viz., form, scent, taste, touch, and sound, are not really apprehended by the senses, for these are inert, but it is the soul that apprehends them through the senses. That which is called chit is superior to the multitude of senses. Superior to chit is manas. Superior to Manas is Buddhi, and superior to Buddhi is Kshetrajna. At first, a living creature perceives different objects through the senses. With Manas, he reflects over them, and then, with the aid of Buddhi, he arrives at certitude of knowledge. Possessed of Buddhi, one arrives at certainty of conclusions in respect of objects perceived through the senses. The five senses, chit, mind, and understanding, which is the eighth in the tail, these are regarded as organs of knowledge by those conversant with the science of Adhyatma. The hands, the feet, the anal duct, the membrum virile, the mouth, forming the fifth in the tail, constitute the five organs of action. The mouth is spoken of as an organ of action because it contains the apparatus of speech and that of eating. The feet are organs of locomotion and the hands for doing various kinds of work. The anal duct and the membrum virile are two organs that exist for a similar purpose, viz., for evacuation. The first is for evacuation of stools, the second for that of urine, as also of the vital seed when one feels the influence of desire. Besides these, there is a sixth organ of action. It is called muscular power. These then are the names of the 6 organs of action according to the approved treatises bearing on the subject. I have now mentioned to thee the names of all the organs of knowledge and of action, and all the attributes of the 5 primal essences. When in consequence of the organs being fatigued, they cease to perform their respective functions, the owner of those organs, because of their suspension, is said to sleep. If, when the functions of these organs are suspended, the functions of the mind do not cease, but on the other hand the mind continues to concern itself with its objects, the condition of consciousness is called dream. During wakefulness there are 3 states of the mind, viz., that connected with goodness, that with passion, and that with darkness. In dream also the mind becomes concerned with the same 3 states. Those very states, when they appear in dreams, connected with pleasurable actions, come to be regarded with applause. Happiness, success, knowledge, and absence of attachment are the indications of the wakeful man in whom is present the attribute of goodness. Whatever states of goodness, passion, or darkness are experienced by living creatures, as exhibited in acts, during their hours of wakefulness, reappear in memory during their hours of sleep when they dream. The passage of our notions as they exist during wakefulness into those of dreams, and that of notions as they exist in dreams into those of wakefulness, become directly apprehensible in that state of consciousness which is called dreamless slumber. That is eternal, and that is desirable. There are 5 organs of knowledge, and 5 of actions, with muscular power, mind, understanding, and chit, and with also the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. The tail, it has been said, comes up to 17. The 18th in the enumeration is he who owneth the body. Indeed, he who lives in this body is eternal. All those 17, with avidya or ignorance making 18, dwelling in the body, exist attached to him who owns the body. When the owner disappears from the body, those 18, counting avidya, cease to dwell together in the body. Or, this body made up of the 5 primal essences is only a combination that must dissolve away. The 18 attributes, including avidya, with him that owneth the body, and counting stomachic heat numbering 20th in the tail, form that which is known as the combination of the 5. There is a being called Mahat, which, with the aid of the wind, called prana, upholds this combination containing the 20 things that have been named, and in the matter of the destruction of that body the wind, which is generally spoken of as the cause, is only the instrument in the hands of that same Mahat. Whatever creature is born is resolved once more into the 5 constituent elements upon the exhaustion of his merits and demerits, and urged again by the merits and demerits one in that life enters into another body resulting from his acts. His abodes always resulting from avidya, desire, and acts, he migrates from body to body, abandoning one after another repeatedly, urged on by time, like a person abandoning house after house in succession. They that are wise, and endued with certainty of knowledge, do not give way to grief upon beholding this migration. Only they that are foolish, erroneously supposing relationships, where relationship in reality there is none, indulge in grief at sight of such changes of abode. This jiva is no one's relation, there is none again that may be said to belong to him. He is always alone, and he himself creates his own body and his own happiness and misery. This jiva is never born, nor doth he ever die. Freed from the bond of body, he succeeds sometimes in attaining to the highest end. Deprived of body, because freed through the exhaustion of acts from bodies that are the results of merits and demerits, jiva at last attains to Brahma. For the exhaustion of both merits and demerits, knowledge has been ordained as the cause in the Sankhya school. Upon the exhaustion of merit and demerit, when jiva attains to the status of Brahma, they that are learned in the scriptures, behold, with the eye of the scriptures, the attainment of jiva to the highest end. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 276. Yudhishthira said, "Cruel and sinful that we are, alas, we have slain brothers and sires and grandsons and kinsmen and friends and sons. How, O grandsire, shall we dispel this thirst for wealth? Alas, through that thirst we have perpetrated many sinful deeds." Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of what was said by the ruler of the Videhas unto the inquiring Mandavya. The ruler of the Videhas said, "I have nothing in this world, yet I live in great happiness. If the whole of Mithila, which is said to be my kingdom, burn in a conflagration, nothing of mine will be burnt down." Tangible possessions, however valuable, are a source of sorrow to men of knowledge, while possessions of even little value fascinate the foolish. Whatever happiness exists here, derivable from the gratification of desire, and whatever heavenly happiness exists of high value, do not come up to even a 16th part of the felicity that attends the total disappearance of desire. As the horns of a cow grow with the growth of the cow itself, after the same manner the thirst for wealth increases with increasing acquisitions of wealth. Whatever the object for which one feels an attachment, that object becomes a source of pain when it is lost. One should not cherish desire. Attachment to desire leads to sorrow. When wealth has been acquired, one should apply it to purposes of virtue. One should even then give up desire. The man of knowledge always looks upon other creatures even as he looks upon himself. Having cleansed his soul and attained to success, he casts off everything here. By casting off both truth and falsehood, grief and joy, the agreeable and disagreeable, fearlessness and fear, one attains to tranquility and becomes free from every anxiety. That thirst for earthly things, which is difficult of being cast off by men of foolish understanding, which wanes not with the wane of the body, and which is regarded as a fatal disease by men of knowledge, one who succeeds in casting off is sure to find felicity. The man of virtuous soul, by beholding his own behavior that has become bright as the moon and free from evil of every kind, succeeds in happily attaining to great fame both here and hereafter. Hearing these words of the king, the Brahmana became filled with joy, and applauding what he heard, Mandavya betook himself to the path of emancipation. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 277. Yudhishthira said, "Time, that is fraught with terror unto all creatures, is running his course. What is that source of good after which one should strive? Tell me this, O grandsire." Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old narrative of a discourse between a sire and a son. Listen to it, O Yudhishthira. Once on a time, O son of Pritha, a regenerate person devoted only to the study of the Vedas had a very intelligent son who was known by the name of Madhavan. Himself conversant with the religion of emancipation, the son one day asked his father, who was not conversant with that religion and who was engaged in following the precepts of the Vedas, this question. The son said, "What should a man of intelligence do, O sire, knowing that the period of existence allotted to men runs fast away? Tell me this truly and in proper order, O father, so that, guided by thy instructions, I may set myself to the acquisition of virtue." The sire said, having studied the Vedas all the while observing the duties of Brahmacharya, "O son, one should then desire for offspring for the sake of rescuing one's sires. Having established one's fire then and performing the sacrifices that are ordained, one should then retire into the woods, and, having lived as a forest recluse, one should then become a muni, by casting off everything and calmly waiting for dissolution." The son said, "When the world is thus assailed and thus besieged on all sides, and when such irresistible bolts are falling in every direction, how can you speak so calmly?" The sire said, "How is the world assailed? By what is it besieged? What are those irresistible bolts that are falling on every side? Dost thou frighten me with thy words?" The son said, "The world is assailed by death." "It is besieged by what is it besieged? What are those irresistible bolts that are falling on every side? Dost thou frighten me with thy words?" The son said, "The world is assailed by death. It is besieged by decrepitude. Days and nights are continually falling, like bolts. Why do you not take heed of these? When I know that death does not wait here for any one, but snatches all away suddenly and without notice, how can I possibly wait for his coming, thus enveloped in a coat of ignorance and, heedlessly, attending to my concerns? When as each night passes away the period of everyone's life wears away with it, when, indeed, one's position is similar to that of a fish in a piece of shallow water, who can feel happy? Death encounters one in the very midst of one's concerns, before the attainment of one's objects, finding one as unmindful as a person while engaged in plucking flowers. That which is kept for being done tomorrow should be done today, and that which one thinks of doing in the afternoon should be done in the forenoon. Death does not wait, mindful of one's having done or not done one's acts. Do today what is for thy good, without keeping it for tomorrow. See that death, who is irresistible, may not overcome thee, before you accomplish thy acts. Who knows that death will not come to one this very day? Before one's acts are completed, death drags one away. One should, therefore, commence to practice virtue while one is still young, without waiting for one's old age. For life is uncertain. By acquiring virtue one is sure to eternal happiness both here and hereafter. Overpowered by folly one girds up one's loins for acting on behalf of one's sons and wives. By accomplishing acts foul or fair, one gratifies these relatives. Him possessed of sons and animals, and with mind devotedly attached to them, death seizes and runs away like a tiger bearing away a sleeping deer. While one is still engaged in winning diverse objects of desire, and while still unsatiated with one's enjoyment, death seizes one and runs away like a she-wolf seizing a sheep and running away with it. This has been done, this remains to be done, this other is half done, one may say thus to oneself, but death, unmindful of one's desire to finish one's unfinished acts, seizes and drags one away. One that has not yet obtained the fruit of what one has already done, amongst those attached to action, one busied with one's field or shop or house, death seizes and carries away. The weak, the strong, the wise, the brave, the idiotic, the learned, or him that has not yet obtained the gratification of any of his desires, death seizes and bears away. Death, decrepitude, disease, sorrow, and many things of a similar kind are incapable of being avoided by mortals. How, then, O Father, canst thou sit so at thy ease? As soon as a creature is born, decrepitude and death come and possess him for his destruction. All these forms of existence, mobile and immobile, are possessed by these two, viz., decrepitude and death. When the soldiers that compose Death's army are on their march, nothing can resist them except that one thing, viz., the power of truth, for in truth alone immortality dwells. The delight that one feels of residing in the midst of men is the abode of death. The Shruti declares that that which is called the forest is the true fold for the devas, while the delight one feels in dwelling in the midst of men is, as it were, the cord for binding the dweller and making him helpless. The righteous cut it and escape. The sinful do not succeed in cutting it and freeing themselves. He who does not injure other creatures in thought, word, and deed, and who never injures others by taking away their means of sustenance, is never injured by any creature. For these reasons, one should practice the vow of truth, be steadily devoted to the vow of truth, and should desire nothing but the truth. Restraining all one's senses and looking upon all creatures with an equal eye, one should vanquish death with the aid of truth. Both immortality and death are planted in the body. Death is encountered from folly, and immortality is won by truth. Transcending desire and wrath, and abstaining from injury, I shall adopt truth, and happily achieving what is for my good, avoid death like an immortal. Engaged in the sacrifice that is constituted by peace, and employed also in the sacrifice of Brahma, and restraining my senses, the sacrifices I shall perform are those of speech, mind, and acts, when the sun enters his northerly course. How can one like me perform an animal sacrifice which is fraught with cruelty? How can one like me, that is possessed of wisdom, perform like a cruel Pisacha, a sacrifice of slaughter after the manner of what is laid down for the Kshatriyas, a sacrifice that is, besides, endued with rewards that are terminable? In myself have I been begotten by my own self. O Father, without seeking to procreate offspring, I shall rest myself on my own self. I shall perform the sacrifice of self, I need no offspring to rescue me. He whose words and thoughts are always well restrained, he who has penances and renunciation and yoga, is sure to attain to everything through these. There is no I equal to knowledge. There is no reward equal to knowledge. There is no sorrow equal to attachment. There is no happiness equal to renunciation. For a Brahmana there can be no wealth like residence in solitude, an equal regard for all creatures, truthfulness of speech, steady observance of good conduct, the total abandonment of the rod, of chastisement, simplicity, and the gradual abstention from all acts. What need hast thou with wealth, and what need with relatives and friends, and what with spouses? Thou art a Brahmana, and thou hast death to encounter. Search thy own self that is concealed in a cave. Whither have thy grandsires gone, and whither thy sire too? Bhishma said, hearing these words of his son, the sire acted in the way that was pointed out, O king. Do thou also act in the same way, devoted to the religion of truth. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 278. Yudhishthira said, of what behavior must a man be, of what acts, of what kind of knowledge, and to what must he be devoted, for attaining to Brahma's place which transcends Prakriti and which is unchangeable? Bhishma said, one that is devoted to the religion of emancipation, frugal and fair, and the master of one's senses, attains to that high place which transcends Prakriti and is unchangeable. Retiring from one's home, regarding gain and loss in the same light, restraining the senses, and disregarding all objects of desire even when they are ready for enjoyment, one should adopt a life of renunciation. Neither with eye, nor with word, nor in thought, should one disparage another. Nor should one speak evil of any person either in or out of his hearing. One should abstain from injuring any creature, and conduct oneself observing the course of the sun. Having come into this life, one should not behave with unfriendliness towards any creature. One should disregard opprobrious speeches, and never in arrogance deem oneself as superior to another. When sought to be angered by another, one should still utter agreeable speeches. Even when calumniated, one should not calumniate in return. One should not behave in a friendly or an unfriendly way in the midst of human beings. One should not go about visiting many houses in one's round of mendicancy. Nor should one go to any house having received a previous invitation to dinner. Even when bespattered with filth by others, one should, resting firmly in the observance of one's duties, refrain from addressing such bespatterers in disagreeable speeches. One should be compassionate. One should abstain from returning an injury. One should be fearless. One should refrain from self-laudation. The man of restrained senses should seek his dole of charity in a householder's abode when the smoke has ceased to rise from it, when the sound of the husking rod is hushed, when the hearth fire is extinguished, when all the inmates have finished their meals, or when the hour is over for setting the dishes. He should content himself with only as much as is barely necessary for keeping body and soul together. Even that much of food which produces gratification should not be coveted by him. When he fails to obtain what he wants, he should not suffer himself to cherish discontent. Success, again, in obtaining what he wants, should not make him glad. He should never wish for such things as are coveted by ordinary men. He should never eat at anybody's house when respectfully invited thereto. One like him should reprobate such gains as are obtained with honor. He should never find fault on account of staleness, etc. with the food placed before him, nor should he applaud its merits. He should covet a bed and a seat that are removed from the haunts of men. The places he should seek are such as a deserted house, the foot of a tree, a forest, or a cave. Without allowing his practices to be known by others, or concealing their real nature by appearing to adopt others that are hateful or repulsive, he should enter his own self. By association with yoga and dissociation from company, he should be perfectly equable, steadily fixed, and uniform. He should not earn either merit or demerit by means of acts. He should be always gratified, well contented, of cheerful face and cheerful senses, fearless, always engaged in mental recitation of sacred mantras, silent, and wedded to a life of renunciation. Beholding the repeated formation and dissolution of his own body with the senses that result from and resolve into the elemental essences, and seeing also the advent and departure of other creatures, he should become free from desire and learn to cast equal eyes upon all, subsisting upon both cooked and uncooked food. Frugal in respect of his fare, and subjugating his senses, he achieves tranquility of self by self. One should control the rising impulses of words, of the mind, of wrath, of envy, of hunger, and of lust. Devoted to penances for cleansing his heart, he should never allow the censures of others to afflict his heart. One should live, having assumed a status of neutrality with respect to all creatures, and regard praise and blame as equal. This, indeed, is the holiest and the highest path of the sannyasa mode of life. Possessed of high soul, the sannyasin should restrain his senses from all things and keep himself aloof from all attachments. He should never repair to the places visited by him and the men known to him while leading the prior modes of life. Agreeable to all creatures, and without a fixed home, he should be devoted to the contemplation of self. He should never mingle with householders and forest recluses. He should eat such food as he may obtain without effort and without having thought of it beforehand. He should never suffer joy to possess his heart. To those that are wise, such a life of renunciation is the means for the attainment of emancipation. To those, however, that are fools, the practice of these duties is exceedingly burdensome. The sage Harita declared all this to be the path by which emancipation is to be achieved. He who sets forth from his home, having assured all creatures of his perfect harmlessness, attains to many bright regions of felicity which prove unending or eternal. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 279. Yudhishthira said, "All men speak of ourselves as highly fortunate. In truth, however, there is no person more wretched than ourselves. Though honored by all the world, O best of the Kurus, and though we have been born among men, O grandsire, having been begotten by the very gods, yet when so much sorrow has been our lot, it seems, O reverend chief, that birth alone in an embodied form is the cause of all sorrow. Alas, when shall we adopt a life of renunciation that is destructive of sorrow? Sages of rigid vows, freed from the 7 and 10, i.e., the 5 breaths, mind, understanding, and the 10 organs of knowledge and action, from the 5 faults of yoga, viz., desire, wrath, covetousness, fear, and sleep, that constitute the chief causes for binding man to repeated rounds of earthly life, and from the other 8, viz., the 5 objects of the senses and the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas, have never to incur rebirth. When, O scorcher of foes, shall we succeed in abandoning sovereignty for adopting a life of renunciation?" Bhishma said, "Everything, O great monarch, hath an end. Everything hath bounds assigned to it. Even rebirth, it is well known, hath an end. In this world there is nothing that is immutable. Thou thinkest, O king, that this, viz., the affluence with which thou art invested, is a fault. That it is not so is not true, in regard to our present topic of disquisition. Ye, however, are conversant with virtue, and have readiness. It is certain, therefore, that ye shall attain to the end of your sorrow, viz., emancipation, in time. Jiva equipped with body, O king, is not the author of his merits and demerits, or their fruits as represented by happiness and misery. On the other hand, he becomes enveloped by the darkness of ignorance, having attachment and aversion for its essence, that is born of his merits and demerits. As the wind impregnated with dust of antimony once again seizes the efflorescence of realgar and, though itself destitute of color, assumes the hues of the substances which it has seized, and tinges the different points of the compass, which represent its own hueless progenitor, viz., space, after the same manner, Jiva, though himself colorless, assumes a hue in consequence of being enveloped by darkness and variegated by the fruits of action, and travels from body to body, making his own stainless and immutable progenitor appear as stained and changeful. When Jiva succeeds in dispelling by means of knowledge the darkness that invests him in consequence of ignorance, then immutable Brahma becomes displayed in all his glory. The sages say that reversion to immutable Brahma is incapable of being achieved by acts. Thyself, others in the world, and the deities too, should reverence them that have achieved emancipation. All the great rishis never desist from culture of Brahma. In this connection is cited that discourse which was sung by the preceptor of the Daityas in days of old. Listen, O monarch, with undivided attention to the course of conduct that was followed by the Daitya Vritra after he became divested of all his prosperity. Depending only upon his intelligence, he did not indulge in sorrow in the midst of his enemies, although he was deprived of sovereignty, O Bharata. Unto Vritra, when in days of old he was reft of sovereignty, his preceptor, Vyasa said, I hope, O Danava, that in consequence of thy defeat thou dost not cherish any grief. Vritra said, without doubt, having understood, by the aid of truth and penances, the advent and departure of all living creatures, I have ceased to indulge in either grief or joy. Urged by time, creatures sink helplessly in hell. Some again, the sages say, go to heaven. All these pass their time in contentment, passing their allotted periods in heaven and hell, and with some portion of their merits and demerits unexhausted, by enjoyment and suffering, they repeatedly take birth, impelled by time. Chained by the bonds of desire, creatures pass through myriads of intermediate life and fall helplessly into hell. I have seen that creatures come and go even thus. The lesson inculcated in the scriptures is that one's acquisitions correspond with one's acts. Creatures take birth as men or as intermediate animals or as gods and go to hell. Having acted in lives that are passed in such a way as to deserve them, all creatures, subject to the ordinances of the destroyer, meet with happiness and misery, the agreeable and the disagreeable. Having enjoyed the measure of weal or woe that corresponds with their acts, creatures always come back by the old path, which is measured by the measure of acts. Then the illustrious Vyasa addressed the Asura Vritra, who was thus talking of the highest refuge of the creation, saying, O intelligent Daitya, why, O child, dost thou utter such foolish rhapsodies? Vritra said, the severe penances which I underwent from greed of victory are well known to thee as also to other sages. Appropriating diverse scents and diverse kinds of tastes that other creatures had for enjoying, I swelled up with my own energy, afflicting the three worlds. Decked with myriads of effulgent rays, I used to rove through the skies, on my celestial car, and capable of being defeated by any creature and fearing none. I achieved great prosperity through my penances and lost it again through my own acts. Relying on my fortitude, however, I do not grieve for this change. Desirous, in days of yore, of fighting the great Indra, the high-souled ruler of the heavens, I beheld in that battle the illustrious Hari, the puissant Narayana. He who is called Vaikuntha, Purusha, Ananta, Sukla, Vishnu, Sanatana, Manjakisa, Harismashvaru, and the grandsire of all creatures. Without doubt, there is still a remnant, to be enjoyed by me, of the rewards attaching to that penance represented by a sight of the great Hari. It is in consequence of that unexhausted remnant that I have become desirous of asking thee, O illustrious one, about the fruits of action. Upon which order of men hath been established high Brahma prosperity? In what mariner, again, doth high prosperity fall off? From whom do creatures spring and live? Through whom again do they act? What is that high fruit by attaining to which a creature succeeds in living eternally as Brahma? By what act or by what knowledge can that fruit be achieved? It behoveth thee, O learned Brahmana, to expound these to me. Recapitulated by me, O lion among kings, listen with undivided attention, O bull of men, with all thy brothers, to what the sage Vyasa then said after he had been thus addressed by that prince of Danavas. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 280. Vyasa said, I bow to that divine and illustrious and puissant being who holds this earth with the firmament in his arms. I shall speak to thee of the preeminent greatness of that Vishnu whose head, O best of the Danavas, is that infinite place, called emancipation. While they were thus conversing with each other, there came unto them the great sage Sanat Kumara of righteous soul for the purpose of dispelling their doubts. Worshipped by the prince of Asuras and by the sage Vyasa, that foremost of sages sat down on a costly seat. After Kumara of great wisdom had been seated, at his ease, Vyasa said unto him, Discourse to this chief of the Danavas on the preeminent greatness of Vishnu. Hearing these words, Sanatkumara uttered the following, fraught with grave import, upon the preeminent greatness of Vishnu unto the intelligent chief of the Danavas, listen, O Daitya, to everything about the greatness of Vishnu. Know, O scorcher of foes, that the entire universe rests on Vishnu. O thou of mighty arms, it is he who creates all creatures mobile and immobile. In course of time it is he, again, who withdraws all things, and in time it is he who once more casts them forth from himself. Into Hari all things merge at the universal destruction, and from him all things again come forth. Men possessed of scriptural lore cannot obtain him by such lore. Nor can he be obtained by penances, nor by sacrifices. The only means by which he can be attained is by restraining the senses. Nor that sacrifices are entirely useless towards such an end. For one, by relying upon both external and internal acts, and upon one's own mind, can purify them by one's own understanding. By such means, one succeeds in enjoying infinity in the world. As a goldsmith purifies the dross of his metal by repeatedly casting it into the fire with very persistent efforts of his own, after the same manner Jiva succeeds in cleaning himself by his course through hundreds of births. Someone may be seen to purify himself in only one life by mighty efforts. As one should with care wipe stains from off one's person before they become thick, after the same manner one should, with vigorous efforts, wash off one's faults. By mixing only a few flowers with them, grains of sesame cannot be made to cast off their own odor and become at once fragrant. After the same manner, one cannot, by cleansing one's heart only a little, succeed in beholding the soul. When, however, those grains are perfumed repeatedly with the aid of a large quantity of flowers, it is then that they cast off their own odor and assume that of the flowers with which they are mixed. After this manner, faults, in the form of attachments to all our environments, are dispelled by the understanding in course of many lives, with the aid of a large dose of the attribute of the sattva, and by means of efforts born of practice. Listen, O Danava, by what means creatures attached to acts and those unattached to them attain the causes that lead to their respective states of mind. Listen to me with undivided attention. I shall, in their due order, discourse to thee, O puissant Danava, as to how creatures betake themselves to action and how they give up action. The Supreme Lord creates all creatures mobile and immobile. He is without beginning and without end. Unendued with attributes of any kind, he assumes attributes when he chooses to create. He is the universal destroyer, the refuge of all things, the supreme ordainer, and pure chit. In all creatures it is he who dwells as the mutable and the immutable. It is he who, having 11 modifications for his essence, drinketh this universe with his rays. Know that the earth is his feet. His head is constituted by heaven. His arms, O Daitya, are the several points of the compass or the horizon. The intermediate space is his ears. The light of his eye is the sun, and his mind is in the moon. His understanding dwells always in knowledge, and his tongue is in water. O best of Danavas, the planets are in the midst of his brows. The stars and constellations are from the light of his eyes. The earth is in his feet. O Danava, know also that the attributes of Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva are of him. He is the fruit, or end, of all the modes of life, and he it is who should be known as the fruit, or reward, of all pious acts, such as japa and sacrifice, etc. The highest and immutable, he is also the fruit of abstention from all work. The chandas are the hair on his body, and akshara, or pranav, is his word. The diverse orders of men and the modes of life are his refuge. His mouths are many. Duty, or religion, is planted in his heart. He is Brahma, he is the highest righteousness, he is Sat and he is Asat, he is Shruti, he is the scriptures, he is the sacrificial vessel, he is the 6 and 10 Ritwajas, he is all the sacrifices, he is the grandsire, Brahman, he is Vishnu, he is the twin Ashwins, and he is Purandara, he is Mitra, he is Varuna, he is Yama, he is Kuver, the Lord of Treasures. Although the Ritwajas seem to behold him as separate, he is, however, known to them as one and the same. Know that this entire universe is under the control of one divine being. The Veda that is in the soul, O Prince of Daityas, regards the unity of various creatures. When a living creature realizes this unity in consequence of true knowledge, he is then said to attain to Brahma. The period of time for which one creation exists, or for which it ceases to exist, is called a kalpa. Living creatures exist for 1,000 millions of such kalpas. Immobile creatures also exist for an equal period. The period for which a particular creation exists is measured by many thousands of lakes, in the following way, O Daitya. Conceive a lake that is 1 yojana in width, 1 krosa in depth, and 500 yojanas in length. Imagine many thousands of such lakes. Seek then to dry up those lakes by taking from them, only once a day, as much water as may be taken up with the end of a single hair. The number of days would pass in drying them up completely by this process represents the period that is occupied by the life of one creation from its first start to the time of its destruction. The highest evidence, for all things, says that creatures have 6 colors, viz., dark, tawny, blue, red, yellow, and white. These colors proceed from mixtures in various proportions of the 3 attributes of Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Where Tamas predominates, Sattva falls below the mark, and Rajas keeps to the mark. The result is the color called dark. When Tamas predominates as before, but the relations between Sattva and Rajas are reversed, the result is the color called tawny. When Rajas predominates, Sattva falls below the mark, and Tamas keeps to the mark. The result is the color called blue. When Rajas predominates as before and the proportion is reversed between Sattva and Tamas, the result is the intermediate color called red. That color is more agreeable than the preceding one. When Sattva predominates, Rajas falls below the mark and Tamas keeps to the mark. The result is the color called yellow. It is productive of happiness. When Sattva predominates and the proportion is reversed between Rajas and Tamas, the result is the color called white. It is productive of great happiness. The white is the foremost color. It is sinless in consequence of its being free from attachment and aversion. It is without grief and free from the toil involved in pravriti. Hence, white, O Prince of Danavas, leads to success or emancipation. Jiva, O Daitya, having undergone thousands of births derived through the womb, attains to success. That success is the identical end which the divine Indra declared after having studied many auspicious spiritual treatises, and which has for its essence the apprehension of the soul. The end again that creatures obtain is dependent on their color, and color, in its turn, depends upon the character of the time that sets in, O Daitya. The stages of existence, O Daitya, through which Jiva must pass are not unlimited. They are 14 hundreds of thousands in number. In consequence of them Jiva ascends, stays, and falls down as the case may be. The end that is attained by a Jiva of dark flue is very low, for he becomes addicted to acts that lead to hell and then has to rot in hell. The learned say that in consequence of his wickedness, the continuance, in such form, of a Jiva is measured by many thousands of kalpas. Having passed many hundred thousands of years in that condition, Jiva then attains to the color called tawny and becomes born as an intermediate creature. In that condition he dwells, for many long years, in perfect helplessness. At last, when his sins are exhausted, in consequence of his having endured all the misery they are capable of bringing, his mind, casting off all attachments, cherishes renunciation. When Jiva becomes endued with the quality of sattva, he then dispels everything connected with tamas by the aid of his intelligence, and exerts for achieving what is for his good. As the result of this, Jiva attains to the color called red. If the quality of sattva, however, be not gained, Jiva then travels in a round of rebirths in the world of inert, having attained to the color called blue. Having attained to that end, viz., humanity, and having been afflicted for the duration of one creation by the bonds born of his own acts, Jiva then attains to the colors called yellow, or becomes a deity. Existing in that condition for the space of 100 creations, he then leaves it, for becoming a human being, to return to it once more. Having attained to the yellow color, Jiva exists for thousands of kalpas, sporting as a deva. Without, however, being emancipated, even then, he has to stay in hell, enjoying or enduring the fruits of his acts of past kalpas and wandering through 9 and 10,000 courses. Know that Jiva becomes freed from the hell of acts, as represented by heaven or godship. After the same manner, Jiva gets off from the other births, corresponding with the other colors. Jiva sports for many long kalpas in the world of devas. Falling thence, he once more obtains the status of humanity. He then stays in that condition for the space of 108 kalpas. He then attains once more to the status of a deva. If while in the status of humanity, for the second time, he falleth through evil acts as represented by Kala, in the form of Kali, he then sinks into the dark color and thus occupies the very lowest of all stages of existence. I shall tell thee now, O foremost of Asuras, how Jiva succeeds in effecting his emancipation. Desirous of emancipation, Jiva, relying upon 700 kinds of acts, every one of which is characterized by a predominance of the attribute of sattva, gradually courses through red and yellow and at last attains to white. Arrived here, Jiva travels through several regions that are most adorable and that have the 8 well-known regions of felicity beneath them, and all the while pursues that stainless and effulgent form of existence which is emancipation's self. Know that the 8, already referred to and which are identical with the 60, subdivided into hundreds, are, unto those that are highly effulgent, only creations of the mind, without having any real or independent existence. The highest object of acquisition with one that is white of hue is that condition, called turiya, which transcends the 3 other states of consciousness, viz., wakefulness and dreamless slumber. As regards that yogin who is unable to abandon the felicities that yoga puissance brings about, he has to dwell in one and the same body for 1 century of kalpas in auspiciousness, and after that in 4 other regions, called Mahar, Jana, Tapas, and Satya. Even that is the highest end of one belonging to the 6th color, and who is unsuccessful though crowned with success, and who has transcended all attachments and passions. That yogin, again, who falls off from yoga practices after having attained the measure of eminence described already, resides in heaven for a century of kalpas with the unexhausted remnant of his past acts, to be exhausted by enjoyment or endurance as the case may be, and with the 7, viz., the 5 senses of knowledge and mind and understanding, purged of all stains in consequence of their predisposition or proneness towards the attribute of sattva. And the expiry of that period, such a person has to come to the world of men where he attains to great eminence. Turning back from the world of men, he departs for attaining to new forms of existence that run higher and higher in the upward scale. While engaged in this, he courseth through 7 regions for 7 times, his puissance being always increased in consequence of his samadhi and the reawakening from it. The yogin who is desirous of final emancipation suppresses by yoga knowledge the seven, and continues to dwell in the world of life, freed from attachments, and taking those seven for certain means of grief, he casts them off and attains afterwards to that state which is indestructible and infinite. Some say that that is the region of Mahadeva, some of Vishnu, some of Brahman, some of Sesha, some of Nara, some of the effulgent Chit, and some of the all-pervading. When universal destruction comes, those persons who have succeeded in completely consuming by knowledge their gross and subtle and Karana bodies always enter into Brahma. All their senses also which have action for their essence and which are not identical with Brahma merge into the same. When the time of universal destruction comes, those jivas who have attained to the position of devas and who have an unexhausted remnant of the fruits of acts to enjoy or endure, revert to those stages of life in the subsequent kalpa which had been theirs in the previous one. This is due to the similarity of every successive kalpa to every previous one. Those again whose acts, at the time of universal destruction, have been exhausted by enjoyment or endurance in respect of their fruits, falling down from heaven, take birth among men, in the subsequent kalpa, for without knowledge one cannot destroy one's acts in even 100 kalpas. All superior beings again, endued with similar powers and similar forms, revert to their respective destinies at a new creation after a universal destruction, ascending and descending precisely in the same manner as during the creation that is dissolved. As regards, again, the person who is conversant with Brahma, as long as he continues to enjoy and endure the unexhausted remnant of his acts of previous kalpas, it is said that all creatures and the two stainless sciences live in his body. When his chit becomes cleansed by yoga, and when he practices samyama, this perceptible universe appears to him as only his own fivefold senses. Inquiring with a cleansed mind, jiva attains to a high and stainless end. Thence he attains to a spot which knows no deterioration, and thence attains to eternal Brahma that is so difficult of acquisition. Thus, of thou of great might, I have discoursed to thee of the eminence of Narayana. Vritra said, these words of thine, I see, perfectly according with the truth. Indeed, when this is so, I have no cause of grief. Having listened to thy words, O thou of great powers of mind, I have become freed from sorrow and sin of every kind. O illustrious Rishi, O Holy One, I see this wheel of time, endued with mighty energy, of the most effulgent and infinite Vishnu, has been set in motion. Eternal is that station, from which all kinds of creation spring. That Vishnu is the Supreme Soul. He is the foremost of beings. In him this entire universe rests. Bhishma continued, having said these words, O son of Kunti, Vritra cast off his life breaths, uniting his soul, in yoga, with the Supreme Soul, and attained to the highest station. Yudhishthira said, tell me, O grandsire, whether this Janardana, Krishna, is that illustrious and puissant Lord of whom Sanat Kumara spoke unto Vritra in days of old. Bhishma said, the highest deity, endued with the 6 attributes of puissance, etc., is at the root. Staying there, the Supreme Soul, with his own energy, creates all these diverse existent things. Know that this Kesva who knows no deterioration is from his 8th portion. Endued with the highest intelligence, it is this Kesva who creates the 3 worlds with an 8th portion of his energy. Coming immediately after him who lies at the root, this Kesva who is eternal, compared with all other existent things, changes at the end of each kalpa. He, however, who lies at the root and who is endued with supreme might and puissance, lies in the waters when universal destruction comes, in the form of the potential seed of all things. Kesva is that creator of pure soul who courseth through all the eternal worlds. Infinite and eternal as he is, he fills all space with emanations from himself, and courseth through the universe in the form of everything that constitutes the universe. Freed as he is from limitations of every kind such as the possession of attributes would imply, he suffers himself to be invested with avidya and awakened to consciousness. Kesva of Supreme Soul creates all things. In him rests this wondrous universe in its entirety. Yudhishthira said, O thou that art conversant with the highest object of knowledge, I think that Vritra saw beforehand the excellent end that awaited him. It is for this, O grandsire, that he was happy and did not yield to grief in view of his coming death. He who is white of hue, who has taken birth in a pure or stainless race, and who has attained to the rank of Asatya, doth not, O sinless one, come back into the world for rebirth. Such a person, O grandsire, is freed from both hell and the status of all intermediate creatures. He, however, who has attained to either the yellow or the red hue, is seen sometimes to be overwhelmed by tamas and fall among the order of intermediate creatures. As regards ourselves, we are exceedingly afflicted and attached to objects that are productive of sorrow or indifference or joy. Alas, what will the end be to which we shall attain? Will it be the blue or the dark which is the lowest of all hues? Bhishma continued, Ye are Pandavas. Ye have been born in a stainless race. Ye are of rigid vows. Having sported in joy in the regions of the gods, ye shall come back to the world of men. Living happily as long as the creation lasts, all of you at the next new creation will be admitted among the gods, and enjoying all kinds of felicities ye will at last be numbered among the siddhas. Let no fear be yours. Be you cheerful. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.